कश्मकश हो गई है, तापमान बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ चुका है, और उसी चीज को आज हम इस सेगमेंट के अंदर आपके सामने लेकर आएंगे। टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करेंगे और सीधा मुलाकात कराते हैं भाई सुहेल, भाई साहिल। स्वागत है मसाला मसाला में। कैसे आप?
बढ़िया बढ़िया। आप कैसे हो?
कितने बढ़िया लग रहे हो, एक फ्रेम में कितने बढ़िया लग रहे हो। उम्मीद आपके चेहरे से तो मुस्कुराहट कम ही नहीं हो रही है।
बढ़िया है ना।
मतलब कैसा लग रहा है आपको? मित्र
ठीक ही लग रहा है।
आपको कैसा लग रहा है ओमेगा के साथ?
ठीक लग रहा है।
मतलब उसके तो ब्लश कर रहा है भाई, ब्लश क्यों कर रहा है?
ब्लश नहीं कर
देख तो ले दूसरे को ऐसे, थोड़ा तो फोकस। बहुत सिंपल है। एक टाइम पर आप लोग, जब आपने नाम कमाया था, जब आप सोल में थे, पूरा देश दीवाना हो गया था आपका। इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती थी, कुछ ट्रॉफी जीती आपने। उसके बाद क्या हुआ? ये कुछ तो रेफरेंस दीजिए साहिल जी, सोहेल जी।
एक टाइम के बाद मैं आने लग गई थी लोगों में, मतलब जो प्लेयर्स थे उनके अंदर मैं आने लग गई थी, और जहां मैं आ जाती है वहां खत्म हो जाती है, जहां हमसे मैं आ जाती है वहां खत्म हो जाता है। कितना भी खींच लो।
इन्होंने बोला हमसे मैं, आपका क्या कहना है? आपके हिसाब से चीजें खराब हुई?
मेरे अंदर तो मैं कभी नहीं आई। अगर मैं आना होता तो शायद मैं बहुत पहले आ चुका होता। मेरे को पता है मैं कैसा हूँ। बस वो दिक्कत थी कि आग किसी और के थ्रू लगी, जो आग के सामने खड़ा था उस पर ब्लेम कर दिया गया, एंड उसको जानने की कोशिश नहीं की गई। यही है।
तो ये जो आप एलिगेशन लगा हमसे और मैं वाला, इससे आप पूरा कर रहे हो। ये आपने ये बोला कि प्रॉब्लम किसी और की। अब जो मेरे सूत्र हैं, जिन लोगों को मैंने केटा निकलवाया, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि गलती आप दोनों की नहीं थी। यहाँ पर आप दोनों बस कहते ना रिमाइंडर्स हो। मेनली किस तरफ से आपको लगी, किस लोगों की वजह से चीजों में थोड़ी खटास आई? आप नाम
आपने मेरी गलती नहीं थी उस जगह पे। जो भी चीज़ें थी आज तक मेरी गलती नहीं, ना मैं कभी अपने ब्लेम लूँगा। बहुत सिंपल है। मेरे को भी इंक्लूड कराया गया था बाकी लोग के थ्रू, मेरे को भी पता नहीं था, तो मैंने आगे शुरुआत नहीं की थी उस चीज़ की, जो भी था। तो मैं अपने ब्लेम नहीं लूँगा किसी चीज़ का कि तू था, तूने किया, ये किया, वो किया।
तो आपकी उम्र क्या अभी?
22।
तो यार 22 साल की उम्र के इंसान में समझ नहीं होती सही गलत की। मतलब तूने किसी और की भेड़ चाल में चला गया, अपना स्टैंड क्यों नहीं लिया तूने?
अपना स्टैंड लिया था मैंने। मैं तो छोड़ के जा रहा था, मैं कौन सा रह रहा था। मैं तो अपना 3 बंदों के अलग खेल रहा था। मैंने तो अपना स्टैंड लिया था। अब कोई सामने से आके मेरे को बोलेगा कि खेल भाई, जरूरत है हमें, तेरे साथ कॉन्फिडेंट है, तेरे साथ लगता ही खेल सकते।
नहीं बोला था
ना बाकी प्लेयर लोगों ने। ओमेगा क्यों बोलेगा?
अब देख, सीन ऐसा था कि सवाल जवाब मेरा अटके जाता। ये तूने मुस्कुराहट जो दी है, प्लीज बता देना भाई, थोड़ा तो देख जाकर प्लीज।
किस बारे में? कि
अभी मुस्कुराहट क्यों आई? अभी कोई याद आ गया तुझे?
नहीं, वो कैमरे मेरी शक्ल दिख रही है उसमें।
अबे रहने दे।
अरे सही में
वो गॉब्लिन और मियो ने बोला इनके एक्टर के साथ
एस पावर
एंड लाइक एस पावर, तो उसके बाद चला भी गया, तुम्हारे में करा गया।
अरे वही होता है ना यार, मर्द लोगों की निशानी होती है जो रहता है मुंह पे रहता है।
हाँ,
बच्चे लोगों को क्या पता है, वो एक इधर से आके उसको ये बोल रहा है, इधर से आके वो मेरे को ये बोल रहा है, फिर वो कहीं और जाके बोल रहा है।
तुझे महसूस हो गया था कि वो बैड कॉप गुड?
वो मेरे को बहुत पहले ही महसूस हो गया था। बस वो ऐसा होता है ना कि ज्यादा भलाई भरी होते हैं जब अंदर, तो यही होता है।
तो यू जस्ट वांटेड कि हेक्टर भी समझदारों की तरह बात करे? तेरे से उम्मीद थी हेक्टर की?
मेरा सिंपल सा ये था कि फेस पे आओ, जिसको जो कहना है कहो।
मेरा भी सेम था, जाके फेस पे बोलो एंड जाके उसके मुंह पे बोलो।
तो प्रॉब्लम आई कहाँ दोनों के? जब सोचने का लेवल,
प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है? अभी तो सॉल्यूशन निकला बढ़िया।
क्या है
सॉल्यूशन था ये, तो प्रॉब्लम थोड़ी थी, सॉल्यूशन था ये। जो लोगों को प्रॉब्लम लग रही है सॉल्यूशन है।
मतलब तुम्हें
मेरे को आके 4 लोगों ने सॉल्यूशन बता दिए, उसको आके नहीं बताएगा। यही हुआ शायद। सिंपल।
क्या सॉल्यूशन है कि ये जिस तरीके से तुम दोनों रह रहे हो खुश हो?
हाँ, मैं तो बहुत हूँ।
उम्र में तो छोटा है एक्टर ओमेगा से, तुझे नहीं लगा कि जो रिश्ते में बड़ा है, उम्र में बड़ा है? एक बार मैं खुद जाके छोटे भाई की तरह बात करके देख,
कोशिश करा था ना।
और तू रिश्ते में बड़ा है, तो तुझे नहीं लगा कि छोटे ने गलती कर दी, माफ कर देता हूँ?
देखो, जब तुम बहुत ज्यादा कर देते हो ना, तो तुम्हें थोड़ा बहुत ये भी रहता है कि एटलीस्ट इतना तो कर ही सकता था कोई। जब वो नहीं होता है तो आदमी डिसअपॉइंट हो जाता है, और डिसअपॉइंट हो जाता है छोड़ देता है सारी चीज अपने।
एटलीस्ट तो बहुत ज्यादा किया था मैंने कभी।
इस पे कोई जवाब है उसे? वो देख, उसके चेहरे से दिख रहा था, मैं झूठ नहीं कह रहा। देख,
सबसे
मुझे लगता नहीं कि झूठ बोल सकता है।
देखो, मैं तुम्हें एक बहुत बढ़िया बात बताता हूँ। किसी भी इंसान के बारे में नहीं है, हर किसी के बारे में बता रहा हूँ मैं। चेहरे पे भरोसा कभी मत करो।
एग्जैक्टली।
ये तुझे बोल रहा है
खाने के दांत,
बोल रहा नहीं, बोल रहा। कि जिस तरीके से ओमेगा लीड करता है या एक्टर का, ऐसा कुछ यहाँ से चालू हुआ? किसी ने इसकी आइडलशिप पे सवाल उठा दिया था?
हाँ, टीममेट्स लोगों ने।
तो तुझे हमेशा से अच्छा लगता था, तुझे प्रॉब्लम थी इसकी आइडल से?
मुझे नहीं थी।
तो तूने कभी बोला ओमेगा भाई मुझे आपसे दिक्कत नहीं है ऐसा?
जब हम साथ खेलते थे हमारा बढ़िया आता था।
ये तो ये बोल रहा है भाई।
तो मैं क्या करूँ, और थोड़े बहुत ठीक है यार, जो है वो है।
ऐसे नहीं होता ना, कुछ तो
ऐसे ही होता है। क्यों करना है हर चीज में, क्यों करना है फिगर आउट? जरूरी थोड़ी हर चीज फिगर आउट करके चले।
मुझे नहीं लगता कि तू इतनी आसानी से जाने देता होगा चीजें, या तू लेट इट गो।
देखो मैंने इतनी आसानी से नहीं जाने दी चीजें। ये चीजें आज की नहीं है, इतने टाइम से चलते रहे, सालों से चलती आई है। लोग गए भी हैं, उनको वापस भी लिया है, सब कुछ किया है। मैंने अपनी साइड से जितना हो सकता था किया। जितना बड़ा भाई या जो भी मानना है वो मैंने किया मेरे साइड जितना। पर एक पॉइंट के बाद नहीं होता है। पागल थोड़ी है यार कि कुल्हाड़ी कोई मारे जा रहा है, पैर वहीं पे डाले जा रहे हैं। नहीं डालना क्यों?
बिकॉज द ब्यूटीफुल पार्ट इज कि आफ्टर iQOO टीम सोल हम लोग कार्निवल में साथ में गए थे, एंड आई थिंक गॉब्लिन वाज द लास्ट गाय जिसका रिवील सबसे लेट हुआ था, एंड हम सब गॉब्लिन के रिवील से हैरान थे कि गॉब्लिन अभी भी साथ में। तो जब सीजी तक चीजें सही थी या सोल में खराब
वो
हो गई?
चीजें भरना बहुत पहले से शुरू हो गई थी, एंड कभी ना कभी फटना था। वो फटा।
तो तुम्हें नहीं लगता कि तुम दोनों की जो बीच में गहमा गहमी है, इसमें बाकी 3 लोग मुझे ज्यादा नहीं लग रहे हैं? बिकॉज तुमने तो एक दूसरे को वो बना लिया है। ये सॉल्व नहीं हो सकता ब्रो? क्यों नहीं कर सकते तुम? उम्र ही क्या हुई अभी?
क्यों करना है?
क्यों नहीं करना है? 4 बंदों की इंडस्ट्री नहीं है, सबसे मुंह छुपाएंगे क्या?
कौन किससे मुंह छुपा रहा है?
मतलब यार ऑब्वियस सी बात है, अगर तुम हर लैंड पे मिलोगे, अभी तुम मिले हो, तुम नजरें तक नहीं मिला रहे हो ब्रो। दिस इज गुड ब्रो, तुम बड़ा है ना?
नजरें तो बहुत टाइम से नहीं मिला पा रहे हैं बहुत लोग। उस दिन से ही आंखें नहीं मिल रही हैं। वो ये चीज तो मैं ऐसे मैं तो ढूंढ रहा था ऐसे कि नहीं मिल रही। जिस इंसान के अंदर खोट होता है उसकी नजर नहीं मिलती। बहुत सिंपल बात है।
मिला के दिखा एक बार। देख, खोट तो नहीं है।
मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले गया, मैं किसी इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर की बात नहीं कर रहा।
इंसान अपनी कमी को ना देखे हुए बाकियों की देखते
क्या
रहेगा,
कमी है?
शायद कभी नहीं हो।
कोई बेसिक कमी बता दे जाकर हमारे।
किसमें?
इंसान अपनी कौन सी कमी है जिसमें ओमेगा काम नहीं कर रहा?
उसमें कमी नहीं है, बट दूसरों में भी कमी नहीं देखना चाहिए। जान तो ले, हुआ क्या था
तो बता देना, आज पता चल जाएगा सबको, सबके सामने।
पता है?
नॉट इन केस।
SPS Snapdragon Pro Series
मसाला।
मतलब कभी समझौते की तरफ नहीं बढ़ोगे?
दिखावा करके मतलब नहीं कैमरे पे। दिल से नहीं आ रहा तो क्या दिखावा करना? अब यहाँ पे फेक बनो।
ओमेगा व्हाट आई फील कि सोल से जो 4-5 लोग थे, तुम आए, तू पहला बंदा होगा जिसने सीजी में बात की होगी। यू आर द फर्स्ट वन हु मेड दिस पॉसिबल। यू फाउंड अ न्यू होम, तू सबको लेकर गया। तो डोंट यू डिडंट फील बैड कि उस बंदे ने तुझे ही नहीं बुलाया मीटिंग में, and तेरे बिना डिसीजन हुआ?
चलता रहता लाइफ है, क्या है इसमें? पूरा अच्छे से नहीं है तो पूरा खत्म, वो वाला सीन।
ये फिर जो जमना है क्या?
नहीं,
तो ये मैंने देखा है, तो अटैचमेंट बहुत इजी है तेरे लिए।
नहीं, बट पूछा सबसे क्या था? पूछा सबसे क्या था कि रिप्लेसमेंट होने को रेडी है या नहीं? हाँ आया था वहां से, उसके बाद ही सारी बातें हुई थी।
क्या रिप्लेसमेंट किसकी?
ओमेगा की। तो इसने खुद हाँ बोला था स्टार्टिंग में कमेंट करके।
हाँ
कि हाँ कोई दिक्कत है, उनको कॉन्फिडेंट आ रहा है, हेक्टर के खिला ले। उसके बाद स्टेटमेंट बदली।
अब एक बात बताओ, जहाँ पे तुम्हें कोई आके कह रहा है कि हमें तेरे साथ नहीं खेलना, तो मैं पागल थोड़ी हूँ।
तेरे कौन से तरीकों से दिक्कत आ गई? कुछ उन्हीं तरीकों से तो ट्रॉफी जीती थी।
मैं
अच्छा, पहले वो सुन लेते थे।
मैं
यही होता है। अभी समझो तुम्हारे पास कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है, तुम्हें पता है कि मैं वो इंसान हूँ जिसकी तुम सुन लोगे, या थोड़ा सा चलो गाली वाली लगा लो, चलो कि मेरे 2 गाली सुन लोगे, पर मैं भले के लिए कर रहा हूँ तुम्हारे, और सुन लोगे तो तुम्हारा अच्छा हो जाएगा, ठीक है। तुम वो लेके चल रहे हो, तुम्हारा वो नेचर नहीं है, ठीक है। गाली सुनने वाला या कुछ भी XYZ ऐसा लगा लो, तुम्हारा नेचर नहीं है। तुम एक पॉइंट तक तुमने सहा सारी चीज की, जब तुम्हारे पास पावर आएगी ना हल्की सी भी
करोगे।
हाँ, वो ट्रू नेचर की बात है, वो वाली
पावर देगा भी तो सामने वाला ना, जिस पावर थी।
अब एक बात बताओ,
तू मेरा अगेंस्ट थोड़ा यूज करेगा अगर मैं नीचे पावर दे रहा हूँ?
यही तो बात है।
मुझे कोई आके बोला,
बातें लोग
सुनो ना, मुझे कोई आके बोला कि तेरे को करना है आईजे लिंक, ठीक है। मैंने बोला ओमेगा ने क्या बोला? बोला हाँ बोल दिया कि वो बैठने को रेडी है। तो मैं क्या बोलूँगा?
मुझे जितना समझ में आ रहा है, बिकॉज मैं दूर दूर तक नहीं हूँ, मैं
हाँ।
मुंबई नहीं रहता, दिल्ली रहता हूँ।
हाँ।
प्रॉब्लम आईजीएल चेंज में नहीं हुई है, प्रॉब्लम उससे पहले हुई है जहाँ पर ओपिनियंस आईजीएल के केटर नहीं हुए। जब बिकॉज पहले ओमेगा पहले भी वैसे लीडर था जो अभी है।
सी वो बीजीएमएस से पहले मैंने अपना स्टेटमेंट पास कर दिया था कि मैं टीम छोड़ रहा हूँ, मैं अपना 3 बंदों को लेके
कौन थे वो 3 लोग?
जो अभी इसके 3 है।
ये साला साथ बहुत चल रहा है। सही में तू इसला 20 के साथ था, लाइक यू गाइस आर डूइंग ग्रेट।
मतलब हम खेलने वाले थे, शुरुआत करने आया था, हमारी सिनर्जी पहले से अच्छी थी।
इसने तेरे 3 रख लिए, तूने इसके 3 रख लिए। मुझे अभी भी उसी ओपिनियन पे है कि प्रॉब्लम आईजीएल चेंज में नहीं था, कि वो जो मैं आया ना, तुम जो भी बोल रहे हो ओमेगा, उसको कभी बात नहीं की उस पे हमने कि
समझदार लोगों से, जो समझदार होता है उसके अंदर ये चीज आती ही नहीं है।
एक ही डिस्कशन का 4 से 5 बार डिस्कशन होना मेरे को लगता है गलत चीज़ है। वो बातें घुमाई गई, किसी में कोई है तो किसी में कोई नहीं है, कभी कोई कन्फ्रंट आके बोला नहीं इसको, कभी कोई आके मुझे नहीं बोला। मुझे जितना पता है मुझे बोल दिया गया था कि ओमेगा ने हाँ बोल दिया बैठने के लिए, तू खेल, मैंने हाँ बोल दिया, सिंपल। लास्ट इवेंट है, खेलने का मौका मिल रहा है, ओमेगा एग्री कर रहा है तो मैं क्यों ना खेलूँ? इसमें मैं कहाँ से आ गया, मेरे को ये जानना है। अगर आ गया तो आ गया, मतलब वो उसका ओपिनियन है, बट ठीक है।
भाई तू ना हंस रहा है ना, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो मुस्कुराहट है ये जवाब भी देना चाहती है।
ऐसा है कि बहुत पहले से बहुत सारी चीजें सुनने को आती हैं, कम्युनिटी में बातें होती हैं, लोगों को लगता है कि हम दो के बीच की बात है पर किसी को नहीं पता, पर वो बहुत लोगों में बात चली जाती है। तो ऐसी चीजें सुनना समझना होता था, पर एक वो होता है ना अंदर से, यार एक अपनी है, क्या होगा, अपनी है, ऐसा वही बीटी दे गया बाद में।
सेम
ऐसी चल तो बहुत टाइम से रही थी सारी चीजें, पार्ट ऑफ बिगर प्लान था ये तो, मतलब और भी बड़ा बिगर प्लान था, वो ऊपर वाला देख रहे हैं। तो
मैं तो बस ऊपर वाले से यही चाहूंगा, छोटी सी दुनिया है,
वही
सुलझा लेना चाहिए। बाकी तुम समझदार हो, पैसे की
बहुत
मेहनत कर रहे हो, चलो ठीक है। अब मुझे नहीं लगता है कि इस मसले में और कुछ मसाला ऐसा है, बिकॉज वो पर्सनल हो जाएगा और मैं नहीं चाहता कि किसी की पर्सनल जिंदगी खराब हो। बट मैं चाहूंगा ओमेगा
सेम
कि एक हेक्टर की खूबी जो आज भी तू महसूस करता है कि लड़के में ये बात तो है और इस चीज को मैं दोहराना है, जुटा नहीं सकता। बंदा भाई बन गिल, तू भी सोचे तब तक भाई ओमेगा के लिए।
मेरे को सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है।
भाई ये देख, प्यार तो आज भी मोहब्बत पूरी करता है लड़का।
आर्ट ऑफ डिसेप्शन,
आर्ट ऑफ
डिसेप्शन।
डिसेप्शन।
क्या
रहा रहने देते हैं।
हेक्टर, आप ओमेगा के लिए कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे, ऐसी चीज जो आपको हमेशा से अच्छी लगती थी और आज भी ओमेगा में है?
वही साथ लेके चलने वाली चीज,
बड़े भाई वाली ना। तो ये तो चीज है, मतलब दिस इज बढ़िया चीज है। बट थैंक यू सो मच भाई सुनील,
वेलकम
भाई साहिल। अब ये मसला तो यहाँ पे सॉल्व नहीं हो पाया, बट हमारे पास बहुत सारे मसले ऐसे हैं जहाँ पे हमें नजर फेरना जरूरी है। सो उसके लिए तो भाई इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। अभी के लिए बस इतना ही। Till then, keep gaming.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
मैं कुणाल सलूजा, मेरे साथ है ओशन शर्मा।
वेल क्या ये एक अलग मजा यहाँ पर होने वाला है क्योंकि ये है फिनाले डे, द डी डे इज हियर। पहले दिन हमने K9 कार्निवल उन्हें ऊपर उठते हुए देखा, लेकिन अगले दिन वर्सेटाइल एंड गॉड्स रेन, ओ माय गॉड।
ओहो, पिछले 2 दिन हमने देखे इनसेन बैटल्स, लेकिन जैसा कि ओशन ने कहा पिछले 2 दिनों में जो हुआ वो हो गया। टुनाइट इज द नाइट टू डू और डाई, क्योंकि आज जो टेबल के टॉप पर होगा वही उठाएगा इस सीजन की वो बेहतरीन ट्रॉफी। उसके नाम के आगे लिखा होगा चैंपियन ऑफ सीजन 6।
हमारे बैक एंड पर ऑडियंस ऑलरेडी पूरा एक्साइटेड, पूरा हाइप्ड अप होकर के बैठी है क्योंकि उन्हें पता है जस्ट अंदर जाना है, बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट बीजीएमआई उन्हें देखने को मिलेगा। और ये अगले 6 गेम्स बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी टीम्स के लिए भी।
भाई बिल्कुल धमाकेदार हमारे साथ जुड़ जाएं। ठीक 2:30 बजे से आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ हम शुरू हो चुके हैं। कुछ ही देर में मैचेस भी शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो अगर आप यहाँ नहीं हैं तो कहाँ हैं? नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम के बाहर का माहौल दिखाते हैं। जनता तैयार हो?
भाई साहब, they are ready, they definitely look ready.
Okay, Ocean, I want to ask you something. आप इस गेम को इतने अच्छे से जानते हो, आप सारी टीम्स के गेम प्ले को जानते हो। आपके हिसाब से अगर मैं पूछूं वो टॉप 5 टीम्स जिनके बीच में सबसे ज्यादा जंग होने वाली है तो वो कौन सी होंगी?
It's gonna be when we talk about top 3 teams, so 100% रहने वाली है, right? Top 3 teams का clash हमेशा होगा। Versatile होगी, वहाँ पर Carnival होगी, उन्हीं के साथ साथ God Drain होगी, but Hero Xtreme Godlike को आप कम नहीं आंक सकते। वो कहीं से भी उठ कर आएंगे और Orangutan अब contention में आ चुकी है। Oh my God!
एंड यहाँ पर हम पीछे देख रहे हैं लोग सबसे ज्यादा यहाँ पर Godlike को सपोर्ट करने आए हैं, जॉनथन को आज नोएडा में मैटर होने वाला है। तो हम तो चलिए अंदर स्टेडियम की तरफ जाते हैं, तब तक आपको अब तक जो हुआ वो दिखाते हैं।
Ding ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 BGMI Challenge Finals का आज है Day 2।
If you think I've had enough, well I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me.
सारे खिलाड़ी तैयार हैं क्योंकि वो करना चाहते हैं चिकन डिनर।
Fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down.
Here we go with day number 2, Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. Game number 1.
जॉनथन दोनों को यहाँ पे नॉक करा।
देखिए स्लग के अंदर वो क्षमता है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ ओरंगुटन वो BXT के अगेंस्ट फाइट करने के लिए तैयार डाउन with God. He's the last man standing. BXT ने काया पलट कर दी है। Power. He shines again. Justin with the DPS. Justin.
जॉनथन अकेले चले गए, ये रिस्की हो सकता है लेकिन रिवॉर्ड वो यहाँ पे इन्हें मिलेगा।
आपके इलाके को स्पॉट किया गया जॉनथन के द्वारा और ये 5वां फिनिश जो जॉनथन के खाते में। टीम iQOO ये जंप बता रही है कि चिकन डिनर उनका है। The last man standing, the soldiers have arrived, the soldiers are here to take the chicken dinner. It's a battle of throwables, but which team is gonna throw better? Aru moves forward, he gets taken down. Look at iQOO, he just comes out and there it is. Look at Orangutan, they know it, they enjoy it. This is a game of destiny. तो अब देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि कल का जो दिन है वो हमारे लिए क्या लेकर के आने वाला है। मिलते हैं कल देखने के लिए कि इस चमचमाती हुई ट्रॉफी को कौन लेकर के जाने वाला है अपने खाते में। तब तक के लिए अपना और अपनों का खूब सारा ख्याल रखिए। टाटा बाय एंड टेक केयर।
नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम के इस बेहतरीन अरीना में आज जंग छिड़ेगी, महासंग्राम होगा इस बेहतरीन ट्रॉफी के लिए। 16 टीम्स खेलने वाली हैं, 6 मैचेस और आज हर एक मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है। हर मूव, हर फिनिश ये डिसाइड करेगी कि कौन टेबल के टॉप पर होगा। ओशन
Exactly, and hello and welcome everyone to the grand finale, the day 3 of Snapdragon Pro Series. कुणाल सलूजा मेरे साथ इस वक्त मौजूद। मेरा नाम ओशन शर्मा है। जिस तरीके से अपने टीम्स को देखा, everyone is ready, everyone's excited, everyone's pumped up, everyone's charged up क्योंकि ये अगले 6 मैचेस किस्मत का ताला खोलने वाला है किसी टीम के।
जहाँ एक तरफ टीम्स के बीच में तो बैटल होने ही वाले हैं कि कौन सबसे ज्यादा चिकन डिनर करके टेबल के टॉप पर पहुंचेगा। उसी के साथ साथ मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर के लिए भी स्पेशली एस पावर और जॉनथन के बीच में बैटल होने वाला है ब्रो।
एंड वो बैटल देखते ही बनने वाला है क्योंकि आज हर एक गेम के अंदर कौन किसके ऊपर कितना हावी हो सकता है। पहले दिन के एंड में हमने देखा जॉनथन एक गेम में 8 फिनिशेस। सेकेंड डे की स्टार्ट में हम देखते हैं एस पावर जस्ट रिटर्निंग द फेवर विद अ डबल डिजिट बॉम्बर। ये दिखाता है कि दोनों एक दूसरे के माइंड के साथ भी कितना खेल रहे हैं।
यस, 10 फिनिशेस किए। पहले दिन हमने देखा किस तरीके से कार्निवल गेमिंग टेबल के टॉप पे रही, लेकिन दूसरे दिन एक डिप आया। फिर दूसरे दिन हमने देखा दो चिकन डिनर गॉड्स रेन के आए, दो वर्सेटाइल के आए, और अब अगर हम एक नजर ओवरऑल रैंकिंग पे डालें तो इस वक्त आपके सामने देख सकते हैं सबसे ऊपर है गॉड्स रेन विद 109 पॉइंट्स, दूसरे स्थान पर है डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस वर्सेटाइल विद 100 पॉइंट्स, और ठीक एक पॉइंट नीचे कार्निवल गेमिंग। ये है टॉप 3, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं बाकी पूरा गेम खुला है, आज कोई भी टॉप पे जा सकता है क्योंकि 6 मैचेस होने वाले हैं।
ओरंगुटैन ने कल आखिरी गेम के अंदर एक चिकन डिनर निकाला और उन्होंने अपने लिए एक मोमेंटम बनाने की कोशिश करी। सो इट माइट जस्ट बी वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर द अदर टीम्स एज वेल, बट जिनके लिए काफी ज्यादा आसान होगा एक बार उनसे भी बात करनी चाहिए। सो कोचेस एंड ऑब्वियसली आईजीएल से बात करना हमेशा बनता है। कार्निवल गेमिंग की तरफ से हम लोग अभी हेक्टर को बुलाने वाले टू हैव सम कन्वर्सेशंस अलोंगसाइड विद हिम। वी आर गोना बी कॉलिंग ज़ाइपेक्स
और इसके साथ साथ कोच रॉबिन साहब फ्रॉम गॉड्स रेन। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए हमारे कोचेस के लिए। प्लीज आप इधर आ जाएं। तो रॉबिन साहब, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, बहुत बहुत सबसे पहले आपको बधाइयां, आप टेबल के टॉप पे हो, 109 पॉइंट्स। मैंने सुना है रॉबिन साहब आपने और नेक्स्ट भी बोलते हैं कि 2023 फिर अब 2025 24 में एक डिप आया था, आप टीम के आसपास ज्यादा दिख नहीं रहे हो, ये भी कोई टोटका है क्या?
हाँ, यानी ऐसा था कि 24 में मैं उनके साथ हर वॉक इन में गया, सारे इवेंट में गया, तो अच्छा नहीं हुआ, तो मैंने कहा एक बार इसको चेंज करते और फिर देखते वापस।
काफी ज्यादा अलग है। ज़ाइपेक्स देखिए, पिछले कल मुझे याद है एक रीहोस्ट हुआ था, बट रीहोस्ट होते होते आप टीम के पास आकर के पूरी स्ट्रैटेजीज इंस्टेंटली बताने लगे थे कि अब अगर चेंज होता है तो क्या होगा। ये कितना टाइम आपको मिलता है प्लानिंग का इन बिटवीन द गेम की टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म करे?
आई थिंक रेगुलरली लैंस खेलने के बाद वो हैबिट हो जाता है कि एक सर्टेन टाइम में ही, चाहे वो टाइम कम ही हो, आप उसमें तुरंत इम्प्रोवाइज करो, अडेप्ट करो और फिर अच्छा खेलो।
वेल हेक्टर, देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू ब्रदर। बहुत सारी टीम्स हैं जो स्पेसिफिकली आपकी टीम को टारगेट करने वाली है, वो चाहते हैं कि कहीं भी और जाए लेकिन आपके गले में जीत का मेडल ना जाए, उन्हें क्या कहना चाहोगे आप?
हम लोग रेडी है, जो भी टारगेट करेगा हमसे, हमारा कोर ही है मारना, तो हम मारेंगे, पीछे नहीं हटेंगे।
आई मीन हेक्टर, जस्ट इसका एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन देन बनता है, एक कोई और टूर्नामेंट था बहुत कुछ सीख के गए थे, पहला आईजीएल बन करके टूर्नामेंट करके
एनो ट्रॉफी पाने ही एनो ट्रॉफी
कल जिस तरीके से अटैक कर रही थी बिल्कुल वैसे करेगी।
अगर इसके ऊपर मैं बोलूँ तो डेस्टो बहुत एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल है, उसको पता है ऐसी सिचुएशन में कैसे खेलता है, और अभी तक वो जो भी सारी चीज़ें कर
ज़ाइपेक्स, what does defending this trophy now mean जब हम फाइनल डे पर आ चुके हैं और 6 गेम्स और आपकी टीम अब कंटेंशन के अंदर प्रॉपर तरीके से बैठी हुई है?
इंटेंसिटी तो डबल है, डिफेंडिंग तो इट्स नॉट ईजी। जीडीआर रेगुलरली अच्छा खेल रही है, सीजी कोई ना कोई तरीका निकाल रही है अच्छा आने के लिए। इट्स डिफ़िकल्ट बट वी हैव डन इट बिफोर एंड विल ट्राई टू गिव अवर बेस्ट, एंड आई नो कि अगर हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे तो रिजल्ट बेस्ट होगा।
थैंक यू सो मच गाइस हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड बेस्ट विशेस फॉर द मैचेस लाइंड अप। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, थैंक यू सो मच। कोचेस यहाँ पर तैयार हैं, टीम्स यहाँ पर तैयार हैं, 6 मैचेस आज होने वाले हैं। फिलहाल रावण किसके साथ तैयार है? ओशन
रावण डेफिनेटली सिट के साथ तैयार है, थोड़ी बातचीत करने के लिए तो ऐसा करते हैं उनके पास चलते हैं, क्योंकि हम नहीं तो यहाँ पर पूरा टाइम लेते रहेंगे। ओवर टू यू रावण। I mean, हम लोगों को पता है कुछ ना कुछ तो बातचीत जरूर चल रही होगी और वो इतनी सीक्रेट है कि उसकी आवाज अभी तक आप लोगों तक नहीं आई है। बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द एंटायर सिचुएशन, आई नो कि यहाँ पर ऑडियंस भी बहुत ज्यादा हाइप्ड अप है। कुणाल, हमने डे 1 के एंड तक क्लचेस देखे, डे 2 के एंड तक क्लचेस देखे, डे 3 मुझे लगता है टीम्स के नाम बोलने के साथ साथ पता चलेगा किस टीम के लिए बहुत ज्यादा हाइप है। क्या आप शुरू करना चाहेंगे? किसी एक रैंडम टीम का नाम लीजिए, लेट्स सी।
यार रैंडम टीम का नाम लेना है, चलो सबसे पहले टेबल टॉपर्स का नाम लेते हैं। गॉड्स रेन वालों जरा शोर मचाओ। नहीं
है उधर, है उधर है।
ओके अच्छा, गॉड लाइक वालों शोर मचाओ। ओहो, ये स्टेडियम गॉड लाइक के लिए आया है लग रहा है
भाई। एक हम लोग जैसे बात करते हैं ना, नोएडा में मैटर हो चुका है।
हाँ।
और ये मैटर ये है, इट्स गॉडलाइक फैंस वर्सेस द वर्ल्ड राइट नाउ। एंड लुक एट दैट, लुक एट द एक्साइटमेंट, लुक एट द जॉय, दे आर रेडी। भाई ये एक अलग क्रेज है 100%।
भाई मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ, गॉडलाइक जो कि डे 1 पे लास्ट मैच में जॉनथन ने 8 फिनिशेस निकाले, डे 2 पे भी एक पल के लिए लगा था कि आज पहला चिकन डिनर निकलेगा, बट नहीं हो पाया। डे 3 पे गॉडलाइक अगर चिकन डिनर आज ले गई तो यहाँ पे तो तबाही मचने वाली है।
आज आई एम प्रीटी श्योर लोग चाहते हैं कि हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक एक चिकन डिनर लेकर के जाए, राइट?
अच्छा मुझे जरा जोर से बताओ, एमवीपी के लिए सबसे बड़ा दावेदार कौन होगा?
I mean, we heard you, but we want the entire nation to hear you. तो कौन सी वो टीम है जो सबसे बड़ी दावेदारी रखेगी ट्रॉफी के लिए?
भाई यहाँ पर स्टेडियम फुल्ली पैक्ड है। जितने भी लोग हमें घर से देख रहे हैं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आप यहाँ नहीं आ पाए, आते तो और ज्यादा अच्छा लगता। एक बार आप अपने लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाइए, क्योंकि आने वाली जो 6 मैप्स होने वाले हैं, बहुत ज्यादा मजा आएगा। हमारी
लोग हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं भाई। iQOO सोल का रॉकेट वो भी ऊपर जाना चाहिए। उसी के साथ साथ लुक एट दैट, जस्ट हियर दैट, उसी के साथ साथ कार्निवल के भी फैंस यहाँ पर हैं। ओमेगा जिसने iQOO सोल के लिए इमोशंस बनाए थे, a lot of history is there, but then a future को देखने की बात है, and that future just comes up with the 6 games।
तो चलिए अब शुरू करते हैं आज का ये बेहतरीन दिन। 16 टीम्स, 6 मैचेस, जो होगा टॉप पर, जो करेगा ज्यादा चिकन डिनर्स, वही उठाएगा ट्रॉफी। Are you ready for the chaos? I cannot hear you. Make some noise, Noida. Let's kick off 2025 with a delicious chicken dinner.
Experiencing a LAN, it was really nice.
It was really great. The hype is for real and people watching should definitely join in it.
जो एक्सपेक्ट किया था, जैसे एटमॉस्फेयर रहेगा पूरा वैसा एकदम इलेक्ट्रिक,
बहुत बढ़िया वाइब था, बहुत मजा आया।
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series 3 दिन 16 टीम्स 18 मैचेस और इनाम है 1 करोड़।
Honestly speaking, I want to prove myself once again and I want to justify the title trophy magnet जो मेरे को लोगों ने दिया है।
वैसे मैं सबको एक ही चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा जो कि मैं हमेशा से कहता आ रहा हूँ और वो है सब्र रखिए।
I guess there is nothing to prove but खुद के लिए जीतना।
डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन बहुत पैसिव हो गया। इस बार हम एक ब्रूटल सैवेज अंडरडॉग माइंडसेट के साथ खेलेंगे और हमारा विजन वही रहेगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, these guys are ready. They are hyped. The army is ready to conquer the day number 3. Please welcome BotArmyEsports.
Their party was ruined yesterday, but today they can surely ruin some smiles. Make way for Wyld Esports!
Get ready for a reckoning as a storm awaits that proves even bigger today. Please welcome Reckoning!
Once they were the champions, but now the trophy looks far. Make way for Remnant Xbox!
The tigers that cannot be tamed. Accompanied by Clutch God known as Lala for you all. Ladies and gentlemen, bring some order for Gujarat Tigers!
The banished prince has lost the battle, but not the war. Make way for Medal Esports!
A sensei ready to scout, to be safe, and to have his godly hands traced all over the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Wyld Fangs! They hunt, they hurt, they leave no dirt. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Omega and Company, K9 Squad!
These demons are focused on their goal. Make way for iQOO Sword!
They are not making the legacy, for they are the legacy, the alpha males of BGMI, Hero, Xtreme, Godlike!
A team unexpected, but now they can't be bested. Make way for Just Jelly!
A team with a vibe. They know how to strive in all the pressure that they deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, the apes are here. Please welcome Orangutan!
The day one table toppers don't miss when they are aiming. Make some noise for Carnival Gaming!
They conquered the stage last year. This time, they're here to defend it. Accompanied by a superpower. Please welcome Team Wasatan!
With 3 chicken dinners in the pocket, they are flying higher than the rocket. They are the table toppers. They are God's reign.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are all your 16 teams that are ready here to give you the amazing, mind-blowing, fantastic, exhilarating action out here. The next 6 games are going to be just amazing, with one team taking the trophy and the prize pool home. For now, let's get ready with the action. Over to the casters.
The wait is now over. After 6 games, the champions will be crowned on that stage right there. And as we know, these are the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. I'm going to be a host of Castro John alongside with me on the panel. It will be Shai Shanu and Fixis. Guys, the last day's over here. Just 6 games away and that trophy will be named on someone. But right now, it's all about the top 5.
Absolutely. I'm super excited for this one right now because Fixes, even a single team in the top 5 can actually steal it away. But I'll have to talk about the fact of how God's Reign, they made a big play yesterday, getting those massive chicken dinners as well, and now have got a cushion.
Honestly speaking, before we get into all the intrinsics, we have to talk about how much has it took for all these teams to make it inside this arena. Blood, sweat and tears, everything poured in. And today, whoever is the most hungriest, whoever is the most desperate, who wants it the most, shall be crowned as the champions.
Well, technically, the teams at the bottom of the board are probably going to be the most desperate, but unfortunately for them, they can't really
didn't have it in
the
them.
champion spot. But you know what? Let's move on towards the overall standings and have a closer look on how the picture's looking like. Of course, at the top are the players of God's Reign, Destro and the boys. The magnet is once again recharged, and it's looking super strong. You've got Versatile on the second spot with 100 points, and CG on the third with 99.
Absolutely. A beautiful blend of having those placement points and eliminations as well. There's just a bit of gap there, but that's when we see a big dip coming in afterwards, right? And all the way towards the red raw spot, I think so. These are the teams who, if they get eventually lucky, can actually make it to the top shot as well. But anyone after that, that's where I think so the struggle will begin.
I think it's the first 3 games that decide who will be top 3. At this point, even teams at the 7th or 8th, even Hero Xtreme, Godlike, you've got even the likes of K9 having a chance or a go at it if they have 2 back-to-back really big games. But again, the first 3 Necro, I believe, will be the decider. God's Reign, no doubt, they have a cushion on them, but it's the same old storyline. They have to hold on to that lead. If they somehow get 25 points by the end of the 5th, I think they might be crowned as champions.
In my opinion, it's all about the first game. If anyone from the top 5 gets the chicken dinner, the chances of them winning the trophy are multiplied by 2.
True.
So all the other teams on the latter half of the board, they need to start targeting right now. Someone needs to be targeted in the top 5, but we've got the MVP ranking right now on the screen. And S-Power, as usual, is top of the charts once again. Finished contribution of 50%. This man's on fire.
I mean, he's been doing a phenomenal job, but he's being chased by none other than the fan favorite Jonathan as well, who himself is not that far behind, right? And with the way how he's been pulling these clutches one after the other, I think so he can take a shot at S-Power's position too.
We cannot really forget, though, yesterday even Simp came into play, so I guess even Simp is going to be someone that might just take the elimination points away from Jonathan here.
I mean, at this point, if you talk just about MVP, then it's very highly unlikely that Simp is going to get, but we've got so much lined up.
Exactly. Let's move on to a short interview that's lined up right now.
थैंक यू सो मच ओशन एंड कुलाना, और मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं एक कमाल के गेस्ट जिनको किसी भी इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत पड़ने वाली नहीं है. मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं सोल सेड. खैर, आप 2 दिनों से यहाँ पे जुड़े हुए हैं. मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि वो कौन सा ऐसा प्लेयर है जिनके बोल्डेस्ट मूव से पूरा काय पलट हो चुका है आपके अकॉर्डिंग?
यार अभी आई थिंक रिसेंटली तो कल का ही मैंने लास्ट मैच जो AKOP ने करके दिखाया है, वो मेरे हिसाब से वॉज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंसेन मूव्स ऑफ दिस एंटायर टूर्नामेंट, जो उसने 1v3 निकाला लास्ट जोन में फॉर अ चिकन डिनर. आई थिंक ही इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द बोल्डेस्ट प्लेयर्स आई नो. मतलब यश भाई दोस्त है, नहीं तो अभी तक उठा लिया होता उसको.
ओके, काफ़ी यहाँ पे कमाल की बात है. बट इसी के बीच में मैं जो दूसरा सवाल है आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि कुछ टीम डरा रहे हैं और कुछ टीम डर रहे हैं. आपके अनुसार ऐसी कौन सी टीम है जो कि आपको बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद आई है अभी तक इस पूरे एंटायर इवेंट में?
ओ फॉर श्योर. देखो, GDR और VXT से तो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि वो लोग इतना अच्छा खेलेंगे, बट द टीम दैट हैज़ इम्प्रेस मी सो फार इज ऑब्वियसली CG. उसमें मेरे 2 पुराने शेर हैं जो दहाड़ रहे काफ़ी ज़ोर से. दे आर द टीम विद द मोस्ट फिनिशेस. दे ऑल्सो आर प्लेइंग द मोस्ट एग्रेसिव. दे आई थिंक इन द टॉप 3 राइट नाउ, एंड आई होप, and I don't know, I hope they take the trophy home unless we mount a comeback. So let's see.
At the same time, अगर मैं पहले क्वेश्चन से तीसरे क्वेश्चन को अगर रिलेट करूँ तो कई सारे प्लेयर्स को हम यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं. काफ़ी कमाल के प्लेयर है, काफ़ी बोल्ड प्लेयर है, और गेम के अंदर भी गेम के बाहर भी. आपको सबसे ज़्यादा कौन अच्छे लगते हैं स्टाइल वाइज, लुक वाइज?
यार लुक वाइज, स्टाइल वाइज और बोल्ड पर्सनालिटी में ऑब्वियसली ओमेगा इज़ वन ऑफ माई फेवरेट्स. आई थिंक उसकी जो IGL करने की पर्सनालिटी है is I'm a big fan of that kind of personalities who are very loud, who take charge, take command of the team. But I feel so far the boldest player on LAN has been S-Power for sure. The way he's playing, जिस हिसाब से वो मार रहा है, वो बंदे को कोई डर नहीं है, किसी के लिए वो रुकता नहीं है, अकेला जा रहा है 2-2, 3-3 लोगों के सामने. तो for sure S-Power is my boldest pick on the LAN.
ओवरऑल अगर आप देखें उस खिलाड़ी ने चैलेंज सीजन से चैलेंज फाइनल तक सेम प्लान के साथ और सेम स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ आए तो फॉर श्योर वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। लेकिन ये क्वेश्चन मेरे एंड से आ रहा है सेट, मैं जानना चाहूँगा टीम सोल आज आपको क्या लगता है अभी तक जो उन्होंने किया और आगे जो करने वाले हैं, आप उससे वाकिफ हो, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे अपने फैंस को?
या डे वन थोड़ा सा अच्छा नहीं गया। आई थिंक दिस वाज वन ऑफ आवर वर्स्ट स्टार्ट्स इन एनी इवेंट्स इन द लास्ट 1 ईयर। बट डे 2 में वो लोग ने दिखा दिया कि व्हाट दे कैन डू। लाइक आई थिंक इट वाज अ वेरी बोल्ड कमबैक। काफ़ी शेरों जैसे खेले वो लोग कल, वेरी एग्रेसिवली। आई थिंक दैट इज़ आवर नेचुरल गेम स्टाइल। टुडे ऑल्सो आई थिंक दे विल प्ले द सेम वे। दे विल नॉट गो फॉर सेफ मैचेस। दे प्रॉबली विल ड्रॉप क्लैश विद अ कपल ऑफ अदर टॉप रेटेड टीम्स ताकि उनको नीचे गिराए पॉइंट्स ले, क्योंकि नॉर्मल खेल के तो जीतने का कोई पॉसिबिलिटी है नहीं। देयर इज अ 40 पॉइंट डिफरेंस इन अ 10 पॉइंटर सिस्टम। तो बोल्ड मूव्स करेंगे आई थिंक तो ही आज सक्सेस मिलेगा, नहीं तो विल प्रोबेबली फिनिश ऑन अ पोडियम।
बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है ऐसा कुछ हमें देखने को मिले टीम सोल से, iQOO सोल से। बट चलिए यहाँ पे तो बहुत सारी बातचीत हो गई, मुझे पता है आप लोगों को एक्शन देखना है, तो सीधा चलते हैं ओपनिंग की तरफ।
As Power, without a doubt, has been doing incredible for his team, and not just that, throughout the entire tournament, he's been the standout player. But even yesterday, we saw iQOO Soul mount an insane comeback, and I was, of course, talking about it from the start. I was telling you guys, iQOO Soul will make the comeback happen, but a few people doubted me.
I know who you're pointing that to, and it's probably I am the one who's on the receiving end of those arrows. But
it's me.
Yeah, even I am the one. I mentioned the same thing, that maybe iQOO Soul might not make a comeback.
I'm glad you guys realize your mistake, man.
It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry, your victory will be short-lived. You know, that's what I feel.
All right, so, you know, of course, iQOO Soul made those tweaks and adjustments. If they realize that now they have to play around the center of the circles, they had to engage in the fights. It's now or never. Yes, they're on the cusps, but still not at it. They haven't entered inside the top 3. We'll get that discussion once they do.
Exactly, but you know what? Another team that has impressed us a lot, that's also going to be the Apes themselves, right? Orangutan. They've also been doing pretty good, consistent in my opinion. They're doing pretty okay in the overall standings too, and they still stand a big chance to host that trophy in their own hands. We've got OG's team card on the screen, and OG Wizgod, of course, currently having 17 finishes. Aru, the IGL himself, having 11 finishes on the board.
Here's one thing that I'm really surprised at. You know, in normally every other LAN event, we've been seeing one man shine from Orangutan, who's basically been kept quiet right now for the entire 2 days, and that is AKOP. The man is only on 10 finishes in 12 matches played. I have never seen this kind of performance from him, but it could also mean that it's just the fact that his team is now basically stepping up so much that he's not getting as much flashy time.
You know, for Orangutan, when you look at the stats and figures, it's a perfect balance between finishes and position points. But we still want to see a little bit more out of them. Especially for OG, it's always their final day jitters. They're known to be chokers, and that hasn't lifted any soon. So this is something that OG has to eye out for. One more chicken dinner, they'll win the race.
You guys heard the crowd go wild, and it's all because of Hero Xtreme Godlike, considering they're now on the screen. And of course, the man himself, Jonathan, he's the second on the MVP of the race as well. Anything can happen at this point. Maybe S-Power's form can dwindle down, and Jonathan out and over can swing back to life and take that MVP trophy once again in his hands. But Jonathan himself has mentioned time and time, he's got a lot of MVPs. Now it's time to win the championship, and hopefully Hero Xtreme Godlike is able to get something done. We've got Hero Xtreme Godlike's team card on the screen, and Zap, considering he was the one to play the first day and even the 3 games on the second day, he's only managed to get 4 finishes. And Simp yesterday got only 3 games in his hands, and he was still able to get 4 finishes in just the span of 3 games.
And if I'm not wrong, that was on the first map of Sanhok itself. So I really feel sorry for Zap at this point because of how much he's been struggling, but at the same time, I'm super excited to see what this new edition of Simp can actually make this Godlike do. Because again, the aggression from Jonathan was there, Admino is also now popping off, and Simp's edition is also bringing some more firepower.
You know, can't really be apologetic about Zap. He knows what he signed for the moment he entered into Hero Xtreme Godlike. He got his opportunities, and now that Sim came in, once again we saw that instant impact being put forth. But the one who's been carrying the mantle of this team has to be Jonathan. What an occasion for him to really step up in the grandest stage of them all. And he's really a cut above the rest. When you expect Admino to deliver, Jonathan sitting at 23 frags justifies that he is a player for all those big games.
That's the crazy part, right? Everyone was saying that, yeah, Jonathan is probably washed, is not able to play that well as he used to probably in 2019 and all the back in good old days. But still, Jonathan's able to play so well now in 2020. 2025. And it just gives us a lot of hope, even for the upcoming officials that are going to happen. But another team that a lot of fingers were raised against was also Just Jelly. And look at the way they're performing. They're doing so good for themselves. They stand a major chance in lifting the trophy as well.
All they need to do is just have that one big game to try and close in that gap to the first place and then go in for their consistency race. And we've known Jelly to be one of the most consistent IGLs out there who always gets his team into those last few circles. So I'm really excited to see how they are going to pan out.
You know, to be honest, more than Jelly, Kyolamau and Sam have been quite impressive. Especially when it comes about Jelly's rotations, we know that has been quite immaculate. They've been doing their job right. But what Just Jelly have been doing different this time, they've been engaging in those fights. Kyolamau, we've seen numerous clutches, not just in the challenge season, but also in the grand finals. Even Sam, he stepped up big. And that is one of those reasons why Just Jelly have been playing so well. Now, this time around, even Jelly, when you just look at those stats and figures, 20 finishes. Takes you back to day one when he was just wiping out squads after squads. Now, Jelly the Assaulter, Jelly the IGL, whatever you tell it, this man, he's definitely doing it.
Especially when you expect players like Ninja and Sam to pop off. It's Jelly, the IGL himself, taking the torch and leading the entire pack now. And that's a great thing, right? Especially when your team's not able to activate themselves. The IGL is the one to start fragging out. And we also had a conversation about this entire meta. It's not just that, the IGL is going to sit back and relax. No, this meta requires you to perform. Every single player is supposed to get those eliminations on the board. And Jelly's currently proving that. With his prowess, his team is currently sitting in the top 5, looking pretty comfy.
Absolutely. That's one part of the picture as well, right? But there's another part that I really want to focus on, and that is the fact that if the rest of the team also start to step up, that basically means that this team is going to be unstoppable and they might have a chance at winning the trophy.
Exactly. Without a doubt, they will have a major chance of winning the trophy. But yesterday, we saw a major comeback being mounted by one team, and that was iQOO Seoul. Getting that chicken dinner was such a bold statement, and iQOO Seoul, they propelled themselves directly in the top 6 after getting that chicken dinner. We all expected that maybe iQOO Seoul is going to fade away from the overall standings. Maybe this is it. We should give up on iQOO Seoul. But then they come up with 2 back-to-back bangers, and they instantly bring themselves in the top 6.
And it all begun from that Miramar game. Manya Magic a little bit on display, especially Manya clutching it out against K9, and that is where they never turned their backs. But again, we saw towards those latter half of those days, we saw them also lose that momentum in that final game, could not get a lot done. Even Vikendi did not go their way. So for iQOO Seoul, I think Knuckle, he's also taken charge. Manya has been phenomenal, but the others also have to step up.
I was just about to mention that as well, right? We've been seeing Some going in for those clutches all the way back in challenge season. It brings back memories. Whenever, regardless of what team is in front of him, he would always jump there and he'd always win those fights for his team. But him and Ronnie, these two have been some big pillars who performed in the challenge season but are struggling so much right now on this LAN. I guess this is the last day for them to redeem themselves.
I guess Ronnie was still a bit on that struggling phase even in the challenge season, but Some was definitely popping off. That man was putting up clutches after clutches. He was doing so good. He was the most instrumental player for this entire team. But now, unfortunately, Some is just sitting on 9 finish, and that really makes me concerned. What exactly is going on with Some and Ronnie? Have they lost their form?
You know, for Ronnie, I do not know what's happening, but for Some, surely it's that pressure. I think he's starting to tremble, he's starting to doubt himself, and it's all about one good game. Something that Manya had yesterday, out of which, you know, they sort of pivoted through, went up, but this time for iQOO Seoul, they need to have a banger of a starter in the first game. Otherwise, you know, things are going to look quite murky.
Not just that, all the teams, they need to make sure that anyone from the top 5 can be targeted. They just need to make sure that if top 5 get any sort of chicken dinners or if they get any sort of big games off the rip, that's going to be a guaranteed win in my books.
Yeah, you have to make sure that the top 5 teams are not having the prettiest of the day out there. You know, with the performance of Manya, I want to bring the conversation back onto that one point because I wanted to add something, and it's the fact that back in the challenge season in week 2, iQOO Seoul were nowhere in the top 16, if anything in the bottom 8. That's when Manya stepped up with that big clutch and the team made a phenomenal comeback, and that's exactly what happened on day number 2.
Exactly, man. Manya is always the one pulling out those magic tricks and saving the day for his team every single time. And Knuckle the Batman himself, I mean, he's currently performing at the top of his form. We've got the schedule of the day on the screen. We're going to kick things off on the map of Erangel. Pretty much the same schedule throughout the entire 3 days has been going on, so nothing really changing over here. But once again, moving back to another conversation. Before yesterday's day, another team stood a big chance to claim that trophy, and that was Metal Esports. But for some reason, they were going for drop clashes after drop clashes. What exactly went through their heads?
I have no idea, because Metal Esports changing their style of play. I believe it was those initial few games where they lost hope, and after that they were like, chuck it, we don't care, we're just gonna go and target. We saw them going after Carnival Gaming, and look what happened. Carnival Gaming, they were eliminated in one game, but in the next game they come back and wipe them out. And now Metal Esports, I do not know where they're going to go ahead with it, but for Metal Esports, maybe a last war cry before they bow out.
There's definitely a big chance that a lot of the teams in the top 5 will get carried away and will also get targeted, right? There's a big chance this might just happen, because let's be honest, every single team in the top 16, they possess a lot of firepower. And if they are going to drop right on top of you, one thing is for sure, you will at least lose a couple of your players.
You know, honestly speaking, Necro, I don't think teams will be looking forward to targeting each other, because so far the trends these days, you know, the kids, they're like, if we do it today, somebody's going to do it tomorrow. But what will happen, I'm telling you, is after game number 3, those teams that do not have any chance, they're going to go all out. You know, they're not going to see that this is this team, this is that team. They're going to take their hands. They're going to, you know, just break any shackle they have and go spreading carnage.
You know, there's one team that I personally think can do it right away from the game number 1 itself, because there's one, I know I should not say this, but again, let's be honest, right? We have to talk stats, and according to that, we are seeing BotArmyEsports. I don't think so they stand a chance at least at the podium position, but yes, if they start performing from game 1,
oh my god,
if they enjoy, if they have fun, maybe they can enter in the top 8.
That will be dirty, that will be illegal, but I would love to see that, right? God's Reed duking it out against BotArmyEsports in the first game. Before now, we need to move on to the stage for a short interview that's lined up.
लिखने में अरे मैं कहाँ लिखता हूँ टेक्स्ट वगैरह पे, तो वो सही लगता है, बोलने में अजीब सा लगता है मेरे को यहाँ. हाँ? सब तुम्हें पता नहीं है भाई कितना ट्रोल होऊंगा, फिर गलती से भी थोड़ा हक दिया था. तुम्हें तो पता, तुम्हें चाहिए मसाला सब. हेलो दोस्तों, मेरा नाम आशुतोष सिंह है, मैं राजस्थान से हूँ, मैं टीम गॉडलाइक का आईजीएल हूँ. मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है इधर आके, एंड फाइनली काफ़ी टाइम के बाद में पर्सनली भी और टीम को भी क्वालिफाई करा के लेके आए हैं, तो इस बार जीतना ही है. मेरे दिमाग में इतना ही था कि क्वालिफाई करेंगे तो डोमिनेट करके, इसके अलावा नहीं करेंगे. बाकी परफॉर्मेंस में थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे चलता रहता है, बट मैंने और मेरे बॉयज़ ने काफ़ी मेहनत करी है, और इस बार श्योर हम ट्रॉफी जीत के रहेंगे.
गेम के दौरान, गेम के अंदर भी हमने कुछ चीज़ें महसूस करी कि आपका और जो RNT TX के बीच में जो तालमेल है, उसमें जो तापमान है बढ़ चुका है, गहमा गहमी बहुत हो रखी है.
थोड़ा बहुत चलता रहता है RNT के साथ में ड्रामा वगैरह. बाकी यार आप लोगों को पता ही, हम लोग तो क्वालिफाई हो चुके थे. थोड़ा मस्ती में इधर उधर जाके यार अब वो लोग मर जाते हैं हमारे हाथ से, तो हमारी गलती थोड़ी है इसमें. ये चलती भी रहनी चाहिए ताकि उन लोग को भी पता लगे कि अभी गॉडलाइक का कमबैक हो चुका है. तो 5th प्लेयर की यार हमें थोड़ी ज़रूरत थी, क्योंकि लाइक जी गोड का थोड़ा सा गेम सेंस लैग कर रहा था. तो हमने और टीम में बैठ के डिस्कस किया कि लाइक थोड़ा चेंज करना चाहिए, और ये मतलब टीम की इंप्रूवमेंट के लिए था मेन मेरा गोल. तो जैब से हमारी बात हुई, काफ़ी कम टाइम था, तो हमने उसको रजिस्टर कर लिया. वो बंदे में लाइक गेम सेंस बहुत तगड़ा है उसका, लाइक सिम के कंपेयर में उसका गेम सेंस बहुत तगड़ा है. सिम को जब मैंने हटाया था, लाइक बेंच किया था, तो फैन वगैरह भी डिसएग्री हो गए थे कि लाइक क्यों हटाया. मतलब उन लोग को ये चीज़ बतानी थी कि लाइक हल्का सा गेम सेंस का इशू था. वो चीज़ें लाइक हमने 3rd वीक और 4th वीक में हमने जैब के साथ खेली. वो डिफरेंस पता चला कि लाइक हम कहाँ लैग कर रहे हैं, हम जीत क्यों नहीं पा रहे, मतलब पिछले जो भी टूर्नामेंट हुए छोटे मोटे, तो वो चीज़ें हमें काफ़ी पता चली. एंड इस टूर्नामेंट में जीत के और ही बढ़ेंगे. बूट कैम्प वगैरह ज़रूरी होता है, बट सबके लिए नहीं होता. लाइक जो करने वाले होते हैं वो कहाँ से भी कर देते हैं, घर से भी कर देते हैं, बूट कैम्प से भी कर देते हैं. मेन चीज़ डिसिप्लिन की आती है. वो चीज़ रखोगे तुम कुछ भी कर सकते हो. तुम टाइम से उठोगे, टाइम से खेलोगे, भले ही बूट कैम्प हो या घर हो, तुम्हारा मेन डिसिप्लिन पे आता है सब कुछ चीज़ें. तुम टाइम से खा रहे हो, पी रहे हो, खेल रहे हो, घर वालों का भी ध्यान रखो. उससे बढ़ के मतलब मेरे लिए कुछ है नहीं. मेरा POV यही है कि घर का भी थोड़ा ध्यान रखना पड़ता है, साथ ही साथ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ती गई है, और मेन ESL भी साथ साथ में, तो दोनों चीज़ मैनेज करके मैं चल रहा हूँ. बाकी रिजल्ट आप लोगों को दिख ही रहा है. एंड गाइस, शुक्रिया आप सभी लोगों का, आप लोगों ने इतना सपोर्ट किया स्टार्टिंग से, और जब तक मेरे हाथ में रहेगा भाई, मैं पूरा ट्राई करूँगा कि ये टीम को क्वालिफाई भी कराऊँ और जिताऊँ भी.
जब तक मैचेस की शुरुआत होनी है, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ऑडियंस ऑलरेडी काफी ज्यादा पम्प्ड अप है इस पूरी सिचुएशन में. आप लोग तैयार हो 6 अमेजिंग मैचेस देखने के लिए? आप में से कोई है जो यहाँ पर अपनी भावनाएं व्यक्त करना चाहता है? भाई आइए आइए, किस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
गॉडलाइक, जोनाथन.
और क्या कोई मैसेज है जोनाथन के लिए? भाई सामने आपको बैठे हुए देख रहे हैं, सब लोग आ चुके हैं, क्या मैसेज है उनके लिए?
सर, सब लोग बोलते हैं जोनाथन का डाउनफॉल आ गया, लेकिन उसका डाउनफॉल नहीं आया. वो अपनी पीक पे है, 2019 से पीक पे और हमेशा रहेगा. और वो अपनी कंट्रोवर्सी का कभी जवाब नहीं देता, अपने गेम प्ले से जवाब देता है।
वाह वाह वाह, अरे मेरा हाथ तो छोड़ो, एक सेकंड। यहाँ रेगा का कोई दोस्त है, चाहने वाला है, बताइए।
रेगा को वापस बुला दो यार, बस एक बार रेगा को लैंड पे देखना है लाइव, रेगा के लिए यार।
और क्या इमोशंस है iQOO, अरे 100 मिलियन फ्यूल द सोल, वाह वाह वाह।
रॉनी प्लीज मार भाई, शेर उठ जा, रॉनी iQOO सोल मार भाई।
अलग ही यहाँ पर वाइब चल रही है, एक्साइटमेंट चल रही है। चाहे तुम ये देखो कि लोग अपने आइडल्स का पूरा पोर्ट्रेट बना करके आए, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात, ये पहला मैच किसके लिए ज्यादा अच्छा होगा? बैक टू द कास्टर्स नाउ।
Oh man, the fans are definitely going super crazy. One thing is for sure, that the game is going to have a lot of hype. And you know what? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the first game of the day. As the plane's going to hit the skies in the land of Erangel, a lot of questions are still unanswered. Are we going to see any sort of clashes, or are we going to see the champions come through victor in the first game itself? As the plane fly pad begins all the way from Norupnoi towards Severny, a few teams, they might struggle.
Well, looking at the flight path trajectory, seems like we're going to have some early turbulence, aren't we? Especially the teams heading around at Gatka. Yes, I'm talking about Carnival Gaming, Necro. One of those teams who is definitely going to be on the radar for so many of the others. We've seen this bloody rivalry between them and Versatile. That first game, that is going to be quite exciting.
Indeed, it will be exciting. What else is going to be exciting is a drop clash between two teams that I'm looking out for. That's going to be BotArmyEsports and God's Reign. Now, are we going to see that happen, though? That's my question. We do see both the teams dropping towards military base. And yes, Fixes, that's going to happen. But there's a big chance we might just see a third party from someone else as well. And that might just happen when God is dropping right next to him. Even Just Jelly's toward Norupnoi. And if Just Jelly wants, they can definitely take the advantage between these two.
Now, this is something that Scad did mention, right? BotArmyEsports, they're going to go all out. And this is the perfect time to maybe throw a wrench into the works of the players of GDR. But looks like they've made some adjustments. Look at Justin. He's way far from his pack. He secured that vehicle for himself, but Delta a little lost.
Oh,
but
no.
even Josh Jelly, they were in contention. But BotArmyEsports have nothing to lose. Ninze, he has to hold on. Jelly just dropped down right now. But Henry is not going to leave an inch of space. He's going to push right away.
Unfortunately, Just Jelly's the one getting targeted now. This was never meant to be, but it's happening currently. We do see a bit of that backup available for the players of Just Jelly, and that's a great thing. At least they're going to have the man number to try and face off against the foes, but already a lot of damage dished out against them. Just Jelly, no matter what, they need to survive. Scary Jot is taken down low as well. The man needs to patch himself up. Just Jelly, if they want to stand a chance to win the trophy, they need to win this fight no matter what. They need to keep themselves alive till the final few moments and secure as many points as possible. It all comes down to this for Just Jelly.
Look at Kyolamau. He barely has any meds on him. Just Jelly, he's got a little bit of an angle, but look at how hunkered down the players of BotArmyEsports are. Everybody just grouping up, which means a frontal assault is going to be on its route. At this point, Sam, he needs to find that inch of space. He needs to somehow create a little bit of a blockade, that flank angle. The moment BotArmyEsports players go in for the push, he needs to at least knock down one, if not two. If that were not to be happening, then Kyolamau and Ninze, they're going to fall down bad.
Since it's the early game now, the players do not even have any sort of utilities.
Exactly.
And Fix is somewhere else on the map. Something else is happening. Revenant Spark is chasing down here Xtreme Godlike. And this as well can be an interesting fight that might just erupt. Punk is getting chased down by Revenant Spark. Punk is coming in with a whole party towards Lipovka. And here Xtreme Godlike, they better be prepared, because this is the rivalry that started from social media.
They called for it, didn't they? Hit them when it hurts the most, when Hero Xtreme Godlike still chasing the trophy. And Revenant X Spark having nothing to lose. But look at this, Just Jelly going for a wraparound, and this could be quite interesting, because all that position has been relayed. But look at this, Carnival Gaming, they indeed wanted to cross over, but look at this, God Expo, a huge blunder. And suddenly Carnival Gaming have some hopes to latch onto.
Viper was almost finished off. He's barely alive on a pixel of HP. Still knocked out though. This nade from Sile, it might just find the confirmation. All they need to do is just hope that this nade whiffs, and that's what exactly happens. Goblin finds the knock on to Sile, and this seems like a clear sweep from CG. One more man to go. LeBron's going to be the final glimmer of hope, and for WindGod, they never stood a chance to take the trophy. And that's why they're here to try and spoil a few dreams. CG, though, off the rip, going aggressive once again, not scared of anyone. Even though they're in the top 3, they're still not letting go of that aggression, and I'm loving that.
This is exactly what they needed to do, even in day number 2. And now they've realized they have to chase the stars. Of course, still at a very good position, and having secured those 3 finishes makes them one step closer on hunting down GDR and their lead. But seems like the fight that we wanted is not going to happen, but this fight surely will. Kyo Lamau still having no shred of HP left, as now the push has come in. Kyo Lamau scared to death. Ninze,
oh my god,
he's gonna provide the cover fire of his life. Does step out though, still nothing really connected. Kyo Lamau, his heartbeats just pumping through his veins. At this point, Ninze, he's got to do something.
That's a really good smoke. It blocks so much for the man of just Jelly, and unfortunately, Ninze, he steps back in the cover on a really bad time. And there we go, Ninze still trying his best to fight back, but the Uzi's gonna shred through. Beautiful trade from the side of BotArmyEsports, and the game has been spoiled, Fixes.
It indeed has been, and look at that. Jelly nowhere to be found, and now the big question is he going to commit? Seems like he's doing that. He's got a shotgun in his hands though, and he knows the players of BotArmyEsports are wounded. They lack those resources. They need to get those revives ASAP. But this one grenade could do a lot of damage. Seems like that threat has been aborted. As now Montebe, look at him, he's back to full HP. Even Scary Jaw down on his knees. He's got back again. And now there you have it, Monty getting answered back. And he also answers one. But Sam still alive, still cooking, still doing whatever needs to be done as he finds one more. Just Jelly on the whiskers as Sam is against the world.
Still a chance, he can pull off the clutch. He's already taken down 2 players single-handedly. But he's only got 2 bullets. All he needs is 1 single bullet to connect, because even the man in the front super low. But no! BotArmyEsports, they strike him down. What a close call that was, but for some reason it felt like Jelly was just lost in that duel. The surrounding awareness was not present, and Wyld Fangs, they're here to feast on a few more points. As they know, BotArmyEsports is not really feeling that great, considering they've taken too much damage off the rip. And BotArmyEsports, they're just here to collect the scraps, as Trey Scott's gonna find the strike. Scary falls down, and Trey Scott, he does not even need to do anything, because the man in the back will get the trade, and Scout is the one to put that nail in the coffin.
Wyld Fangs finally spreading their wings wide. This is what was expected from them, as now they are also on the hunt. And we all expected to be a rather slower start to the day, but it seems like all these teams were almost out of the competition. They want to leave a mark. And what a way to do that. And of course, especially for Scout, who's not been that great throughout the grand finals. Did manage to open things up, has a couple of finishes to his name, but haven't really gotten the chance to talk about the circle. We've seen this yesterday. It's somewhere around Mount Everest. Gujarat Tigers have got a really good position around it. You've got Medley spots. They're playing around the center. Even iQOO, Soul, they're also looking quite defensive. But GDR, Necro, they haven't left the military base.
Yeah, they're once again back to the basics, Fixes. Played passive, played so. And aim for the center, maybe.
Look at CG.
But right now, they're all the way in the outskirts. And yeah, Carnival Gaming towards Primorx. Bit of those changes, especially after taking the early game fight. They thought that they're going to get targeted by someone, and we all know who that was going to be. Metal Esports is pretty much closer to Godka as well. So CG pretty much just trying to avoid the tracks, and that's why pulling off something new from their backpacks.
Prince out in the open. He's going to be finished off. There you go. God's getting that elimination. And for Gujarat Tigers, heart goes out to these lads. Yesterday, quite an unfortunate day for them. Especially another team that was in contention. And now Gujarat Tigers have got such a nice position to capitalize. Look at this, Sarvit. He's already been spotted out, but for iQOO, this would really work out for them if the circle takes a shift at their direction. The position that they're holding, they've got all sorts of covers, all sorts of terrains. It's not going to be easy if somebody decides to just go in for the push, but seems like versatile. They're back to their hunting ways.
Yeah, they got their +1. 101 points with that one. Metal Esports losing out on their strongest player. The man that helps them a lot in the fights. It's quite unfortunate that he's not there with them anymore. Versatile still driving around. Hoping for Metal Esports to step outside of the cover, mess things up by a bit. And looking at the map, Orangutan and Revenant Spark right next to each other. OG needs to evade their tracks right now. This fight's not going to be worth it. Revenant Spark, they've got nothing to lose, while OG, everything is on the line. Their org needs a trophy in the cabinet. It's been a while since we've seen that happen. And OG, they kick things off on a positive note in the fight. And if this keeps on happening, OG should never back away from this one. But unfortunately, a man falls down, and even the confirmation follows up. But in return, OG, they wipe Revenant Spark completely from this map.
Good stuff coming in from OG, already sitting at now 86 points. The only thing that's going to be hurting them, of course, would be the loss of Atanki. Especially when you've got the ambitions of getting a chicken dinner, get yourself back into the top 3. Losing out on one of those players is really not going to help you out either. But talking about how the circle has been panning, we've seen even Xtreme make an entry inside the zone. We've got Wyld Fangs right on their tails, and seems like Xtreme, they're headed at Metal Esports' way. That is going to be quite an interesting fight, because Xtreme, that has been their secret sauce, have constantly been pushing for those central spots, and Metal Esports are sitting at a very good objective location. And they somehow need to thread the needle, they somehow need to find some openings. But Wyld Fangs, they will live up to their name. They are going to go all wild tonight.
They indeed will. Wyld Fangs will definitely try and scaver. They will try and scavenge for as many fights as possible. And right now they're right next to Pochinki. God's Reign on the screen. As usual, they want to play the centric part, and once again they found themselves closer to that center. They are in the smack center of this circle, probably waiting for the next hard shift, that curveball shift. Even CG slowly and steadily making their way towards the circle. Looking at the replay on the previous fight, especially how the entire action kicked off between Just Jelly and BotArmyEsports, I really feel bad for Just Jelly, because they stood a major chance in lifting that trophy. But then Jelly came through, he still went for that duel, and Jelly messed up big time. The fact that he had no clue that the man jumped in the back just makes me question, what exactly was Jelly thinking there?
I think the moment Just Jelly and one of his teammates made that long rotation on towards the hills, that's where things went awry. Because BotArmyEsports, they knew that now Just Jelly do not have those numbers. And what they did is utilize the smokes and went in for an all frontal push. And that is something where Just Jelly, they could not provide cover fire. As a result of which, even towards the end, felt a little bit bad for Sam. He ran out of bullets, because if he had at least 10 more bullets in his magazine, then could have been a clutch. But then again, Wyld Fangs, they were inevitable there.
Exactly. They were going to go for the third party no matter what.
Yeah.
So that was a major problem. And I like the fact that we're seeing Wyld Fangs go a little bit aggressive now. Finally realizing that it's go big or go home. And Wyld Fangs needs to go big.
Look at God's Reign though, Necro. Still haven't found a compound. Scouring around the land and in hopes.
No, they have. They've got a bit of that split to play with. A few players they're holding down a compound, and a few players still driving around that compound just to make sure that they're having enough intel on how exactly the game's shaping out.
At this point, I think they're on the lookout for two teams engaging, and maybe they want a third party, and then maybe secure it. Because there has been a little bit of a stoppage. Like you said, that compound secured. But still, Hero Xtreme Godlike this time around the peripheries once more. And we know this edgy play so far hasn't really worked out for Hero Xtreme Godlike. They found that string of success, when they started playing around the center.
Yeah,
and
but
this
they've
time
got
it's
a weird
completely
2-2 split,
cluttered
right?
up. Yep. That's obnoxious.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what here Xtreme Godlike wants to pull off here. They've got a weird 2-2 split going on in the game. Punk and Jonathan right next to each other, and Simp and his teammate right next to each other. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but let's just hope that this split works out. Because Admino is one of those players that's not been feeling himself on the land lately, and even Simp is just the recent addition. So both the players sticking to each other, especially when the odds of them winning a gunfight are pretty low. I'm not exactly sure what here Xtreme Godlike is thinking, but the route they're moving towards is filled with a lot of danger, and they need to watch out.
I think they are preparing for a contingency plan. They might be preparing for the circle, taking a hard shift towards the north. If that happens, then it could be quite helpful, but they're literally on the knife's edge at this point with this decision. Because now I'm starting to fathom how will Jonathan and Punk, let's say the circle goes up, get themselves back to their troops. That's not going to happen.
From Rozhok, they've got a clear pathway. That's where they came down from.
Even Reckoning is around. They're surrounded.
Yeah, that's true.
Even OG from the sidelines.
Maybe all the way back from the blue, but no, instead the circle. Majority of the circle is down south.
It's backfired.
And GT, they found themselves in the best possible spot, and as you mentioned, it's backfired. It's not looking that great for Hero Xtreme Godlike now. It's time to reunite as soon as possible and find yourself a better spot to play within the circle. There's a big chance that Hero Xtreme Godlike are not going to win this game, but at least they can try and get as many points as possible.
I think Hero Xtreme Godlike at this point are staying aloof from those fights, are showing no interest. I also like Versatile's position, having a squad house, and if the zone shifts away from Mount Everest, that's where it could really favor or help out the players of Versatile. They've started off with a couple of finishes here and there. And even GDR might force a fight against the likes of Metal, considering their numbers have depleted. But seems like Punk and Jonathan facing a little bit of resistance there, and it's K9. You gotta feel scared.
K9 Esports, they've got some sharpshooters. You need to watch out. Mechanical gods, that's what I like to call them. Hero Xtreme Godlike, yes, they do control the entire northern terrain, but the chance of the circle shifting up north, it's next to none. If the circle does, though, still take another shift, then we all know. At that point, even the god wants Hero Xtreme Godlike to win.
I mean, if that were to happen, that would be nothing less than a miracle. So far, Hero Xtreme Godlike at this point exercising utmost caution, taking no chances, trying to steer off fights as much as they can, letting the others play. Gives us a clear indication, Necro, that they're waiting for those third-party opportunities. Still haven't crossed the bridge, though, especially Red Ross keeping a close watch. You've got Versatile also to deal with. We've got some massive cluster around the southeastern side. Even iQOO Soul now on the edges. But Gujarat Tigers, this is where they need to start getting a couple of frags for themselves.
Even K9's doing the same thing, sticking to that northern edge. OG on the screen all the way down south. They've got a lot of that playing room. But we still got 13 more teams alive and cooking in the game. And unfortunately for Hero Xtreme Godlike, there's another team that's looking for a breach in from the northern side, and that's going to be Reckoning Esports. Reckoning's going to meet K9 Esports at the same time. Hero Xtreme Godlike, there's a big chance Reckoning Esports too, they can fall prey.
You know what, Negro, what are your thoughts about Reckoning? I feel like we're going to see those glimpses of the Reckoning that we witnessed during the league stages, because so far in the grand finals they have been pretty silent. But we know Reckoning and the boys, they've got what it takes to absolutely just put the pedal to the metal and go all out.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think they could be quite a menace to deal with, and seems like Godlike could be on their radar.
If you look at the lineup, they're quite the younger bunch. They've got the mechanical skills, they've got the firepower. It's a powerhouse, yes, but they do not really have the experience. And that's where everything just comes down to. In the LAN tournaments, when you've got so much pressure, you need that experienced IGL to try and calm you down, and that's where Gravity's sort of like the younger lad on the block. Yes, he's played a few LANs in the past, but we're still speaking of the most experienced players going up against someone that has just played 1 or 2 LANs.
You know, they played, I think, all the official LANs of 24. But I think they need a little bit more experienced players, like what Immortal used to be doing for their squad. Back then, you remember, Reckoning was struggling on LAN, and then Immortal comes for the rescue. The final days somehow managed to secure themselves the zone, and after which they managed to get a third spot in an official event. So Reckoning at this point, again, they're sweating as the circle takes another curveball shift down south. And this is where stars are starting to align for teams like Versatile, iQOO, Soul, and even K9 have a little bit of a footing. But the remainder of the pack needs to rally up. They need to join Omega.
iQOO Soul can also be sandwiched. There's a big chance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams down south. God's Reign, Wyld Fangs, Metal Esports. iQOO Soul needs to watch out. They need to play this one defensively. In my opinion, try and avoid as many fights as you can. If you can't find the strays, though, why not? Go for them. Some scrappy points can definitely help you quite a bit in the longer run. And Reckoning Esports right next to Simp. Simp needs to watch out. He's playing with fire at this point. Just back away to his teammates. But still, Simp is driving around in that same vicinity, waiting for the fire to ignite. Simp is playing with a lot of danger. Back away to your teammate, Simp. That will be the wiser option. But Reckoning Esports, they really do want to play for this high ground. This high ground, though, is still going to be filled up with a lot of foes soon.
At this point, Reckoning too close for comfort, and there you have it. A little too exposed, and suddenly gravity gets picked off. It's going to be Hero Xtreme Godlike. They know they've got that knock, but to secure that finish, they have to work a little more. And look at this. Hero Xtreme Godlike starting to wrap things up as Simp. He confirms that knock. And now Reckoning have no other option but to tuck their tails and run.
That's beautiful stuff from Hero Xtreme Godlike. Facing your fears head on. And Reckoning Esports, because they were a man short, they could not really go for the fight anymore. Just backed away from that. But Reckoning Esports, they've got nothing to lose. In my opinion, they should go for this fight. It's Hero Xtreme Godlike at the end of the day, and it's your best chance to grab the fame. If you do end up eliminating Hero Xtreme Godlike, that would still make the headlines.
At least for Hero Xtreme Godlike, look at them. Making all those risky plays. And this is where I think fortune favors the brave. That has to be their mantra. Now they're trying to make an entry inside the zone. But for Carnival Gaming, it's also quite a different kind of rotation they're executing. And if Hector isn't aware of the whereabouts of Red Ross, this could be a death trap. And this is where Hector suddenly realizes a team in front of him, and he wants to initiate that fight. Of course, Lucifer right in front of him, and Hector falls down on his knees. And Carnival Gaming left lamenting as Goblin and Viper, just 2 players alive. And now everything feels awry as they have been eliminated. Beast having a little bit of a flank angle, and Carnival Gaming, just like that, they're out.
You need to feel bad for CG. They started things off with aggression, wiping out a team like Wyld Fangs, and even God's Reign get eliminated. We mentioned this at the start of the game, that all the teams in the top 5, they need to be eliminated for someone else to stand a chance to make a comeback. And the next zone's going to shift right on top of the plans of Hero Xtreme Godlike and VXT. But VXT too needs to be stopped. VXT that found themselves the best possible spot to play with. But if Hero Xtreme Godlike is able to find some sort of openers, that's definitely going to give them a lot of life. But right now, iQOO Soul, they're facing their own demons. Wyld Fangs, a team that's super desperate for points, is now looking forward to take a fight against iQOO Soul.
This is going to be an interesting one because Wyld Fangs, we know they're not going to hold back. But look at that. Godlike, they're in a kerfuffle. They're taking fights on multiple fronts. This time, they have been the ones getting rewarded. But now Sensei is starting to close on up. You've got iQOO Soul against Wyld Fangs. Safe. He's the tip of the spear at this point. iQOO Soul wanting to get away from it. But Reckoning and Hero Xtreme Godlike, that fight is almost on its conclusive phases. One last player surviving. But for the matters at hand, Safe, he needs to somehow find a window of opportunity. Jonathan down on his knees, but Simp coming for his rescue as Admino, he's starting to feel lonely.
You gotta feel bad for Jonathan. The man's knocked out, the revival's gonna follow up, but Admino puts the nail in the coffin against the last remaining man of Reckoning Esports. And that's gonna end his misery. Here Xtreme, Godlike, they've got a nice Rich to play with, but look who's gonna be in the party. It's also K9 Esports in the sidelines, and here Xtreme, Godlike, they would constantly need to smoke the side to try and stay alive, because K9 Esports, they've got the man advantage in this situation, and that's what Admino's doing, just keeping the sideline smoked up.
Here Xtreme, Godlike at this point, just on the precipice of being pushed off. They're somehow hanging on to it. Elsewhere, you've got iQOO. Scout already knocked down. A fight against Wyld Fangs as Sensei showing his back. Ronnie constantly just down with that spray. Still not connecting, still not enough. And now Ronnie, he's on the receiving end. This is where Knuckle has to step up. But Mania going down like that. And look at that, the man who made that deed happen is none other than Trace God himself.
Not against Trace. Anyone from Wyld Fangs, but not against Trace. This man is absolutely insane. One of the best players that Wyld Fangs has to offer, or the best player in general that Wyld Fangs has to offer. But iQOO is losing out on the man number, and it's not looking too smooth anymore. And VXT, for them, all the stars are aligned. The zone just pops right on top of them. And I guess we already know is going to be the victor if VXT plays this properly.
I think it's again written in the stars for Versatile, but for what it's worth, got the birthday boy Slug himself taking matters to his own hands. Already those grenades cooked up. Sim down to very low HP, finally gets dealt with, courtesy to Beast. And now it's the man himself, Jonathan, against the world, against two different teams. What does he do there?
There we go. Jonathan, a beautiful spray connects on the Beast and even pulls out the shotgun and slaps the second man down. K9 Esports down to players. You've got Ninja Boy on the side, but no, instead, it's going to be a nade from Versatile that puts the nail in the coffin. What a nade that was. Jonathan could have stood a major chance to clutch that one, but Ninja Boy still came through with an off angle and surprised Jonathan. But unfortunately, Jonathan, he could even reply. A nade was tossed onto his back and blown to smithereens.
Versatile literally saved K9 in that situation. But we still have Orangutan breathing inside the lobby. And now Versatile, they've drawn in so much attention. They know that a lot of these teams are going to push their way. It's all about defending the fort as Equinox, he opens up once again. Red Ross already one man down, but look at the amount of resources that have been put in. Now K9 coming in with the pour. Already massive amount of damage being done. Omega already down on his knees. Somraj getting so much done, but Beast with that reply.
Yeah, Beast is still though taken down pretty low. All it takes is one single connection and Beast will get knocked out. K9 Esports is still doing a lot of damage against the players of VXT, and if anyone else wants to stand a chance to win this game, they need a third party right now. K9 Esports down 2 players, and even the players of VXT is now down to just Raiden and S-Power. It's not looking too nice for both of them, because now even OG, they step in the playing field as Aru is making his way towards the top floor. And Versatile, they're trying to play this one as defensive as possible. They're trying to avoid as many utilities as they can. His power has been the main playmaker every single time, but now for Versatile, they just do not have enough man number to try and hold this entire fortress that they've accumulated so far. The fight against K9 Esports was indeed super heavy, as even Raiden falls apart. And OG slowly and steadily getting a nice grip against Versatile's necks.
At this point, Versatile lacking from so many options and also resources. Nothing on his power. No semblance of meds, no semblance of cover, and this time he wants to go all out. He wants to secure as many finishes as possible. Gets a knock, a sweep down there, but won't work as K9 Esports. Beast, he's there to save the day, but this is where Orangutan realized this is the chance. This is a golden opportunity, and WizGod gets it all. And at this point, OG, they're making this happen, scripting this epic comeback.
What a third party that was. Brilliant decision from Aru. Knew exactly when that third party should have came into fruition, and they made it happen. But there's still another bigger foe alive in the nearby vicinity, and that's going to be by the name of Gujarat Tiger. If they watch out from Gujarat Tigers, and if they wipe out Zerif right there without receiving any sort of damage upon themselves, it will be OG. taking the game, but Xerath is the only man. A 1-on-2 in the end. Can Gujarat Tigers close it off? Can Xerath clutch it off for his team? S-Power has been on a dominating spree so far, but considering he and his teammates were eliminated, now Xerath needs to face off against Daru and OG. They will be the one to secure this game in their hands. The last man is all the way back in the blue, going for the med strat from Redix Ross. He will have 6 placement points and 1 finish points. That's going to give him 7 points in total.
The Apes certainly are roaring on route to get their back-to-back chicken dinner and make a statement. They're not just here to lift the curse of #2. They're here to take it all and step in the right direction. Just 1 finish away. 11 finishes, 21 points if they get the chicken dinner. And Lucifer just decides to blow himself up, or rather burn himself out as OG. What a way. What a way to make a comeback. What a way to begin things up. The Judgment Day, and seems like anything less than winning it all would be enough for them.
But what a game that was. Action-packed throughout. We saw a lot of teams going for that target. First of them was BotArmyEsports dropping right on top of the players of Just Jelly. Because of the plane fly path, they could not directly sail towards the military base. That's why they dropped in towards those compounds. But unfortunately for Just Jelly, they never saw this coming.
Yeah, that's something that they really did not anticipate. If anything, I was actually expecting Just Jelly to third party any potential clash between God's Reign and BotArmyEsports, and I'm pretty sure Fixes, you thought the same. But alas, that was just not the case. But man, oh man, having a look at what happened over towards the end, the perfect decision making by OG is what led to this result.
It was all about K9 causing that chaos and OG thriving under it. And, you know, for Versatile, you got to feel bad for them because, Necro, this is something that I wanted to mention during the cast, but Versatile were out of any sort of resources, as a result of which S-Power had to come out, and we know what happened.
Yeah, because they tossed everything, especially in those smokes, especially when they saw the K9 Esports was making that push. Before now, let's move on to the stage for the interview with the victors.
OG boys, ये एक डिफरेंट ओरंगुटन जरूर नजर आ रही है जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट कि पहले के जो लैंड इवेंट्स थे वहां पर पहले और दूसरे दिन का डोमिनेशन और तीसरे दिन के डाउनफॉल की कहानी थी, लेकिन इस बार आई एम प्रीटी श्योर विज गॉड नोज कि मैं किस चीज की बात कर रहा हूं. पहला दिन अच्छा नहीं था, बट सेकंड डे के एंड में चिकन एंड थर्ड डे की स्टार्ट में चिकन. बट विज ऐसा लग रहा है कुछ अभी भी कॉन्वर्सेशन चल रही थी जब चिकन आया, तो वो क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन थी?
कॉन्वर्सेशन ये थी कि बस ज़्यादा अभी हवा में नहीं उछलना है, एक चिकन निकला है और सारे गेम्स निकालने हैं, क्योंकि हमारा चिकन गोल नहीं है, बस गोल बहुत बड़ा है, बाकी देखते हैं अभी. एक अलग अंकित शुक्ला हमें पहले दिखाई देता था, एंड दैट वाज द गाय जिसके बाल बड़े हो रहे थे. वो कह रहा था कि भाई जब तक ट्रॉफी नहीं आती तब तक मैं ये बाल नहीं कटवाऊंगा. अब बाल कटवाने के बाद डिफरेंट अंकित शुक्ला नजर जरूर आ रहा है. इज देयर समथिंग एल्स जो आपको लगता है कि गेम प्ले में, गेम प्लान में भी चेंज हो रहा है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द गेम, विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस स्पेसिफिक टूर्नामेंट?
हेयर्स ना कटाना वाज माय प्लान, और हेयर कट करवाना गॉड्स प्लान, तो ये भी गॉड प्लान ही है.
फाइनली ट्रॉफी के एक कदम और करीब आ चुके हैं आप लोग. एंड आतंकी भाई देखो, ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी भी जो दिल्ली है वो थोड़ी सी दूर जरूर है. एक गलती आपको अभी भी बहुत पीछे लेकर के जा सकती है. व्हाट्स द फोकस एट दिस स्टेज राइट नाउ?
फोकस मेन तो ये है कि जो आने वाले मैचेस हैं उनमें कल जैसी कोई भी गलती नहीं करनी जो कल और परसों हमने की.
क्या गलतियाँ?
मेन तो हमारी जो गलतियां थी कि हम थ्रेड प्रॉपरली नहीं देख पा रहे थे. लास्ट जो कल फर्स्ट मैच था वो भी हमारा चिकन हो सकता, लेकिन हमने थ्रेड नहीं देखा, उसकी वजह से दिक्कत होगी. वो चीज़ें हमारे को ध्यान रखनी है, थ्रेड पे फोकस करना है, और बाकी ट्राई करेंगे, बाकी देखते हैं क्या होता है.
And then there's one more guy जिसकी अब इनफैक्ट सोशल मीडिया पे ड्रिल्स भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा फेमस हो चुकी है, एंड दैट्स नन अदर देन द इंडिविजुअल अरमान आरू. आपके फिनिशर्स कमाल के थे इस गेम के अंदर अगर बात करी जाए, राइट? आप इस गेम के MVP भी बने हैं. सो नाउ लीडिंग द टीम बाय चार्ज, अब अपने इमोशंस को, ओवर थिंकिंग को अपने ऊपर नहीं आने देना है. इसका क्या फंडा है अगले 5 गेम्स के लिए?
बहुत आसान है, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट बहुत बार जीतते जीतते रह चुके हैं, तो अब कुछ ना प्रेशर फील होता है, ना खुशी होती है, ना दुख होता है जब तक टूर्नामेंट एंड नहीं होता है. तो वो ये अब फोकस करना सीख चुके हैं गेम पे, तो वो ये कि छोटी छोटी बस गलतियाँ अवॉइड करनी है हम लोगों को, ताकि बस कंसिस्टेंटली खेल पाएँ.
ये एक ऐसी टीम है जिसने कभी कभी एक पॉइंट से, कभी कभी एक बड़ी गलती से ट्रॉफी को अपने से दूर जाते हुए देखा है. अब फाइनली जब मौका मिला है, इट्स टाइम कि वो इस ट्रॉफी को अपना बनाए. बट फॉर नाउ बैक टू द कास्टर्स.
You can never take it away from the boys of OG, and especially Aru himself, such a wholesome lad. I've said this every single time, such a polite, such a soft-spoken guy. But the MVP as well of the previous game is going to be Aru with 4 finishes and 36% of finish contribution and a map impact of 7%. They did it perfectly, man. Knew exactly when they should third party. And I pointed this out as well during my cast. If anyone else wants to stand a chance to win this game, they need a third party right now and try and make sure that VXT does not win that fight. And that's what exactly happened. VXT got taken down with that third party, and since K9 Esports as well was building up that pressure.
Yeah, K9 was definitely building up onto that pressure. Specifically, they had to clear all the way everything that was happening on the western side, right? And that's where Godlike were also sitting. So K9, they cleared stuff out of there and then moved forward. But again, all the teams just moving in at perfect unison against Versatile is basically what led to their own demise. But I love the fact how OG played that one.
You know, I really want to bring this up. Necro and Scare, do you both believe that somewhere down the line Versatile dug their own graves? Because at a point, K9 were on the verge of getting wiped out, and suddenly they get the elimination on the last player of Godlike, and K9 just destroys it for Versatile.
In my opinion, everyone from Versatile should have regrouped and pushed on the players of K9 Esports at the same time.
Outside the compound?
Not outside of the compound. They were still in towards that
Them
garage.
to go to
There
the
were
garage.
already there were already a lot of smokes laid out, so there was no way that they were going to get third party or shot from the back. So if all of them would have reunited and make that push at the same time, that threat could have been avoided, especially at the right time, since K9 Esports was already hurt too much.
Yeah, here's one thing, right? They really did not anticipate the entrance of the apes out there from the other end of the spectrum. So that was a big part about it. But here's one more thing. Here's one more big thing. You know, even yesterday, there's something that happened, and that was, again, Just Jelly being allotted 1 compensation point because of technical issue, and that is going to be crucial, right? Because this game was not really good for their team. They struggled out there early on, so anything they could get right now, they might be happy with it.
You know, 1 point, yeah, at this moment it's quite precious, but when you look at the grand scheme of things, Just Jelly needed to survive this one. Especially when you're starting the day off, you're one of the first teams to get picked off. It is going to rattle you down to bits. Now, coming back to the conversation that you guys were having, that Versatile should have defended, I think they had that spatial awareness. They knew the moment they were going to come out of the compound, the push was inevitable. Orangutan was going to do that. They wouldn't have cared if, you know, there was smokes laid out or whatever. It was a push till death. It's either you push in now or it's never. And OG did that to perfection. And K9 causing so much chaos out there was so beautiful to witness.
Yeah, indeed, it was, right? Especially taking a fight against Xtreme, Godlike at the start, then later on pushing on towards that compound. They laid out everything that they had in their backpacks. Every single piece of utility was tossed on that road, and then they crossed on over towards the opposite side, made the push towards the garage. This is the exact moment I'm speaking of. But this is where iQOO was the only man sort of facing the troubles in the front lines. S-Power, yes, from the top, he was raining down death and destruction. But unfortunately for K9 Esports, they weren't able to take down iQOO in return, and were also able to recover. And that's a major problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem, as you mentioned as well. And if I'm not wrong, even iQOO was behind his own compound. His back's entirely exposed to the back lines where Red Ross were also sitting. So these are a few things they kind of need to tweak, because it was a chicken dinner served to them in a silver platter, which they eventually let go of.
You know, honestly speaking, I feel like iQOO is the one to take the blame for it. He has to take the fall. Because Somraj, when the push came at his direction, he still managed to secure a knock. But iQOO, he could not get the job done. S-Power, he was doing so much from above. He was getting those knocks, but he eventually ran out of those resources. He was out of options. He wanted to secure as many finishes, but we know what followed after.
Quite unfortunate. Match rankings on the screen. OG with 21 points from that previous game, but Versatile still, they are quite consistent. 12 points on the board. That's still going to keep them at the top of the overall standings. And for OG, luckily enough, now they're also going to be in a major contention of that trophy, because remember this, CG had a bad game, even God's Reign had a bad game, and even the table toppers were not able to perform that well. So that's why now OG, they stand a major chance.
I honestly feel at this point, Necro and Scared, is that CG, despite having a rough game, they still had 5 points. Little shy from the average. Yes, now the distance is getting even worsened up, but still at a position where they can come back. But for GDR, it's such a huge blow. 0 point out of the first game. They have to go big in Miramar. Otherwise, they're going to lose the flow. They're going to lose the tempo, and this could cost them the trophy.
And we all knew that this is going to happen, especially when the sword's right on top of your neck. When you know that you're so close to lifting that trophy, you will get targeted. You will be the one to get targeted first, especially as soon as the players see your name in the elimination feed pop up. They're like, you know what, that's Godsreen. Let's try and target them. Let's try and stop them from lifting that trophy. And we all pointed this out as well in the pregame segment.
Yeah, you know, the fun fact about all of that is Godsreen had a pretty peaceful early game even after that. You know, the first few circles, they went all the way up north and then took the entry in the circle. It all came down to the fact that the entire cluster was forming around them. That's where the trouble began. But since we were on the topic of the map of Miramar itself, I also wanted to state, back in day one, if I'm not wrong, Godsreen were the first team to pick a chicken dinner on Miramar, and maybe this is something they could repeat right now.
And the only silver lining from all of this, Necro, is the fact that Godsreen so far they've been horrible in Erangel. Let's not forget that as well. So a little bit of a leeway. As long as they can make it up in Miramar, all good in the hood.
Oh, look at OG now finally in the top 4. And unfortunately for Just Jelly, considering the previous game was not that great, they've now been pushed down to the 6th spot. But Hero Xtreme Godlike on the 5th. Now even Hero Xtreme Godlike stands a big chance to try and go for the trophy, but they need a big win. But as we mentioned, Just Jelly got a compensation points because yesterday they faced a few issues, so they got 1 compensation point. So that's maybe going to help Just Jelly a little bit. I know it's not going to do a lot, but just a little bit of that, you know.
1 point at this point is going to be quite valuable. But if they were to really, make it impactful, they have to get a chicken dinner. All of these teams from 5th to 8th, 1 chicken dinner, and they're back to the race.
Exactly. 1 chicken dinner and you can instantly get 20 points. That means you're easily going to be in the top 3. Anything can happen, man, especially the top 5. It's way too fragile. Hero Xtreme Godlike the previous game, not that great, but at least they got the decent amount of points to keep their spot pinned down in the overall standings. And even Wyld Fangs, we saw them go super aggressive in the previous game. And, well, you want to point it out?
This is the Wyld Fangs we wanted to see, right?
I'll be very honest, we were expecting a lot of things from Wyld Fangs as well, but it's again coming down to the exact same point. Even today, it has been the same storyline that Trace God is there, he's doing all the heavy lifting, team is trying to set up everything for him, but they are not being able to pull their own socks up as well. And we saw the same thing happen because there have been a lot of mistakes, but I really want to point this one out, right? Even Sensei, he's been struggling to possibly bring himself back up in these situations.
Let's move on to a short break right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with game number 2 soon.
सब पूछ रहे हैं, हम भी पूछ रहे हैं, मैनेजमेंट भी है, कास्टर्स भी है, ऑडियंस भी है कि ओजी ट्रॉफी कब लाएगी।
तो पिछले साल बैकग्राउंड आ रहा है। हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम अरमान है एंड मेरा इन गेम नेम आरू है एंड मैं अपनी टीम ओरंगुटान का आईजेल हूँ।
हमारे आरू भाई साहब कहाँ थे सीजन 5 में जब यहाँ पर लैंड हो रहा था?
एसपीएस के पिछले सीजन में मैं अपनी टीम के साथ में खेला ज़रूर था लेकिन क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाया था, बट मैं फाइनल्स देखने के लिए आया था नोएडा के स्टेडियम में एंड पूरे मैंने सारे के सारे मैचेस देखे थे, वो एनवायरनमेंट फील किया था एंड बहुत ज़्यादा रिग्रेट फील हुआ था उस टाइम पे कि यार हम लोग क्वालिफाई क्यों नहीं कर पाए। बट इस सीज़न नई टीम के साथ एंड मैं एज अ नया प्लेयर उभर कर आया हूँ, तो मेरी टीम नई है, नई अप्रोच के साथ में हम लोग क्वालिफाई किए हैं एंड फिनिश भी स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे।
एज एन आइडल कितने कॉन्फिडेंट है?
जैसा कि सब लोग जानते हैं कि हमारा 5 मैन रोस्टर है, तो हम लोग ट्राई करते हैं कि जो भी सारे कॉम्बिनेशंस हम लोग ट्राई कर सकते हैं फाइनल्स के पहले वो हम करके देखें। वेरॉन को भी खिलाया हमने, आतंकी को भी खिलाया, एक है एंड विस तो खेले थे एंड मैं ऑब्वियसली खेला था। तो वो ये कि चारों वीक्स में हम लोगों ने प्लेयर्स को शफल कर करके ट्राई किया, नई नई चीज़ें ट्राई की एंड सबके साथ में परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी थी, तो हम लोग बस यही ट्राई कर रहे थे कि अपना एक परफेक्ट प्लेइंग फोर डिसाइड कर पाए फाइनल्स के पहले।
You tried your team with Veron and you tried your team with आतंकी। रिजल्ट्स किसमें ज़्यादा बेहतर लगे आइडल आपको?
दोनों के साथ में मैंने ट्राई किया था वेरॉन एंड आतंकी के साथ में, बट ऐसा है कि आतंकी रिप्लेसेबल नहीं है टीम में, कॉज क्वालिफायर्स की बात अलग होती है बट फाइनल्स के अंदर एक प्रेशर होता है, एक एक्सपीरियंस वाली चीज़ चाहिए होती है, प्लस एक गेम सेंस वाला फैक्टर चाहिए होता है कि टीम में मैं मानता हूँ कि 2 ऐसे प्लेयर्स होने चाहिए जो असॉल्टर्स हो बिल्कुल ही अंधाधुन मारे एंड 2 प्लेयर्स जो उनको कंट्रोल करें। तो आई थिंक आतंकी पाजी बहुत अच्छे से उस रोल को निभाते हैं, इसलिए उनका रोल बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है एंड उनको रिप्लेस करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है एट टाइम्स। तो देखो, बोलने वाले तो बोलते ही हैं, जैसा कि सोमराज ने पिछले वाले एसपीएस में काफ़ी चीज़ें कही थी ओजी के नाम के अंडर, बट वो ये कि जब उसने कहा कि हाँ चोक करेंगे तो ओजी ने चोक भी किया था, बट इस बार हम बोल रहे हैं कि अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे और हम लोग परफॉर्म भी करेंगे। तो जब ख़राब खेलते हैं तो क्रिटिसिज्म सुनने की पावर भी हम लोग के अंदर है, बट जब अच्छा खेलेंगे तो मुझे पता है कि वो सपोर्ट भी लोग उतना ही करने वाले हैं। तो जब एसपीएस के क्वालिफाई स्टार्ट हुए थे एंड स्टार्टिंग के 1-2 वीक तो हमारी परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छी थी, डिसेंट थी, बट उसके बाद ऐसा था कि बार बार ग्रुप्स चेंज हो रहे थे एंड टीम्स भी अपनी प्ले स्टाइल बदल रही थी। जिन टीम्स के लिए जो प्ले स्टाइल वर्क नहीं कर रही थी वो काफ़ी सारी अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ें कर दे रही थी, जिसकी वजह से मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा कंसिस्टेंट खेलना टीम्स के लिए थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जा रहा था। एंड उसके बाद में हम लोग ने थोड़े रोस्टर में भी चेंजेस किए थे। आतंकी काफ़ी टाइम के बाद में हमारे साथ में खेले थे, वो घर गए हुए थे एंड वेरॉन को उन्होंने रिप्लेस किया था। तो रोस्टर शफल्स के चलते लॉबी की प्ले स्टाइल में थोड़ा सा चेंज आने की वजह से थोड़ी सी परफॉर्मेंस में हमारा डिप आया था। तो जैसा कि सब लोग जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग वेट कर रहे हैं कि ओजी की ट्रॉफी कब आएगी एंड इतने सारे लोग, इतने सारे हमारे फेलियर्स के बाद भी हमको आज तक सपोर्ट करते हैं एंड एसपीएस में भी बहुत सारे लोगों ने मुझे मैसेजेस किए कि यार इस बार तो ट्रॉफी आनी चाहिए। तो उन सभी सपोर्टर्स के लिए यार दिल से थैंक यू सो मच एंड मैं प्रॉमिस करता हूँ कि इस बार हम आपको डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करने वाले। जी जान लगा करके हम लोग आए हैं, 4 हफ्ते हम लोग ने बहुत अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस की है, टीम्स के फ्लॉज पे वर्क किया है, स्ट्रेंथ्स पे वर्क किया है एंड हम लोग बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट।
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and we're just a few miles away from the upcoming game of Miramar. And knowing the fact that now so many teams are back on the entire track, I would love to see who's going to be the one to get targeted first this time.
I mean, I'm super excited to see who's going to be targeted right now because I am pretty sure that there is an invisible bounty on the top 4 out there. So it could be possible that all of them probably will have to now play a bit more passive.
I might just sound a little bit biased over here, but I'm not, trust me when I say this, but considering Hero Xtreme Godlike is super fan favorite right now, and if they want to stand a chance to win the trophy, they just need to make sure that the top 4 are not going to get any sort of points anymore. And especially Shadow, what are your thoughts about the previous game? I'm sure you were sitting in the back lines and looking at it.
Well, the previous game, OG came as a surprise because they were also going for the southern rotation. They had to take too many fights, especially against the players of Carnival Gaming. But I'm a bit disappointed from the side of Team Just Jelly because Jelly in that scenario could have done much more against the players of BotArmyEsports. He didn't hear the footstep, he didn't hear the sound of the player jumping. So many mistakes from Just Jelly.
In my opinion, Jelly should have just backed away and tried and squeeze as many points as possible, man. Even if you would have been able to get 2 points at the end, that could have still been more, considering how many points he got for his team in the end right there in the first game. Now Just Jelly's way 2 in the back in the overall standings, underneath Hero Xtreme Godlike. And in order for them to have a chance to win this entire game, they need to make sure that the top 4 is going to fall apart. And look at the crowd. And look at who's there. Currently sitting in the VIP chairs. It's Kashmi, of course, one of the known content creators in the entire community. And then you've also got Scout. We all know why
God.
that focus is there.
Absolutely. It's understandable as well, right? And to be honest, I'm pretty happy that you mentioned that as well, because of the loud noises of the crowd here. It's becoming a bit more difficult to hear. Just like how it's becoming even more difficult for the teams who are from the spot of 5th to 8th to move into the top 3. Just because of the fact how well these teams have been playing in top. Because I agree with your point about Just Jelly as well, which you just mentioned, that they need to get those average points. And to be very honest, they really need a big game, as well as hope that the top few teams are being targeted. But there's one fun thing, Shadow. We have seen Medal constantly trying to, ruin the rotation paths, or at least the drop locations of Carnival Gaming. Do you think it's going to happen right now as well?
I think it was not a Carnival this time in this particular Erangel. Yes, I do agree that yesterday every single time Medal and Carnival Gaming, they were also locking horns with each other. But we also have got a dance cam for the entertainment of the audience. So whoever comes in the camera, they have to dance.
There we go. They're dancing. Everyone's vibing right now. The dance cam is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, especially yesterday, one of those moments that we witnessed. The man started giving push-ups.
I mean, everything is a dance move if you are bold enough.
I guess.
I just want
I don't
to
know
see
what
your
you just
moves.
said. I don't know what you just said, but I guess, well, you know what? Even me just shaking hands is a dance move, I guess, at this point.
I mean, that's how that's what you really want to do whenever you want to vibe, have fun, chill. That's the main thing about this entire event. Everyone's having so much fun. They're all chilling out here. Don't worry, my man. You don't need to shy up. My boy, I'm pretty sure is an introvert, Shadow.
Of course, that reaction itself spoke for it. But I really want to see the moves of Necro. Just shaking hands is not called as dancing, Necro. You really need to have that emoji.
I mean, you saw the crowd go wild, and that was because of Jonathan.
Yeah.
In the end, the camera just focused on that man.
Oh,
I mean,
we have
we've
to,
also got a dance cam on ourselves.
3, 2, 1, let's go, my man.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
you have
I'm
to
trying my
dance.
best to pull off some crazy
No,
moves.
you have to dance like this.
Well, I am dancing. Right? I'm trying
Yeah.
my best to dance. Guys, look, I'm not really someone who's got a lot of moves, but I'm still trying to put on some moves.
All right.
Yeah.
Please, change it. My man, come on. You don't want us sweating all the way out here for the last game itself, right? But yeah, finally, thank you so much for that. We're back to our conversations that we've been having, right? Everyone having so much fun, vibing out here, going in with all of their showers. I think so, Necro, if there's any of your friends out there, you might want to text them right now to hop into the arena and maybe get themselves some seats.
Exactly, man. Noida Indoor Stadium is where you need to be right now. And I do see a few empty seats over here still available. And yes, trust me when I say this, the tickets are also given over here offline towards the venue. And the tickets will be given to you by first come, first serve basis. So make sure you're here as soon as possible and enjoy the entire view that you're going to see over here, because if the dance cam pans on you, you better got some moves, man.
Just like what you've been pulling off, right? Maybe something even better out here, but yes, we're super excited. But let's be very honest right now, I think so.
I would love to see the dance cam on the players. We are just showing the players, but we've never seen the dance cam on the players.
They've been dancing in the maps itself, man.
I don't know why you're so lame, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm just going to move on to Ravan, because he's not as lame as you.
भाई क्या माहौल है यहाँ पे हर तरफ से बात करें तो फैंस आ चुके हैं चाहे वो हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक हो चाहे वो iQOO सोलो जिसकी भी बात करें सबके सपोर्टर्स यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं iQOO सोल के सपोर्टर्स से सबसे पहले मैं यहाँ पे बात करूंगा किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं
कार्निवल गेमिंग को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं
गॉब्लिन भाई को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो 100% परफॉर्मेंस से खुश हो
बहुत खुश है अभी बस जीत जाएगी तो ये खुशी की सीजी
यार ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में तो थोड़ा नीचे चल रहे हैं लेकिन हैप्पी बर्थडे स्लग यहाँ पे आप बोल रहे हो वेल स्लग के सपोर्टर हो स्लग भाई का बर्थडे स्लग हैप्पी बर्थडे यार देखो K9 थोड़ा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में नीचे चल रही है थोड़ा पंप कर दोगे एज अ फैन K9 को
K9 जीत जाएगी कमबैक कर देना आराम से हम्बल आईजीएल है हमारे साथ हम्बल आईजीएल
ओपी है भाई हमारा हम्बल आईजीएल ओमेगा चलिए यहाँ पे ये बहुत रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं सबसे पहले किसके सपोर्टर हो आप
मैं हूँ गॉडलाइक का सपोर्टर मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगा गॉडमीनो मैं कल तेरे को सपोर्ट करने आया था मतलब तेरे को मोटिवेट किया आज जॉनी तेरी बारी है जॉनी तेरे को यहाँ पे कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि तू ओवररेटेड है, लेकिन उनको बता दे कि ओवररेटेड और टॉप रेटेड में फर्क होता है। चल जॉनी मार, मार जॉनी मार, मार जॉनी, द मिथ, द मास्टर, Godlike Jonathan.
Oh my God, क्या एनर्जी है। अगर अभी भी आप दिल्ली एनसीआर में हो और अगर आप नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम नहीं आए हो तो फटाफट से आ जाओ और इस माहौल में आप भी अपने आप को एंजॉय करो। चलो ठीक है, एक लास्ट आराम से, ओके ठीक है
भाई। गॉडलाइक के लिए बोलना चाहूंगा, फिकर करता है क्यों, फिकर से होता है क्या, और कर ले आज खुद पे भरोसा, फिर देख होता है क्या।
क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है। अगर ऐसे फैंस हो यार तो फिर क्यों ही कमबैक ना हो। कमबैक होगा क्योंकि अभी भी 5 मैच है और अभी भी अगर आप दिल्ली एनसीआर के आसपास हो तो आ जाओ, नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम आपका इंतजार कर रहे। बट अभी चलते अपने कास्टर्स की तरफ और जानते उनका क्या रिएक्शन है इतने कमाल के फैंस के लिए।
I mean, the fans pumping here Xtreme Godlike up. They really do want this comeback to happen in the first place. But here Xtreme Godlike, we mentioned this, if the comeback, if it is going to happen, they just need to make sure that the teams in the top 4, they somehow fall apart and they're not able to perform at all.
Well, staying in the top 5 and staying on the top is going to be extremely difficult. You have to be very consistent because even I think Scared was also mentioning this yesterday, that whoever is in the top is getting targeted. Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to have those average points, but before that they need a big chicken dinner to go on the top spot once again.
Exactly. If you're Extreme Godlike, if Just Jelly wants to pull off a major comeback, they need a chicken dinner, nothing less than that, because Hero Extreme Godlike currently has 78 points on total. And those 78 points don't really sound a lot, especially when your opponents, they have more than 100 right now in the top 4.
Yeah, I kind of agree with some of that, but there are a few things that I would also want to talk about. But just before that, we're going to be having a look at the schedule as well, because you mentioned about that as well, Necro, Shadow, that it's going to be the map of Miramar, and then we'll move back onto the map of Erangel. So again, this off map looking really strong for the teams like God's Reign. They're already there in the top 4. Now here's where my concern always lies. I agree that yes, one big leap, one big chicken dinner can get you all the way up in the top 3. But again, you have to pray that all 4 of those teams are having at least 1 or 2 bad games while you bring your consistency train back up. And only in that manner, I can see them moving up on the first spot at least.
I mean, watching the audience having so much fun. I know I did not really continue the conversation that you were trying to bring up, but I can never just overshadow their happiness here, man. Watching the audience having so much fun, you just can never really overshadow that. And even I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, look at this guy. Even he's having a lot of fun. We've got audience from every single age group. It does not matter how old you are. As long as you're Esports' fan, as long as you're BGMI's fan, you're supposed to be here.
Well, you have to be in the arena to feel this electrifying experience. And as we were talking about the plus of Hero Extreme Godlike and Just Jelly as well, even for Just Jelly, they were sitting in the top 5. In fact, on the 5th spot at the start of the day. Yes, this Erangel didn't go entirely in their favor, but this Miramar, if they pull up a really good performance, maybe they can propel themselves.
I mean, Jelly's parents are sitting right over there towards the VIP seats. They're there to pump him up as well. That's going to be the extra bit of motivation that Jelly really needs. And hopefully, Jelly will be the one to make that comeback as well. I would love to see a super close competition till the end, till the final game. I want to see a big question mark in everyone's mind. I want to see that suspense building up. But do let us know which team you think is going to be the one to get the chicken dinner in the upcoming game. Cast your votes in the chat right now.
Absolutely, man. Everyone here enjoying the vibes, having so much fun. That's exactly what you want to see. Here we go. Once again. Okay. All right. I mean,
everyone's having a great time, man. Everyone's kissing each other. They're having a fun time. But Jonathan seems a little bit worried because he knows his team's not doing too strong in the overall standings. And if his team wants to stand a chance to pull off a comeback, something needs to be done. They need a big game. They need a chicken dinner. Nothing less than that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been constantly mentioning about the sides of Godlike, right? Every single time that, yes, they're on the train of making that comeback. They can definitely breach into that top 3 at least, because a lot of the people out there really want to see them lifting up the trophy. But my concern also goes into just one of the other teams who've got almost the equal amount of fan following, and that is iQOO Soul. This started so very well, so last time, yesterday, but right now they're on a bit of a struggling game.
You guys saw a little bit of that QR code pop up at the bottom of your screen. Make sure to scan that and do give us your feedback, how much fun you had watching this SPS Season 6. But you know what, guys? The upcoming map from Miramar is about to begin on the screen as the blade's going to hit the skies once again. And my boys, take it over.
Absolutely, thank you for that, Necro, as again, it's not just us, but also the 16 teams out here fighting for that trophy. Yes, there are a few who are having a lot of troubles, but they are going to be the key pillars in this map and the ones coming up after it to eventually pave the way for someone who will climb up. The lower teams targeting the top teams, while the top trying to go for their own passive plays or maybe their aggressive plays, as again the plane starts all the way from Campo Militar moving towards La Drillel. Yeah, I messed that up. But it's absolutely fine. Towards the western fray of the entire map of Miramar. I think so most of these teams would be able to drop into wherever they really want to, right? Except for the ones who really want to go towards Puerto Paraiso. And I remember it's BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, BotArmyEsports loves going all the way towards the side of Puerto Paraiso. Xtreme love going towards the side of Impala. And Xtreme, they have already taken that eastern highway. From there on, they'll mark their journey towards their home ground. But I am waiting for the drop clash. If at all, if there is going to be any. Hero Xtreme Godlike all the way towards the northern side of Cruz de Valle. They do have a split drop. Even K9, all the 4 plus are at 4 different locations around Hacienda. Revenant X-Park, speaking about this team as well, the previous Erangel didn't go entirely in their favor in the fight which happened of Revenant X-Park. Revenant looked completely off in that scenario. But we also have a change in the drop location from the side of BotArmyEsports. Right now, they are in the epicenter, that is Saint Martin.
And they're around the same team that you just mentioned as well. That's Revenant X-Park. And I kind of want to bring the conversation back to that point. Revenant X-Park, they eventually ended up being just 4 free points for the side of OGs with the way how they just quickly wrap them up, right? This is not the same Revenant X-Park that we've witnessed all the way back, at least in the last year. They've not yet been performing. They're struggling quite a lot out there. So they really need this one to maybe bring their footing back in. But something that all the teams need to do right now is to basically find themselves a good old space out there in the circle, which forms all the way, keeping Los Leones as the center. So this could very well end up being a big urban finish. And we know what urban finishes bring in, Shadow, and that is a lot of teams in the last few circles.
Grenade battles, that is what urban circles bring in. You need to have a lot of those Molotovs, lot of those smokes, grenades, if you want to win those urban circle fights. But it also brings up the conversation that on day number 1 and day number 2, if I'm not wrong, Godstream was the one to get a chicken dinner on the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
Yesterday also they got a chicken dinner, and this time the circle is also favoring them a lot. And if Godstream get a big victory in their favor, they are going to take huge buffer, huge jump in the overall ranking in terms of the points, because already they are sitting on the 2nd spot, and I think they can topple over VXT with just winner chicken dinner. And the chances of that happening are pretty much high. But for now, we have got the players of Carnival Gaming upon our screens. Even Carnival is in a contestation for the trophy, but Revenant X-Park already opening things up against the players of BotArmyEsports as Monty has been knocked out.
Yeah, not only opening things up, but also opening the front lines up as well, as Sarang tried to fire in a few more shots, but he eventually was knocked out. Devotee answering back to the man. What a way for BotArmyEsports to quickly slap the guy who took one of their own comrades' life. Revenant X-Park again so disconnected out there, taking these individual fights, the individual battles. Shadow, why does it feel like maybe the players have kind of given up and they're enjoying it?
Big blunder from the side of Sarang. Yes, I do agree that he was able to get that opening frag against the players of BotArmyEsports, but being out in the open and taking a head-on fight and whiffing so many shots is something we don't expect from such an experienced player like Sarang. Yes, I do agree one of the players is going for the flank angle, and he finds a perfect knock onto Henry.
Spray God is the man who was able to quickly find that one pick. The question is, can he find something more? Henry moving back towards Devotee to try and get himself back up on his feet, as Scary Jor is there to provide some cover fire, which he's doing it. But the members of Revenant X-Park are pretty quick onto that accelerator. Slowly and steadily, Spray God moving up. Oh my goodness, they just ram up And they've taken down another member, BotArmyEsports, struggling a lot. Spray God slowly and steadily clearing out all the angles. The teammate have been brought back to the feet, but Henry has got no health as of now. Just a couple of stray shots maybe is enough to do the trick. Can Scary provide some kind of util information? Maybe, but guess what? Henry out here yet again. Saeed is there. Spray God jumps down to his team. The safety is in numbers and they know that. As Revenant X-Park quickly move up top. Shots being fired. Reloads hitting, but it's gonna be a wipeout. BotArmyEsports being taken out of this game. Sarang, the only casualty for Revenant X-Park. But Shadow, do you think with this, can they make a comeback in the standings?
I don't think so. They need one more fight. They need one more 4v4 fight in their favor. Only then we can expect something major from the side of Revenant X-Park. Because let's be honest, Sarang being out in the open was something I didn't expect from him at all. But for now, Revenant X-Park also have few foes around the vicinity. We have got the players of K9 Esports. Even iQOO Soul are also trying to inject themselves from the northern side. They can also chime in and do a third party.
Yeah.
But K9, they do have an idea. They're just waiting for the right moment to strike onto the players of Revenant X-Park. And Revenant is pretty much surrounded by the players of K9. Even Omega is very much aware. And the kind of split which Revenant is having at this point, although 3 players at 3 different locations, not looking promising. Omega is trying to pep a few bullets towards the side of Spray God, and Spray God, he survives on a sliver of HP.
Yeah,
but not anymore.
Exactly, not for long. Beast was there to quickly capitalize on it. It's basically I'm firing a few shots to one person only to force the other one into the clutches of his teammate. And you mentioned about iQOO Soul as well, Shadow. I'm seeing them in the outskirts. I'm seeing these kings, these bloodthirsty hounds out here roaming around. Manya has got the vision onto the members of K9. This is again a duel that you really wanted to see. Everyone loves to see all of these third parties, and if it's between K9 and iQOO Soul, I bet no one's want to missing it.
K9, even for them, this fight is really important. They're sitting on the 7th spot. They really need a major chicken dinner. They really need those finish points if they want to propel themselves in the leaderboard. And so do players of Team iQOO Soul, as they're sitting on the 8th spot with 71 points. And iQOO Soul, the entire team is marching towards Beast. Beast all by himself, and the entirety of iQOO Soul is approaching him.
Yeah, it's a carousel for iQOO Soul. The carousel, a hunting party. They know where Beast is. They're wrapping around him. They don't want to take a head-on fight, but they rather want to surround him and fire from all different directions. But he's still being provided support by Omega as he catches Manya. The battle of the IGLs is what they needed. Ronnie out there low in the HP. Slug, the birthday boy, out here handing over the gifts as Beast falls down on his knees. Soma is there with his pump shotgun, catches one, but can he do the miracle? Can he pull the 1v4 is the big question, as everyone from K9 want to save their man, and Omega will make sure that iQOO Soul have got no chance of making a comeback, not just in this map, but rather in this tournament.
Disaster from the side of iQOO Soul. 2 games which were really important to set the pace for day number 3. And iQOO Soul getting an early exit in the map of Miramar is definitely going to hinder their performance for the rest of the day. I don't know, man. iQOO Soul, they should have avoided this third party. They should have gone for the circle. They should have played their natural game style. But seems like iQOO Soul, the early aggression is going to haunt them. Revenant X-Park, well, seems like for Syed, it was a blessing in disguise, as he can go for the placement points now.
I mean, let's be honest, Shadow. Do you think placement points are going to matter right now? Max to max, what can he get? Maybe 6. That's about it. Nothing apart from that. So that's going to be the main situation right now for Revenant X-Park. I don't think so. Trying to just play for the survival is the name of the game. Maybe you can try and find a moment to spoil a few games for the other teams. But enough talking about that. Really want to have a look at the circle now because it's about to form. Now this circle shift can eventually determine which team is going to have the advantage in the next few shifts. We saw that happen in the previous game of Erangel, and this Miramar is just even more crucial for them. And with the fact how most of these teams are playing in the center, I want to point out over one more thing. Oh, there we go. There we go. God's reign. They're going to be happy about it. Sitting in the epicenter. And we know how strong this team is in defense.
Xtreme, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Just Jelly, 3 teams in such a close proximity to each other. And Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they're running high on the confidence. They never shy away from the fight. But like you said, Xtreme is one of those teams which like to go for the defensive side. They don't go as aggressive, especially in the first few circles, where they just go for the good position. Yes, for now, Xtreme, they are right in the center of the circle, keeping themselves on the outskirts of Los Leones. And the entire control of Los Leones is with the players of Team Wyld Fangs. Even Wyld Fangs were also doing decent yesterday, if you remember the last game. But Keo Lamau is not doing decent as he has been knocked out by Justin of Xtreme out in the open. This is not a good news for the players of Jelly.
Oh, good cover for now from Just Jelly. And look at that. Jelly quickly brings his teammate back as well up onto his own vehicle to try and save his life. What a cheeky play. But this is just how important these small micros are, Shadow, because you keep your player alive. And it's not that you keep the numbers advantage or at least the equalized. It also means that God's Reign are denied 1 finish point. And every point you deny them means 1 less point that you need to climb up on. But also it's a blessing for Versatile as well. 112, 3 points gap. And since we're on the topic of Versatile and God's Reign, I still remember, Shadow, about the stats that you mentioned. This is a pretty solid map for God's Reign, but not so much for Versatile.
Yep. That could be the reason that VXT is keeping themselves away from all that commotion which is happening, as they are all the way towards the western periphery of the circle. But looking at the fight which happened between the players of Team K9 and iQOO Soul, this was so important for iQOO Soul to survive in this one. But seems like they went for the hunt, and they were the one who got hunted by the players of K9. And so much unpredictability factor also comes into the picture on the map of Miramar. But for now, a team which has been doing pretty decent from Dana 1 is going to be Orangutan. I'm sure you remember the clutch which AKOP pulled against the players of Wyld Fangs yesterday and got that chicken dinner which no one was expecting from the side of Orangutan in that situation.
Even in the previous one.
Yeah, even in the previous one, but in the previous one, I think OG was doing decent. They had a good position. Yes, they were outnumbered, and VXT, they had a solid chance of getting a victory, but somehow they messed it up, and OG, they came on the top. But even now also, Orangutan, they do have a decent spot towards the southern side of the circle.
The only thing not so decent about the lineup is the fact that they're missing 1 player. If I'm not wrong, they had a fight against either BotArmyEsports or maybe Gujarat Tigers, one of their players being picked off. So, yeah, that's a problem. But at the same time, here's the thing. Even in the previous one, they lost 1 player early on. The only difference in that case was the fact that Revenant X-Park got entirely wiped off. So it was a 1-for-4 straight, which you take any day, specifically if you're trying to slowly and steadily move up into those rankings. Sitting at a comfortable 4th spot right now. OG really needs some consistent games, maybe a few big games as well, to make that bounce, move up in that rankings. And since we're already talking about the bounce, moving up in the ranking, another team that has been trying to climb these ranks from yesterday after the setback of day 1 has been Hero Xtreme Godlike. And the only player who's been going pretty extreme out there has been none other than Jonathan. Admino has been slowly and steadily stepping up, but it just feels that even Simp was there for 1 game, but nothing apart from that.
But before we continue, Scared, let's give a huge shout out and thank you to Snapdragon India for bringing the global community of mobile gamers together. Get access to even more exclusive events and competition, and stay up to date on Snapdragon's latest technology by signing up to be a Snapdragon Insider today. And stay up to date by following Snapdragon India on Instagram and Twitter. Now, like you were talking about the players of Team Just Jelly, coming back to the topic. I think Jelly, few mistakes were there. Sam was doing so much in the previous map against the players of BotArmyEsports. Eventually, he ran out of ammo, and that was the reason that Just Jelly and the entire team was eliminated. But a mistake was there from the side of Jelly. I expected Jelly to fire shots and take down one of the player of BotArmyEsports, but seems like he didn't hear the footsteps at all. But K9 Esports, for now, they're trying to be the king of the hills towards the northern side of Minas. A good position to hold on to, in fact.
Yep. Still remember how this team was constantly playing. You know, there's one thing. That's not just one team who's trying to hold on to these hills. Oh my goodness. Same Ninja Boy saying hi, hello to each other. And Simp is like, I'm out of here. I don't want any smoke of what Ninja Boy is selling out. My man just decided to quickly give up on that space. K9, they really do carry an aura with them, right? Wherever they go, they push the others back. And Ninja Boy still just fires a few warning shots to Simp, saying make sure you don't hop in this area. This is a territory that's been under the control of K9 Esports, and I wanted to talk about this team as well, but before that, I know, Shadow, you pointed it out, the circle shift is absolutely nasty, and I'm pretty sure Godsrin are thinking, why the heck did we leave Impala?
You just read my mind. Even Destro is having a similar thought right at this point. Hero Xtreme Godlike, maybe they can go and head over all the way towards the shorelines of Impala and have that eastern control for themselves. God's Reign, they're aware of this area. They're aware about every nook and cranny of Impala and the eastern side. So this can be a good outing for the players of God's Reign. Already their Miramar games are really strong, but for now seems like a rotational clash between the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike and God's Reign, as both of them want to head over to the city of Impala. But
yeah, same idea.
Seems like they have decided to part ways and take a rain check onto the players of God's Reign.
As of now, they're going in over towards the edges, so God's Reign don't really want to go for this aggressive fight. On the other side, Godlike moving in a bit more towards the center of the circle, towards those cities, hard compounds. But here's the thing, the hills on the west, they're definitely not going to help this team. If anything, it's going to play against them if the circle forms away from them. So that's a risky move for Godlike. At the same time though, since we're talking about risk, Reckoning out there in the open, going for their own rotations. God's Reign constantly firing a few shots onto them, now finally answered back, so they have to quickly pull their fingers off the trigger and slow it down.
Just look at that. God's Reign, their entire backlines are pretty much cleared. There is only one team which is trying to go for a late rotation, and they are the players of K9 Esports. And seems like K9 will also try to stick to the eastern shorelines. So God's Reign, their backlines are pretty much clear. If the circle takes a northern shift, God's Reign do stand a solid chance to turn this one in their favor. But towards the southern side, we have an entire cluster forming, as we have got the players of VXT, Gujarat Tigers, even Orangutan, and Wingod, which is a complete menace yesterday, and they are also taking that southern rotation now.
Yeah, they have been a menace yesterday, but again, the wins have not yet been falling afar. Wait a second, Clutch God. We've been talking about things falling in Clutch God, quickly hopping onto the finish speed. Not on the left though, but on the right. Down onto his knees. Goblin is the man who actually got that knock. But I don't think so they really have enough to follow up on the back of it. So again, Carnival Gaming, normally Shadow, if you remember, if this team would get a knock, they would quickly try to capitalize on it and move up. But they're playing very passive. One thing is probably because they are on the third spot, definitely in the contention for first spot, 8 points away. And the second thing is that there are just so many players out there, so many people. But hold on, we're talking about that in a while, as Gujarat Tigers finding an answer knock onto Viper. So Carnival out there, I don't think so they'll struggle though. So it's again Resville. That's exactly what happened. The only two teams being eliminated from this lobby, I'd never thought I'd say, are BotArmyEsports and iQOO Soul.
See, at this point, Gujarat Tigers, they're just trying to burn the meds of Carnival Gaming, but seems like VXT, they want to pick this fight against the players of Gujarat Tigers, as Equinox do find one knock onto one of the player. But even K9 Esports, they have got the players of Team Red Ross right on their crosshairs, and especially Ninja Boy. This guy really needs to step up, because Slug was doing the majority of the heavy lifting. But seems like Zerev, there is no way that he can save his teammates. And finally, the confirmation has been made. Gujarat Tigers left with only 3 players in the remaining. And the circle also takes a northern share, favoring the players of God's Reign and K9 heavily.
I personally feel that yes, God's Reign, K9, they're going to have the advantage of the hills a bit. But at the same time, it's Godlike who are in the epicenter out there, who've got few of the best covers. But here's the thing, the best covers attract the best teams for that area. And that's exactly where most of the teams are also moving forward with their own rotations. Versatile being one of the first few ones down on the southern end, with Gujarat Tigers as well, a bit more towards the western fray. There's another team up close to them. The men in green out there, slowly and steadily closing in that gap. Clutch God moving into the warehouse with his team. Two of the Tigers still alive. They just lost one. Four of the gods in front of them. And one of the biggest buildings out there, a few of the best covers. I'm not a big fan of these warehouses, Shadow. You're open from so many directions.
Of course, so many avenues for the foes to barge into the compounds and engage a fight. So many possibilities of third party, but for now we have got Seth finding a knock onto one of the player of Wingod, as both these teams are trying to migrate from the southern side. And seems like a rotational clash, but Scout is so far away from his teammates. When the entire team needs the backline support of Scout, he's not at all there. Seth leading the charge. Already finding a knock onto LeBron in a close frontal battle against one of the player of Wingod Esports. Can Seth take him down? That's a main question, because it's going to be a do-or-die situation, even for the players of Wyld Fangs.
Right now he tries to go in for a flank angle just behind that Lamborghini. Will be able to find a big pick, as this man was out there alone, stranded in the open, and he finds not one, but rather two, and says bye-bye to Wingod. Not a single particle of air here to move out, and Wyld Fang says that we are venomous. We are venom.
Even the players of Red Ross and K9 are also locking horns with each other. K9, they are trying to breach into the compounds of Red Ross, and Phoenix with those barrage of grenades is trying to find something, some sort of connection onto the players of K9. But Lucifer out in the open has already been eliminated by Beast and Slug. This was not a position for him to be in. Now Red Ross left with only 3 players, and the constant bombardment from Omega finds a perfect knock as well. But that was Gods of Gujarat Tigers that has been knocked.
That's a big problem for Gujarat Tigers. Again, on the other end of the spectrum is where Godlike are fighting them, as Admiro gets a confirmation, but again the main focus still pops in onto K9. Up against Red Ross. All of them in a few different buildings, so if one of the player gets knocked out, no one will be there to revive them. The bombardments are constantly there. You just need one lucky nade. The doors being broken. The guests are making themselves comfortable in the house, regardless if they really want to serve them or not. Guess what? Omega jumps in with a gift, and Phoenix has been finished off. The door is open, and they are making sure that Red Ross are slowly pushed out of their compounds. K9, what a perfect fight in unison, and this team has got 10 finishes, Shadow. On the 5th spot, they've now got 83 points.
A comeback for the players of K9. They're running death and destruction in the lobby. Even Wyld Fangs are also locking horns with the players of Carnival Gaming. The constant bombardment of Sensei towards CG finds nothing at all. We also have got the players of Medal in the close vicinity. They can do a third party, but they have a bigger challenge in front of them. They have to move inside the circle, and seems like Hero Xtreme Godlike towards the southern periphery can try and gatekeep all these teams. VXT, Charles Jelly, OG, Wyld Fangs, even CG, they are in the mix. They have to inject inside the circle, and Medal and Hero Xtreme Godlike can definitely make things more difficult. But OG Atangi finds a knock onto one of the player of VXT. Even iQOO with a grenade is also trying to find something. VXT in such shambles, but Atangi, he just survived on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, super low in that one, and they're trying to gatekeep the members of Versatile, as you mentioned. But on the other end of the spectrum is where Carnival Gaming are also fighting against Wyld Fangs. OG with those constant nade parade, nade party. Just a few shies there. Somraj is going to survive just because of that one extra bounce. His power, just super happy to the gods that he's got that half of that HP to patch himself back up. OG, the Apes, they are not the ones who are gatekeeping, but it's Versatile who are stopping them in rotations. The southern fray is controlled by Godlike. Just close to them are the members of Just Jelly. The entire East is controlled by K9 Shadow. If in case they make it a big game, this team stands a very good chance to win the championship.
Along with K9, I think God's Train, who have kept themselves away from all the commotion at the Northern Control, can potentially look for a winner when a chicken dinner. But OG at this point is going aggressive against the players of Wyld Fangs, as Sensei and Seth Sensei. They both have been knocked out. Big blunder from the side of Wyld Fangs. And now OG are also charging towards the circle. Even the players of Metal are also not looking that good, as one of them is already knocked out. Legend, being the last man standing from the side of Metal, is also in a huge problem.
Yeah, that's a big difficulty out there. But again, Reckoning now in front of the Apes. It's going to be the Wolves versus the Apes. The terrestrial animals, the terrestrial beasts will be fighting against each other, but the gods are there on the other end. Versatile, the team on 1, now fighting the team on 6, as Jonathan is the first man to fall down onto his knees. And guess what? He's been confirmed just as quickly. Versatile offering such a big resistance to the gods. This is a big problem. They need to win this one and then move in the circle. Otherwise, Godlike can consider themselves out of the race of the trophy.
The circle is in the no man's land. It's only Clutch God who is on the western periphery of the circle, but Punk with a shotgun in his hands, raining death and destruction and annihilating the entirety of VXT. VXT has been eliminated. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they reign supreme. They come on the top, and now they have got the entire southern control.
But only 3 eliminations till now, and they've lost the members. They don't have the circle. They now need to move up against the winds with Sails on the other side. As Sim says, I do not care about it. I'm here to reign, and I am the king. If not Jonathan, then I still will stand. He's constantly getting the knocks at every single front. The man single-handedly is saving his team till now. The question is, can this miracle come through? 6 finishes for Godlike, but there's a big beast in front of them with the name of K9.
Even Orangutan Atanki has moved inside the center of the circle, with his entire teammate are somewhere else on the map. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, even the wall of death has started closing in. They have to inject themselves inside the circle. K9, they have got the numbers advantage. Even Godsrain, they have got all the 4 players alive, and seems like Godsrain and K9 might lock arms with each other. Atanki also trying to hide himself, but Ninja Jot finds a knock onto Ninja Boy with a perfect nade right on his face.
2 ninjas fighting against each other, and in the midst of it all was Atanki. And guess what? He's been open from multiple directions, just being destroyed by those few shots. Now it comes down to who will get their rotations right, who will get the third party right. The decision for Godlike is to fight the Reckoning, the fight the Wolves, who are not looking too hot in the entire leaderboard, but they still want to try and find something. The nade parade going in, Keoya out in the open. Even Diane will be taken down. Sim on his knees. They need to save the man, but Sim will fall as Punk confirms one. And it's all down to Punk versus Keoya. Admino needs to provide that support, but the question is, can they really commit for that fight? Because it's Slug from the back lines. Now coming in as the savior of the Bulls, and Hero Xtreme, Godlike are not the hero of this story of Miramar.
But 7 finishes, and Edwino's still alive. He can try getting 1 or 2 more, but he also needs to move inside the circle. Clutch God, he has managed to be inside the top 5. The lone survivor from the side of Gujarat Tigers can reign on the parade of either of these teams. But Edwino with that buggy is also trying to go all the way towards the side of Kyoya. 3 solo players. But seems like Edwino is aware about the position of Kyoya. The constant bombardment of the nade, but no connection at all. Edwino might go for the close frontal battle as well. But Beast has been knocked out by Justin of Godstrain.
Oh my god, we'll be talking about that later, because it's not just Beast, but also Kyoya stepping up at the perfect time. Wipes out Godlike, and they will end up at the 5th spot in this one with 7 finishes. But the main fight is between K9 and Godsrain. It's for the win as K9 keeps on coming out on top. It's Justin versus Ninja Boy, and the Ninja will reign supreme. It's K9 Esports coming in from the brink no one thought they could come back from. This team says hi to the Reaper and steals the power of it to become one.
And adding on the top of it is too many finishes which K9 has accumulated. They have got 60% winning chance. God's reign, it was so important for this team to get the victory, and Destro was just waiting for that winner chicken dinner. They were not going aggressive. They just have 5 finishes. Everything has been falling down for the players of God's reign. In K9, they're really coming on the top. It's only Clutch God remaining from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and Kyoya from the side of Reckoning. But Kyoya His position has not been compromised at all, but Clutch God has been eliminated by Ninja Boy, and style points with a vehicle run over. Kyoya has managed to finish on the second spot now.
And it's all down to just one. Kyoya, can he find something? And no is the answer. Style points for K9 Esports, but man, oh man, the reaction says it all. What a play from Omega and his beast, Necro.
What a game that was, K9 Esports. We never thought they could pull off a comeback in the position they were at the start of the game, but now that's a nuclear performance. They've just dropped a nuke on top of the lobby, and K9 Esports, off the rip, they showcased aggression like no other team in the lobby so far. K9 Esports, if they keep on playing the same way, man, keep all of them aside, this team might just be the one to take the trophy. I'm loving the grand final so far, guys. I've enjoyed so much.
Well, Ninja Boy chose the perfect moment, the perfect map to stage a comeback. He was struggling yesterday, but seems like today he was not at all struggling. So many finishes accumulated by the entirety of K9 Esports. They were on a rampage from the very start of the game, annihilating so many teams, and God's Rain needed. This was such a big blunder from their side.
Yeah, God's Rain missed out big time, and God's Rain is not able to get the elimination points as well because they want to play super safe, but God's Rain needs to realize one thing. They need to touch the average. Slowly and steadily, they're fading away from the overall standings, and teams like K9 Esports are now starting to catch up. Yeah, Hero Xtreme Godlike did not really have the chicken dinner, but still, they had a lot of elimination points to back up.
I mean, if we totally count all of those points, I believe they were eliminated on the 5th spot, 3 points for placement, 7 points for elimination, 10 points. Alright, I think so we can give them a bit of a leeway, but the next 2 games need to be big. If anything under 15, I don't think so they're going to be making it, but man, what a game for this one.
There's still 4 more games to go, my friend, and anything can happen, and K9 Esports has proven that. Let's move on to the stage and have word with the boys.
भाई मीरामार के इस मैप में फाइनल में एक्शन दिखता है और क्लियरली यहाँ पर K9 ने कमाल का एक्शन दिखाया है। सबसे पहले द मोस्ट हम्बल IGL। मैं आपसे ओमेगा पूछना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे 30 पॉइंट्स का जंप, 20 फिनिशेस, मैन दैट वाज इनसेन। इस सीजन का मेरे ख्याल से चैलेंज फाइनल्स में हाईएस्ट है ये।
चलो अच्छी बात है, इससे भी हाईएस्ट सेट कर देंगे।
आज सुबह से ही मूड में दिख रहे हो, मसला मसाला में हमने देख लिया है। अच्छा ओमेगा, बर्थडे गिफ्ट तो दे दिया आपने स्लग को, हैप्पी बर्थडे ब्रदर, कांग्रेचुलेशंस। आई होप आप अपने बर्थडे पे ट्रॉफी भी जरूर उठाएं जैसा आप खेल रहे हैं। पॉइंट्स टेबल पे एक जंप जरूर मिला है, आप 5th पोजीशन पे आ गए हो, और ऊपर अब आने वाले 4 मैचेस में कौन से मैप में सबसे ज्यादा टारगेट करने वाले हो, या फिर सब पे?
सारे मैचेस में सेम खेलने वाले हैं जैसे अभी खेले, ट्राई करेंगे हर मैच में पॉइंट्स निकालें।
ओके स्लग, बर्थडे है, बहुत सारे यहाँ पे फैंस आए हैं, उन फैंस को कुछ कहना है या फिर इस तरीके से ही बात करती हैं?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं, लव यू ऑल गाइस। तो मुझे तो काफ़ी मज़ा आ रहा है, जैसे आज बर्थडे मेरे सोच के आया था कि बर्थडे आज स्पेशल करना है, कुछ भी हो जाए उसके लिए फुल कमबैक की तैयारी है, एंड होप करते कि आज शायद कुछ हो जाए बढ़िया जिससे मेरा बर्थडे और स्पेशल हो जाए।
अच्छा स्लग, बर्थडे वाले दिन भी पैन करेगा क्या भाई किसी को?
बिल्कुल ज़रूर, आओ तो।
भाई स्लग ने इनविटेशन दे दिया है, बैक टू कास्टर्स।
What a birthday gift this is. From a spot where no one expected that they can make a comeback, they pulled off a big comeback. 30 points from one single freaking game. And Ninja Boy was an instrumental player behind that comeback. 8 finishes, 40% finish contribution, and the map impact of 13%. Ninja Boy was firing on all cylinders. I mean, K9 Esports off the rip, they were the one taking squads after squads, and they were still not losing any sort of man number.
Ninja Boy is back in the action, Necro. I'm telling you, if this continues, K9 can be the one to lift the trophy, because we have seen Ninja Boy in the past always coming on the top and becoming an MVP, and this time he has the support of Slug and Beast and the big brain of Omega as well.
I was about to mention as well, you know, that this team reminds me of one previously in a few previous tournaments, but we'll be coming back to that in a while. As for now, we'll be having a look at the stars of the match again. Best companion goes to Sensei Wyld Fangs, But Beast being that finisher, 10 knockouts from Ninja Boy is just bonkers.
By the way, God's Reign started off the fight against K9 Esports with an advantage. They found the first knock against K9 Esports and they still somehow messed up. This just proves the mechanical gods, you cannot mess with them in a 4-on-4 fight. I've been saying this from a lot of past couple tournaments, that K9 Esports is one of those teams that you can never fight off just like that in a 4-on-4.
Absolutely. This team is just a menace out there in the open area. We're going to be having a relook at that as well. But man, I was so pumped up for this one. And to be honest, with the way how God's Reign were playing, they also showcased the same thing, that maybe the lead is just going to get extended. But it all came down into those one final few moments. But let's be honest, this map of Miramar was fairly a bit more aggressive than what it used to be.
Of course, everyone was going for the action. There were so many early fights also happening, especially between Reven and Xpark. I don't know why Sarang had to be out in the open. Such things are not expected from such an experienced player, but BotArmyEsports, yes, they were eliminated, but right after that, K9 showed on the doorsteps of Revenant Xpark, and Revenant, they were not prepared. And even more than that, I think iQOO was not prepared for the players of K9.
That was an action-packed game because of K9 Esports. They were taking fights after fights, wiping out squads after squads. This one single team created so much chaos to the point that other teams started to get scared of K9 Esports. And that's one of the main reasons why they were taken down as well. I mean, looking at the highlights too, Wyld Fangs, they tried their best to get something done, but at the end of the day, just one single man or two players in a team cannot really make everything happen. Scout and Sensei, even they need to step up. And I hope after this tournament, they learn a big lesson and they go back to the training range and get back even better.
Yeah, they really have to do that right now, but it's not just about that one team, right? There's been so many other teams, and I wanted to point out as well, Carnival Gaming, the team who was in the top 2, did not have a very good game in this one. If anything, if I'm not wrong, maybe they had 0 eliminations too. So I think so they're going to be taking a big bump as well in that situation. Some few teams may be moving up ahead of them as well.
But more than that, Neeraj, I think VXT, they really need to work on the map of Miramar, because yes, VXT was in the top of the overall ranking, but if they don't start pulling off those off maps, yes, Miramar is already out of the picture, but we still have Sanhok and Vikendi, and I think VXT, they do have a lot of pressure to perform on those 2 off maps.
Of course they do. VXT right now is also in one of those pressure points because they have been at the top of the table for a long time. They have been in the top 4 pretty much at the start of the tournament. So VXT is one of those teams that's been facing the intensity from the start. And if you look at the highlights too, in the final few moments, as I mentioned, GDR started the fight off with the advantage, but still somehow they messed things up. And I've been mentioning this over and over again. You can never take a fight against a team like K9 Esports that possesses so much firepower. This is a team that is completely firepower oriented.
I always wanted to see this version of K9 Esports back in the challenge season itself, right? And we saw that over towards the last few weeks, but this is exactly what I was talking about.
Oh my God,
30 finishes in total points of this game, man. 20 finishes, 10 points. There's no other team that's even coming to the 50% of what they scored here.
That is humongous. 20 eliminations, 30 points. I think so. That's the highest amount of points so far in the entire SPS Season 6. Even in Challenge Season, no one was able to achieve this feat. And K9 Esports in the Grand Final, especially when it matters the most, they get 30 points in total. You look at Reckoning Esports 2, 13. You've got Hero Xtreme, Godlike 10 points. It's all looking crazy.
I think after this one, they have got 92 points, and somewhere on the 4th spot, K9 Esports, but Team Versatile, only 3 points. The Miramar games are really haunting Somraj and the boys, just having single point, BotArmy, even iQOO. This was such an important day and some important game. Erangel didn't go in their favor. Miramar didn't go in their favor. iQOO, what is happening? I thought they staged a comeback yesterday.
I think
it
so.
will continue.
I think so. They're gassed out. What do you think?
I was about to say the same thing, you know. I kind of wanted to point it out to Shadow herself. I remember there's someone who made a bet with me that maybe we're going to see a team contesting for the podium, but seems like I'm going to win my French fries out there. But K9 Esports are definitely winning their own chance to take the spot in the top 4. Guess what, Necro? Even a 30-point bomber is not enough for you to make it in the top 3.
It's okay, though. It's okay. Now the overall standings are starting to look real shaky. They're looking real fragile. One big game from any other team in the top 8 can easily propel themselves towards the top 4. This is a big chance that can be grabbed upon by the teams. Even Hero Xtreme Godlike now, if they get a 25-pointer, even they're going to be in the top 3 easily.
That means 15 eliminations too as well. So that's something I feel is going to be difficult. But there's one thing that is not difficult, and that is handing out a big shout out to our sponsor Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters the most, and I believe that is the mantra for K9 Esports, Shadow.
Of course, K9 has been doing pretty good. If you remember the performance which they delivered on day number 1, this was the same K9 we saw. It's just that Ninja Boy was quite underperforming in day number 1 and especially day number 2. It was only slug. But now since Ninja Boy has started stepping up, showing that same performance which he used to show in the past, I think there is no one stopping K9 in the upcoming maps also.
I mean, all I'm saying, if K9 Esports, they get another banger of a game in their hands, then they will be unstoppable. And the fact that they played aggressive, so much aggressive on the last day, it just makes my hopes even more high. But you know what? With that being said, let's move on to a short break for now. We'll be right back with the upcoming game.
Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma do whatever it takes. 'Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Savage love, just when I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. Even this when greatness faces stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
You know, if the atmosphere wasn't electric enough, I'm pretty sure what happened in the previous game has set the roof on fire at this point. Welcome once again, folks. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. 2 matches done and dusted as we charter into the third game. Of course, I'm Fixes, joined along with Shadow and Scared. K9, they are manifesting this. Go on.
I think Ninja Boy has finally woken up from his slumber and he's started performing, and along with Seth and Beast combined, I think, and Omega's big brain, no one is going to stop K9 today.
Yeah, it's basically that Ninja has woken himself up now, and this is exactly what they were missing, right? Because it's not just Ninja, even Beast as well. If I'm not wrong, Ninja had 8 finishes, Beast had 5 finishes of himself, and that too before he was eliminated. So I think so if this is the form that we are witnessing of K9 Esports, if this continues, there's no doubt that this team will win.
The key word has to be if over here, because we still have that curse going on. It's very difficult. OG did break it, got back-to-back chicken dinners. But for K9, the storyline has been pretty much there. You know, they go big or they go home. Highway or their way. But so far today, you know, K9 just woke up. They chose violence. They did all of that. Fine. But now let's talk about the storyline that's being built up. With that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure K9 have themselves dreaming of the trophy once again. Now, when you take a look at the schedule over here, Shadow, it is going to be Erangel. Now, pick your favorites. Who do you think is going to win this one?
VXtreme, maybe. The chances of VXtreme winning on the map of Erangel pretty high, because let's be honest, in Miramar, they faced an early exit and Miramar has not been a strong suit, at least not in the SPS Season 6. So maybe VXtreme will be looking for a redemption.
I'm pretty sure everybody must be, you know, wondering who's going to make the win next pack, who's going to come back in this map of Erangel. Make sure you tune in to the tweet chat, Snapdragon Pro Series, cast your votes and let me know. Now, this is where, Scared, I have to put you under the spot. Carnival Gaming, 2 games. First game, yes, they secured those 5 finishes, fine. This game, nada. What are we expecting from them in the next one?
It becomes even more crucial to focus not just on what has been happening right now, but rather on what they have changed today. For the previous 2 days, we were seeing a carnival that wanted blood. But today, we are seeing a carnival that is basically one of the most peaceful people out there. They have been avoiding conflicts. They have been avoiding those engagements. And that's where I think so is where the trouble is for Carnival. I really want to see them step up, at least change their gears. And I think so one of the big reasons for that is because Metal has been showing signs of targeting them, or at least hopping into their own vicinities.
You know, that's ought to happen if you have to win a championship. I feel like you have to rise above. And this is where, Shadow, the conversation comes down to the fact that are Carnival Gaming actually fighting against their own demons? Because the kind of a carnival we got to witness on day 1, I think day 2 and day 3, they've just been struggling.
Yeah, especially the approach. They have changed their play style. If you notice in the map of Erangel also, Carnival Gaming, they kept themselves away from all that commotion. They were shying away from the fights. They were not looking as aggressive. Maybe it could be the pressure of staying inside the top 5, but seems like that itself is not working for them.
And when we talk about Carnival Gaming, we have to bring in Versatile to the mix. And Versatile and Godlike fight, that was quite a sketchy one. For a moment it felt Versatile started doubting themselves.
And it's not just that once, right? I think so. The concern is absolutely real. 32 finishes for his power. No one even comes close to what he's bringing in. And guess what? Aquanox is not even in double digits in terms of those finishes. 14
Shocking.
games, I think so that is where the main problem is for this entire lineup.
Now this is where the conversation comes down to it. Should they get in Troy at this moment? Because he's already manifested this. What has happened, but now it is time for game number 3. And my lovely casters, take it away.
Man, oh man, Fixes. The most handsome person out here on the desk. Now sending us off onto the map of Erangel again as the big bird flies again high in the sky. Just as high as how K9 was all the way back in the previous game. But guess what, Shadow? He asked for your prediction. I'm going to give mine. I think so K9 are winning this one as well. Because in the first day of LAN, in the first game, it was K9 Esports who picked it up on this map.
Even the first Erangel today also did go in the favor of K9 Esports. They did have decent amount of finish points. So yes, K9 is definitely a viable choice in terms of the prediction. But looking at the flight path, I think we do have a decent flight path. All the teams are pretty much going to be happy as OG. They going towards the side of Milta Power. And speaking of OG, if you remember the first Erangel, we had a Georgia Pool circle and OG did traverse all the way from the side of Milta Power till Georgia Pool. without facing any casualty and kept themselves alive and did breach into the compounds of VXT. So kudos to OG also for pulling off that sort of a consistency from day number 1.
Absolutely. Phenomenal play that was indeed. But right now I kind of want to focus down again on a fight that might happen. A drop class potentially over towards Palm. Red Ross up in close. Now fighting against Medal. Everything for Red Ross online. Medal as well. 61 points in their own bag. 13th place. They cannot fight for the trophy, but they can definitely fight for those big bucks in their pockets, and that's exactly why we're seeing both of these teams as well. Up close, rendezvousing with their own players, buying up all of that loot, making sure they've got enough before they now lock horns with the other. But here's the thing, right, Shadow? This plane flight path was kind of similar as to what happened in the first map of Erangel. Few teams struggling to go all the way over to their main drop location, but something tells me that this time the circle will be the determining factor, and I think so the prediction that I also pointed out early on might come true if it keeps on going in the same way.
We have a northern circle. You call for it, Scared, and maybe K9. This time they can dominate and go for that big victory. But VXT, they have got the players of Wingod in a close proximity. As Wingod, they have got the entire control of those pancakes. And Wingod has proved to be a nuisance in the lobby. But for now, the drop clash which we were talking about, BotArmyEsports up against the players of Godstream and Delta in a close frontal battle. But on the other side, does he realize is a shotgun waiting for him?
Beryl M762, he tries to run away only to be shot in the back. You do not show your back to BotArmyEsports. Scary is indeed scary. And this team has got nothing to lose. God's reign, every single thing on the line. They have manifested this trophy, not for a day, not for a week, not for a month, but for an entire year. They're so close, Shadow. They are at the first spot, 118 points. Closely trailing them is VXT, 115, and they have lost one of their man.
What a timing of BotArmyEsports. They have been avoiding this drop clash. They have been avoiding the players of Godstream from day number 1. But now, when Godstream is in such a dire need of the points, and BotArmy, the curtains are pretty much already drawn for them. They decide to go and ruin the game for the players of Godstream. What a timing! To take that revenge as well.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and what better opportunity for you if you steal away the trophy for your opponents. Well, we are not getting it, but we are making sure that you are in the exact same boat. There is no lifeboat out here. We're all in the sinking Titanic. Maybe someone else might go in for the rise. Someone from out of all of these 16 colors in front of our screen. You can also point it all the way down to just top 6. I'm kind of now having my own doubts as well if Godlike would actually make it into the top 3. If not by the end of this game, I think so I can also count them out as well from the race of the trophy at least. Not from the podium, but for the trophy.
Godstream, they need those points. 10 points, bare minimum they need in this particular one. And a chicken dinner would just be a cherry on the top. But seems like BotArmyEsports, they are still going up against the players of Godstream. They're hunting Godstream. This is not looking good. And Godstream, they're avoiding this fight. They're avoiding an early clash at any cost, because Godstream do realize they are in dire need of those points. But K9, they also need to be a bit cautious from the approaching team of Gujarat Tigers. Destro so close to the players of BotArmyEsports. Even Justin.
Do they want to survive or do they want to hunt? Or are they kind of baiting the members of BotArmyEsports into some kind of a trap? Maybe we'll have to see as again out to the open. Monty fires on a few shots, but not on all. Till next, Justin will survive right now. Half of his HP. Up and running, up and going, but BotArmyEsports know exactly where God's reign are. They don't have anywhere to go, anywhere to run, just like Seth out there of Wyld Fangs. They wanted to go in for a rotation, being caught out there by Middle. who again are just looking hungry. Did not go for the fight with Red Frost, but eventually went in for the Peace Treaty. But Ninja Jord, there's no peace out here for this man. Ninja gets down onto one person, but he will be taken down. Devotee from the water says that I am the Aquaman out here. I will take you down. As Justin from the far fray still trying to provide his support. Henry Jord out of the vehicle and out of this lobby, at least for now. Monty jumps in the same area, same crosshair, and Justin is firing on all cylinders. Every single one from BotArmyEsports are now slowly and steadily falling down onto their feet. The revival will come in. Destro will be brought back up on his feet. But the question is, where is the last member of BotArmyEsports? Devotee all the way out there near Ninja Jord. The information is given. Constant shots being fired to make sure that Ninja stays alive at least for as long as possible. They've seen Devotee. Devotee is running back. Maybe he wants to try and survive. Monty has been taken down too. But hold on a second. 2v2 situation right now. Godstrain are definitely losing Ninja. He's not coming back up on his feet.
But Justin did save the day for the players of Godstrain, keeping the hopium alive for the entirety of Godstrain. They do have to finish points with themselves, but they need those placement points. They need those average points. Godstrain can't mess this Erangel at any cost. In BotArmyEsports, they are making sure that Godstrain, they face an early exit, as Henry, along with Devotee, is still trying to chase the players of Godstrain. Look at that, Henry. The entirety of Godstrain right in his crosshair.
69 bullets in the AKM and an S686 in his hand with an American muscle. My man is showing the muscles of steel. He wants to take down the gods. He wants to make sure that they do not rain. And guess what? Out of all of this commotion, iQOO Soul have heard it from across the map. They are moving against the circle out in the blue to take down the gods. The rendezvous is there, the backup is there, support is there, and iQOO Soul want to take them home as they try to take one. But guess what? Manya for now finished. Justin with the last stand out there, up and going. But it's all now for Nai as Some jumps in. Godstrain's game is ruined. They can catch in a few finishes, but nothing apart from that is going in their hands. The gods have been eliminated by the team who've got nothing to lose and by the team who are the comeback kings.
But still, the iQOO Soul problems are not over. We also have got the players of Team Just Jelly in the close vicinity. And like you said, Godstrain, just 3 points. 3 total points in Erangel. They are on the top. But can they stay on the top? That's the main question. Everything depends on the performance of VXT, OG, Carnival Gaming. This opens so many opportunities for the players of VXT. But Some out in the open has been knocked out by Ninze. And Jelly and the boys strike on the right moment. And iQOO Soul also on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, you mentioned about this entire kerfuffle which is happening right now. Some on his feet, Jelly as well should be brought back up too. I don't think so they're going to face any problem, but there's another problem happening on the other part of the map. Godlike up against K9. The beasts from the previous game are now being taken down. The wolves are now being demolished. Guess what? There's a lion on the other side. Or hold on a second. Knuckle wanted to save the life of one of his men, but eventually was answered back by Just Jelly on the other side as they now want to take down this one last member. Running, tugging tails. iQOO Soul, they're trying to survive, but for how long is the question as the shots go a bit afraid. They could not catch in that retreating man. But I want to catch the action that's happening between K9 and Godlike, the team on 5th versus the team on 6th.
The top teams are going up against each other. Hero Xtreme Godlike was going up against the players of K9 Esports. K9, they also face an early casualty. Godstrain, their dreams of getting those points in this map has been shattered. iQOO Soul, even they are also left with just a single man remaining, and that is Knuckle. Even Just Jelly, the problems are there for them because they are in the blue. It's not just BotArmyEsports waiting for them, but it are also the players of Vingod Esports waiting for them on the other side of the bridge. So many things happening Everyone is just going up against each other in all this. Orangutan, just look at the position. They are somewhere towards the center of the circle. This could be a great opportunity for VXT and OG to accumulate those position points, especially with Godstring facing an early elimination. This is a great opportunity for VXT and OG.
We'll have to see how that eventually falls into fray. VXT and OG again. A possibility for them, but I want to have a look at that replay. Man, these teams. The action that happened early on, I am so damn missing it right now. I know it happened just a few seconds ago, but guess what? That's the start of the finals you would always want. The map of Erangel. The team on top being chased down by the teams on the bottom. Only for their game to be ruined, but hold on a second. Hold on to that thought. Simp wanted to quickly hop into his vehicle. But Lucifer was there. Says that I am watching you. The fallen angel. Trying to take down one of the gods. A story that we have heard before. And before being casted down, Lucifer, one of the most beautiful angels out there in the heavens, was almost the strongest of them all. But who's going to be the Michael is the question. Can Godlike be that Michael?
Maybe, but for now, this Lucifer is definitely going up against your Michael, that is Hero Xtreme Godlike. But 3 teams still in the blue.
Wow.
Just look at that. Jelly, BotArmy and Knuckles still towards the entirety of military base. But like you said, Red Ross trying to pick a fight against the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. But Hero Xtreme Godlike do understand the gravity of the situation, and that could be the reason that the entire team of Godlike has disengaged from this fight and is just focusing on a better position. But Revenant, Sarang has been knocked out. This is not looking good. But let's be honest, Revenant has been struggling the entire season of SPS. Even the struggle is still continuing. Now they are sitting on the 14th spot. We can pretty much draw the curtains for Revenant X-Park that their chances of coming in the top 5 are almost none.
Yeah, and for now, their chance of reviving Sarang are almost none as well. Viper destroys Sarang out there with the nade. Now it's 1v1. Viper falls down onto his feet. The anti-venom of Shadow is there. The Reaper out there lurking in the dark is still alive. I remember the clutch that he basically pulled off all the way back in day number 1. And he's now standing up tall on his feet. A Spray God out there being the body of his team. He's the last man standing. He needs to make a 1v2. Can he do that? And no, says Gravity. As this time is going to pull all the particles together into the black hole. Reckoning Devour. Revenant X-Park. And they will now happily secure those 3 finish points. Not enough for them, absolutely, but maybe something to push them in the top 8 at least.
This Erangel is going to prove a complete nightmare for Destro. And so for the players of Team iQOO Soul, especially Destro. They wanted those average points. They wanted those points so desperately. And facing an early exit is something no one would have imagined. Except for BotArmyEsports, they had this in mind. They wanted this early fight. They wanted to go for the players of God's Reign at the very start of the game. And BotArmyEsports, they were avoiding this collision from the very start of day number 1. And finally, on this day, when God's Reign makes it to the top of the table, they decides to go for the fight.
You destroyed our drop location all the way through the challenge season. We're going to destroy your possibility of winning, but maybe Wind God can destroy just Jelly. Yes, Sam. And Ninze, he tries to turn away, but guess what? Wind God says, Itadakimasu. They're going to eat up both of these players quickly. And with that, destroying just Jelly.
But Scare, just look at the circle. The circle has taken an eastern shift and is favoring the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike a lot. Even the players of K9. VXT, who is on the eastern periphery of the circle. Even VXT also stands a good chance. 3 teams. The circle is favoring them a lot.
I really want to see which one of them will capitalize on it. Because right now, just Jelly, they have been demolished, they have been destroyed. There is no possibility for them to make a comeback in this game. If that happens, that's going to be the miracle of the entire BGMI Esports history. And there's another team who's out there who are wanting to make that history come to fruition. Hero Xtreme Godlike, you mentioned they had the best area in the circle, but here's the thing. This waterways divides it into two places. Jonathan having the height advantage. The Eagles always hunt down the snakes. And Godlike is hunting down the venomous fangs. Though they've been revived up all the way back on the feet. Hard compounds for the cover. With all the intel that Godlike can get, they still have to worry about anything that could happen on their 6. And that is exactly where probably Admino is also moving in his own vehicle.
Admino, a guy who started stepping up since yesterday, is definitely proving to be an absolute asset for the entire team. But Gujarat Tigers also in a kerfuffle against the plus of Red Ross, and seems like Gujarat Tigers left with only one man remaining. Clutch God has been confirmed. Seraph still bleeding. Gujarat Tigers, even this team is struggling, and seems like one more early exit could be there for the plus of Gujarat Tigers. Red Ross, a team which came from the open finals, has been the consistent ones, have been performing really good. But even the plus of Team Reckoning are also struggling, as Wyld Fangs are striking, and Kyoya has been eliminated already.
There are just so many teams who want to play around the shorelines, and I think so that is actually the most decent idea. At least one of the side is going to be empty. But here's the fun thing, right? Playing on any other shoreline on this map versus playing on the shorelines around Yasnaya, maybe the Rozhok, Ruins area, it means that there could be a crossfire from the other end, which you might not witness every other time. So that's the main deal teams would have to be worried about. There could be someone on the other end, someone on Rozhok, someone just a bit south of Yasnaya Polyana, who could be firing the barrage of bullets onto you. And that's why we are also seeing the members of Hero Xtreme Godlike trying to play the advantage with the hill. I do understand they had the central spot, Shadow, but again, that one center spot is open from every direction. So I like how Punk is thinking. But the question is, will the circle backfire onto that decision? Or will it double up onto that? Because that would mean either a chicken dinner or another struggling end of the first half of the finals day.
Even I think Carnival Gaming is also showcasing a good rotation. They are looking for the potential dominant control from the northern side, and they can easily go and try to backstab the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. VXT, even they have got the complete western control of the circle. All the teams who are trying to aim for the top spot, VXT, OG, Carnival Gaming, K9, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they do stand a very good spot, do stand a very good chance to convert this game in their favor. But for now, VXT as Power and Toy, they need to be very, very careful, as the entire team of Wind God is also approaching towards them. And seems like S-Power is aware about the foes. That could be the reason that he's trying to reunite with his teammates. And the circle has taken an eastern shift, concentric shift, and has gone away from the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. K9, VXT, they have got the prime spot in the circle, scared.
Red circle could be the case, but Somraj is now going to welcome out there. K9 Omega, the IGL moves down between the tires and now on the knees. He will be taken down. Versatile, picking apart K9 piece by piece, one person out. But this is not the best compound out there, Shadow. I really hate it whenever players quickly hop in and sit there. Carnival Gaming are around the same area, middle as well. You can hear them walking up slowly and steadily. We might possibly see these third parties come to fruition. Versatile will have to leave this compound as quickly as possible. But on the other end, Carnival, it's not just the only team they're worried about. There's also Red Ross, who always take the northern rotation into the circles. And Carnival realize that. They know Red Ross will be there. That's why Goblin was out there, making sure that he's stopping any kind of aggression. But on the extreme opposite end, Orangutan as well, finding a few pieces out there. Kyo Lamau from Just Chili just got finished up. And that marks the end of their run in this game number 3. But OG, they're nowhere in the safe circle. They've got Wind God up there north. They've got K9 as well. A big cluster of teams. Medal, BotArmyEsports. Not an easy route for them, but they never had the easy route in any of these games, did they?
VXT, one of those teams which always loves playing edge to edge, or they keep themselves away from the cluster, but the moment stage 4 circle comes in, VXT always goes for the center control, and this time once again VXT has the center control, and after stage 4 VXT starts training death and destruction in the lobby. For now the plan which VXT had is working for them, but Carnival Gaming Viper also finds a knock onto one of the player of Red Ross, and Red Ross, they are picking fight on the multiple fronts. They need to be careful as Viper providing all the backline support. Red Ross, they need to reposition. Carnival Gaming, this game is super important for now. Just a single finish, that is not going to be enough, especially if you get eliminated on the 13th spot. So Carnival, they need to play the cards right. They need to defend their area because they have got one of the prime spot inside the circle.
Stage 4, 13 teams. That's what we always are accustomed to seeing, even though there was a lot of aggression in the early game. iQOO, Soul, BotArmyEsports, Xtreme, thanks to all of them. There was so much action, but now is the main climax of this Erangel story. Every team is just eyeing out for that big win. Where will circle shift? It will find the main team who's got the advantage, and it is versatile. It is also Wind God Esports. They are the ones who have got the control, and OG can move in from the southern fray as well to eventually stop the other team. Carnival Gaming now onto their knees as even Viper falls. Only Neo remaining, and he is a blessing in disguise. But guess what? Look at the backline. There's also Godlike, who know what's happening out there, and they need these finishes. A big three-pointer. He confirms the 3 finish, and Mino is the man who stepped up at the time, which was the most crucial for Godlike. He's got 6 finishes for himself. A man who's now transcending to godhood. The questions, the prayers are now being answered. He needs to keep this up.
6 finishes, and all 6 finishes belong to Edmino. Hero Xtreme Godlike ruined the dreams of Carnival Gaming of staging a comeback in this map. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have a job to do. They have to migrate inside the circle. But looking at the circle, VXT, they are still the best spot possible. K9, they don't have the numbers. Only 2+ remaining. Orangutan, they're looking for the southern control. But Wind God is also there. But this moment, Carnival Gaming, they went for the hunt against the plus of Red Ross. But a nightmare happened. Hero Xtreme Godlike also came in. They did manage to eliminate Red Ross. But Godlike, the opportunistic one, struck at the perfect moment when Carnival Gaming was not prepared. And a single grenade from Edmino marks an end for the entirety of Carnival Gaming. Dreams are being shattered at this point.
A big 3-pointer, as you mentioned. And that was much needed. Yes, we'll probably see Godlike being another team who will move over the 100-point mark. At Minnow slowly, instantly moves back now down to his knees. There's been God on the other side, on the other fray, who are now stopping their pursuit. Godlike are slowly being brought down, just like the mortals. As Jonathan, he'll be trying to run away. Punk falls as well onto his knees. It's also Orangutan now fighting a few shots against the members of Wyld Fangs as OG. They need these points desperately. They are full 4 apes strong, and they are answering everyone back. It's Simp only remaining for Godlike. That's a big, big problem with Jonathan out there. Maybe they can pull something off, but OG rightly needs to pull this one. Push out, Scout out in the open. Trace God being taken down. Multiple different fronts now firing onto those teams. Our Thunky out here, up in front, out, down, on his knees. But there's still OG, still trying to stand. But guess what? It's all the other teams firing from every direction onto them. And it's a nade parade onto the apes. And they have got no trees to climb up onto. They are now crawling like snails. They're now begging for mercy. But there's none to be shown by the gods of wind.
Wind God And Orangutan, are they losing an outnumbered fight? Orangutan, they were looking so strong. But Wingod Esports once again proving to be the absolute nuisance in the lobby. A nade from Sahil marks an end for AQOP and RO as well. And Orangutan left with only one player remaining. Wizgod is trying to scuttle back to the safety and move inside the circle. VXT, they do have all the 4 players alive. They do stand a very good chance to convert this game in their favor. Reckoning they have got the northern control. But Wingod, even they have the momentum in their favor. They have got all the 4 players remaining.
It's not about if Wingod can actually make it up in top 8, top 5 or even at the first. It's about how many games can they ruin. For how many teams can they be the breakers of the heart. Wingod are looking like the momentum shifters. Right when we thought maybe K9 can pull it. Right when we thought maybe OG can pull it. It seems that none of them can actually stand up against this team when it becomes fearless. The only team who can actually make it big now is Versatile, but they are at the edge. They've got to be worried about every single one who's all the way out in the open. Simp, with just a few more first aids remaining, can only pray for others fall. He's the best believer out there in the open as Wingod again fires onto the members, and it's going to be Medal for now falling down. It's Versatile and Wingod working in unison, pushing Medal out. So now top 5 for Godlike. At least 3 position points confirmed. How many more can Simp grab? Totally depends on the teams in front of our screen.
VXT, they have the numbers, they have the circle, but they don't have enough real estate. They don't have enough hard cover to work around with. Wingod, they have such a good spread. They have the chance of converting this one in their favor, but VXT is the one who desperately need that winner chicken dinner. I don't know how many smokes and grenades do the players of Team Versatile have at this point, but Simp is still going for the heal battle, and LeBron open things up by knocking down Somraj.
Yeah, that's the first one, and that was the pillar onto the left side. Now there's an opening for Wingod Esports. They've got the numbers advantage. The circle seems non-existent. Now it's going to be the blue hitting you up right at your faces. The first one in the entire challenge finals. And it's Wingod who see them at the advantage. Another nade now finds a good knock again. Somraj brought down onto his knees. Infinity though, a bit out in the open, catching some of that fire. But Versatile still are trying to hold it down, but they cannot. Raiden falls down. The XWSB member, Simp out in the open, will be taken down as Troy could not become the snail he thought he was, as he's been picked apart. Wingod working in unison, takes down every single one from Versatile, and finally bring themselves back up from the brink, from the depths of the abyss.
A little too late to the party, but here they are. The moment the winds were in their sails. Wingod Esports in those dying moments did escort themselves to a win for sure. But for Versatile also, a second position finish nonetheless. Not too shabby, the Shadow, given the fact that they were one amongst the chosen others that made it till the end. Is it where they finally clinched that first spot to their name?
The chances are very high. Since God's Train, they were eliminated at the 16th spot. So the chances of VXT making it to the top spot in the overall ranking are very high, because VXT they do have those crucial finish points and the place point points as well.
Of course, Ked, we did touch upon the fact that Versatile need to explore options, and Troy made an instant entry, and you could see those results replacing Equinox. How did Troy look to you throughout the game?
I was kind of expecting something that, you know, not a lot of people out there would say, but I thought maybe Troy would not be able to handle such an immense pressure off the land, that too on the day 3, when there are so many things online. But seeing the performance, I think so the team has done very good.
They certainly have, and they still have much more digging to do, much more bragging to secure. But for now, let's over for an exclusive interview with Ravan, with our boys from Wingod Esports.
कमबैक आया तो जरूर है, लेकिन क्या वो देर आया, क्या दुरुस्त आया? चलिए हम बात करते हैं सीधा विंगॉड से, क्योंकि चैलेंज सीजन से लेब्रॉन जब आपको देखा गया था तो उम्मीदें हम सभी की थी आपसे कि वो ट्रॉफी के आसपास आएंगे, ट्रॉफी उठाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो थोड़ा दूर लग रहा है मामला.
कोई बात नहीं, एज अ टीम हम लोगों का फर्स्ट लैन था साथ में, और नॉर्डविन का स्टेज और हम लोग को इतना एक्सपीरियंस तो अच्छा मिला है, और हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि अगले इवेंट में हम लोग और अच्छा करें। बट यही है कि अभी और 3 मैचेस बचे हैं, हम लोग अपना बेस्ट देंगे। देखो बाकी तो एक टीम तो सिर्फ एक ही जीतती है, तो वही एक सीन है बस।
अभी क्या करोगे आने वाले मैचेस में? ऑल इन जाओगे, रोक के खेलोगे, सोचोगे समझोगे? क्योंकि नेक्स्ट जो 2 मैप है स्पेशली, हम जानते हैं सनहॉक वीकेंडी आसान नहीं होता, उसमें क्या प्लान्स होने वाले हैं?
मेरी नज़र तो सीजी पे है, तो सीजी को तो ट्रॉफी नहीं उठाने दूंगा।
वो ओके, सीजी ओपन चैलेंज विंड गॉड की तरफ से। खैर आपसे भी कुछ सवाल जवाब करेंगे। इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस यार, चैलेंज सीजन आपके गुण गा रहे थे, क्या हो गया आपको चैलेंज फाइनल में आके?
मतलब ऐसा कुछ तो हुआ नहीं है। मेनली मेरी गन तभी चलती है जब टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही हो, कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही हो। कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ अच्छा गन पावर में यूज़ कर पाता हूँ, बट अभी कोऑर्डिनेशन कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा लैग कर रहे थे हम। एंड अभी लास्ट मैच सही खेले, तो अभी साहिल भी बढ़िया खेला, 8 किल निकाला, अच्छा लगा। ऐसे खेलते हैं हम, और अभी आज वैसा ही खेले, तो मे भी अब 3 गेम में भी अच्छा खेलते हुए दिखेंगे।
चलिए होप फॉर द बेस्ट। बट कार्निवल गेमिंग इंतजार करे, क्योंकि आपकी ओर आ रहे हैं विंड गॉड, और हम चलते हैं फिलहाल कास्टर की तरफ और जानते हैं लेब्रॉन का थॉट के बारे में।
All right, it's said out loud and out. They are going to go after Carnival Gaming, message sent and acknowledged. I feel bad at this point for the boys of CG. They've been meaning no harm and suddenly so much bashing, but let's talk about this young man. He was such a delight to witness during the league stages, but throughout the grand finals, he was pretty much absent. But once he broke through the shackles, back again, 8 finishes. How do you feel about that, Shadow?
I think, like you said, he was doing wonderful in the league stages as well, but the entirety of Vikendi Esports was missing, completely missing. On day number 1, this team started spreading their wings on day number 2 and proved to be an absolute menace for so many teams, not just Carnival Gaming, even for the players of Orangutan, for the players of Team iQOO, Soul, Vikendi Esports. They were holding on to the Brits for such a long time and were waiting for so many teams. So this team, I'm sure they're going to just shatter so many dreams today.
They indeed are looking like, because they've been the Titan Slayers, also took down the players of Orangutan, like you mentioned, and that makes it look oh so scary. But talking about the stars of the match, you still find his power this time, however, being the best companion. But going all out, it was Silopi, we've talked about that. But scared, we saw anime betrayal going on in those earlier phases of the game. What were iQOO Soul thinking to chase and hunt down the players of Godstrain? Did this spark some old rivalry? What was it?
Yeah, so it happens in the situations when either iQOO Soul are super comfortable, or when they know that they've now got nothing to lose, that they always go out for God's reign, because they know where they are. They know whenever in the finish feed it happens that they're taking the fight with the other person, they always jump down, regardless if it is outside of the circle, if it's in the blue, they will go out there. And that is what we witnessed, because guess what? I know that you're pretty worried and you feel kind of sad about the fact that Carnival are being targeted by multiple teams. God's Reign are facing the same thing right now.
But you know, what really baffles me was iQOO Soul changed their directions. They did not head inside the circle, rather went out of it, went after God's Reign. I do not recollect any past rivalry, because you asked this out to Destro, and look at Justin, he's expressing his agony there. He's not happy about it. In fact, he's quite pissed nonetheless, and there's no way you can sugarcoat that. Now, this kind of taunts a new spark. It feels like somewhere down the line, God's Reign, they might get their revenge. Maybe not in this tournament, maybe in the tournament after this. But now, Hero Xtreme Godlike. We had been talking about Admino sleeping throughout the grand finals. What a time for him to come alive.
I think he started staging comeback yesterday only. It was only day number 1 and the league stage where he was completely absent. But yesterday also, Admino did pull off really good few moments, really good finish points for the entire team. But I do agree with what you said. Even iQOO Soul also called this upon themselves, the early exit. And not just in this stage, even in the upcoming official tournaments, we might see a rivalry between iQOO Soul and God's Reign.
Now, what really shocked me was, out of every team they could have picked up, they went after God's Reign. I think the only connecting dot has to be Ninja Jord, considering he was one of the ex-members of iQOO Soul in the previous officials, now a part of this. I do not know if there's any bad blood, but I'm not going to try and pull any strings out there, but we move on ahead. Orangutan, alright. We were talking about that fight against Wingard, and you guys were of the opinion that they were having better numbers. Despite that, things did not work well for them. So Scared, what happened? Run me down.
Yeah, even though they had the numbers, they did not have the height advantage, right? If anything, they were at the disadvantageous situation. Plus, there was no cover for them on the eastern phrase, and they were entirely open. Versatile as well had a hand in taking down the members of OG. And I think so it's again them finding themselves in that one very awkward position where they kind of got confused if they need to go for the fight or if they need to slow it down. And if you're in a pickle in that case, you will always be fired on from multiple directions.
Is it right to say that the nerves took over once again for OG Shadow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because yes, in that particular situation, I see no reason for Orangutan to lose that particular fight. Even the last player, Wizgod, was trying to scuttle back to the safety. Eventually, he also had to go down. But yes, OG should not have on paper lost that particular fight against the players of BGMI Esports.
Yeah, indeed. And now let's see what sort of topsy-turvy tail twisters we are witnessing. And there you have it. Win got 26 points. Surely will be climbing a lot of places up. But the headliners will be pulled off by Versatile and Hero Xtreme, got like 13 and 12 points respectively. And then you've got OG with just 4. Carnival Gaming have 4 to their name. So somehow they're hanging on. But GDR, man, you gotta feel it.
It's not just GDR, I'll have to say, you know.
Even
K9
Esports.
Esports. Oh my god, we had such a same thought. But yes, they also have only 3 points. The momentum stolen away from them. Fun fact, God's Range still got 3 points out of that. iQOO Soul only 1. BotArmyEsports only 2. So both the Hunters, if you combine their eliminations, that's the number of elims that GDR got out of all of that. But I really feel that it's absolutely not enough. If anything, now the first spot is 100% stolen by Versatile. And Godlike are probably making their entrance in the top 5 again.
You know, it feels like we're watching an episode of Game of Thrones. Every single match, we're seeing somebody take over that crown, and you know, it's so heavy at this point. Now, for K9 Esports, we have to bring this up. Next up, it is going to be Sanhok. We know they've got a drop fight, and this is the right time for iQOO Soul to strike, since, you know, we pretty much know their journey is over. Versatile, there you have it. There is that 7 points lead in comparison to God's Train, but OG, they still are somehow maintaining the 3rd spot, but CG, they are slipping by. Everything that can go wrong has gone wrong for them.
Of course, Carnival Gaming, those early fights are really not working for them. They have tried for the passive approach also. Even that also didn't work for the players of Carnival Gaming. They need to pick their battles very carefully. They need to pick their rotations very cautiously. Even the players of Hero Xtreme got like they're not that far away. One chicken dinner, one big game, and they can be in the top 3.
Let's hope it's all those ifs and buts and cans in May. But what shall happen next, we don't know, because it's the game of Sanhok, and we know it's a map of chaos. But again, a huge shout out to DHL. If you want to level up your career with DHL, do contact them. The links are on the description as we move on ahead. All right, 2 drop clashes. Carnival Gaming against BotArmyEsports. Now even Wingard have shown interest. They're going to go after Carnival. And then you've got iQOO Soul and K9 fight around that shrine area. What are we expecting?
Maybe K9 will try to change their drop location, because we did see that yesterday.
Also, right?
They didn't go for the players of Team iQOO Soul. So maybe this time also K9 can try doing same thing, because K9 is also in dire need of those points.
Well, whatever mystery unravels, that will happen, ladies and gentlemen. After this short little break, you don't go back. We will be right here.
Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for the pain. I'ma do whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
3 games done and dusted, 3 more to go, and I do not think, folks, this can get any more spicier than this. We've got Necro along with Scared, and Necro, we saw that interview, Wingod just won a chicken dinner, and they said it loud and clear, they're going to go after Carnival Gaming. Why do you think so?
I'm not exactly sure why Carnival Gaming, but maybe considering Carnival Gaming was just going super aggressive on day one, maybe Wingod Esports was also caught in that crossfire. Now they want to get their revenge against him. Maybe that's the storyline.
It could be possible. Maybe they're just trying to ruin the games for everyone that's all the way up in top. Or maybe it could just be all the facade, right? Maybe they want to target someone else and they're just trying to hide behind the members of Carnival Gaming. So, wow.
Beautiful. This is what we love about esports. No matter whichever team you support, once those lights turn dark, there is that glimmer of hope. Feels like fireflies, feels like we're in a concert. Everybody enjoying, everybody going wild. And now coming back to discussion, Necro, up next is Sanhok. We've been talking about this age-old rivalry, iQOO Soul and K9. And this is something that Shadow brought up, that K9 changed their drop locations yesterday. I'm pretty sure iQOO Soul must have done their homework. Do they go chasing them all the way towards those eastern sides?
No, I don't think so. That's going to happen. No,
They
absolutely
did that
not.
against GDR, man.
Yeah, I mean, they did that, but iQOO Soul, in my opinion, why they did that in the first place was because they wanted to be part of the action. Because they know it's go big or go home. They just wanted to get their hands on some elimination points, and considering GDR is one of those teams that is, of course, going to be a hot target, iQOO Soul thought that, yes, there's going to be a lot of teams down south targeting GDR, and that's why they went down south. I think so.
You know, this is something so difficult for me to buy, because they could have gone inside the circle. They could have picked any fight out of every other. They decided to steer away and go after GDR.
Third partying is easy, my friend. They probably saw the elimination feed going off, and they were like, you know what, there's probably 5 or 6 teams down there. We can go down south, try and get as many scrappy points as possible. Even if they get 4 to 5 points right there, that's a great start for the entire game. And that's what iQOO Soul was probably thinking.
But that was something that they were thinking, but that did not actually happen in real, right? Right after they got picked off. So that is something I do not know. Maybe as time unfolds, we find the answers. But the schedule up next, it is going to be the Rainforest Sanhok. And we know that we've got those 2 drop collisions. Carnival Gaming, versus BotArmyEsports, iQOO Soul versus K9. We did touch upon iQOO Soul and K9. Now, talk me through, Scared, about BotArmyEsports and Carnival Gaming. Because BotArmyEsports, they are right now men on a mission.
They've got nothing to lose. Even in the
Exactly.
previous one, they finally showcased their own aggression right now. But for all the people out there watching us, you can show your support by quickly typing down your prediction in the comment section. The Snapdragon match prediction is up and going. Make sure you show your support to the teams now. Coming back to the topic, fixes again. BotArmy, they've got nothing to lose. And if Vingod also jump into the exact same fray, that means it's going to be a meat grinder out there.
So already... Okay.
Yeah, the
Go
fun
ahead.
thing is, iQOO Soul likes to go for the third parties. We saw that in the previous one. Maybe they can go for the same one in the next one.
Yeah, but once again, iQOO Soul at this point, they should know that they cannot really be the one to stand a chance to get that trophy anymore. So maybe if iQOO Soul wants, they can definitely go ahead and target a few more teams. Already Xtreme is being targeted by BotArmyEsports. CG is being targeted by another team, which is going to be Wyld Esports. So maybe now it's time for VXT to fall apart as well.
Listen, to be honest, in that previous game, Versatile made that change and it worked out fantastically for them. Especially, this was something that we were trying to bring up. If Equinox is not performing, then maybe try a few other things, because Troy was there alongside Somraj when they lifted the trophy last year. Troy comes in, we see some instant impact. Of course, the chicken dinner was denied, but enough points for Versatile to have that first spot to themselves. Up next is Sanhok, one of the strongest suits of Versatile. Now, this brings me down to speculating about the thoughts of a healing battle, because we have seen Somraj execute that even in the past. So, Necro, tell me, do we see a frontal fight from Versatile, or are they going to resort to those healing battle and secure those 7-8 points?
That's actually a great point that you brought up, right? Considering we did see Versatile do that a lot of times in the past as well, and we all know healing strats are pretty much like the easy way to get the points. And at this point in time, Versatile, all they need is the average points to try and keep themselves in the race. And we also do see a bit of that change coming through. Zyrex is now once again back in the main playing for, and Zyrex is also playing for such a long time in the challenge season.
Yeah, he was playing in the roster, but this is one of those first games that he's going to get in the LAN. Now, this is where Carnival Gaming, they are literally putting all their chips on one corner, all their eggs under one basket.
Yeah.
Scared, it looks scary.
It indeed is. It's again, it's a decision. It's a big gamble out there. Probably one of the biggest out there in 2025. If this works out, imagine the praises for Zyrax and imagine the fame he's going to get after seeing Carnival Gaming lift that trophy. But if it does not, then everything's going to fall onto his shoulders.
All right, Necro, let's manifest. You are the coach of Carnival Gaming right now. You're in such a tough spot. What is your call out for the next game? How do you go out there and perform?
Now look, what the main problem here is that every other team in the top 4 has been at least consistent. Godsreen, yeah, they're not able to get those points, but still they're somewhere in the top 4. But for CG, they're slowly and steadily losing that grip from the top 5 as well. And if CG does not make the change right now, then they're definitely going to regret it for their entire lifetime, because they still do have that wild card that can be pulled out. So in my opinion, they should go for this change. If it's going to work out, it's going to work out in wonders, because we've seen Zyrex perform in challenge season.
Do you think they should be playing for those possession points, or if a fight may come, they might go their way? But we're talking about those wild moves. Surely Carnival Gaming need to draw some inspiration, some wild moves even in Sanhok, as the audience, they're all crazy. They've gone bonkers. But now coming back to discussion. So, Scared, is a passive approach better, or do you think that Carnival Gaming should go back to their DNA, what they're known for, what they have, what has earned them a lot of points, and go all out? But seems like we gotta dance.
I'm just gonna go do my own, you know, the most famous out down there, Gangnam Style. I always love to have that.
Guys, listen, for some reason the production crew told us that if you don't dance, you will be penalized. So that's why we're dancing over here, man.
I just like to dance.
I don't want my
I'm just grooving, man. I don't care. I'm loving this event. I'm loving the vibes. I was thinking when the spotlights will be on us, and might as well seize the opportunity. But now, you know, coming back to discussion, we were on Carnival Gaming. We wanted them to get back to their old ways.
Yeah.
We wanted them to rise above their fears, and yes, Scared, you have a point.
Yeah, I remember the question that you asked as well right before the dance cam. You know, I kind of wanted to say this out loud as well. Carnival Gaming need to go back to their aggressive fear. That's where they shine the most. Goblin was having such a fun time. Viper was doing a phenomenal job. and they were here to just conquer everything. But right now, it just feels like their passive approach is again biting them in the back because of the number of teams that are in those final few circles. So maybe you become the sweeper out there, you first wipe out the floor with all the other teams and then move in where the empty area is.
It's such a Herculean task, honestly, for Carnival
Yeah,
Gaming. But
yeah.
let's steer away from them. Let's talk about Orangutan. Necro, you know, it's always been a bittersweet love story with OG. They always come so close, and yet it feels so far. What does OG need to do in this game to ensure they're one step closer to the trophy once again?
Is that even a question? A chicken dinner, of course. The answer is super easy. Get a
Wow.
chicken dinner, and that's the only way you're going to be a step closer to that trophy right there. Because the teams at the top are slowly and steadily building up that lead. I'm speaking of Versatile, and even Hero Xtreme. Godlike is getting that constant point flow, by the way, so you cannot really ignore that. And without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the upcoming map, which is going to be the map of Sanhoks. The rainforests are waiting to be drained with a lot of blood, and at this point we know the battlefield as well is set for the players to step in, as the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from docks towards Camp Alpha. This plane flat path is tilted a little bit to the left side, or maybe you can say to the southern side as well, but considering it is the map of Sanhok, it's really not going to make any sort of difference.
At this point, even Revenant X Spark, they could be a potential threat. They've been caught napping throughout this entire event. All the league stages and the grand finals combined. And we did touch upon that little rivalry they had with Hero Xtreme Godlike earlier. A right time, maybe to cleanse things up or fix it up. As of now, GDR, they're going to head towards Paradise Resort. We know GDR, Sanhok has always been one of their strongest suits. And K9, this time they drop down on Camp Alpha. But where is iQOO Soul? Seems like they're heading towards Ruins against BotArmyEsports. That means where on earth is Carnival Gaming? Look
Carnival
at that.
Gaming, they skedaddled away from that spot. They moved away from that spot towards the northern side. And now if that spot's going to be accumulated by someone else, then CG can face some troubles. But luckily enough for CG, it's not. And iQOO Soul, they clearly know one thing, which is going to be go big or go home. And that's why iQOO Soul is searching for as many fights as they can. And they're actually getting the elimination points as well. iQOO Soul's going to try to pull off a K9 Esports if possible.
At this point, they're leaving no stones unturned. Seems like maybe they came down hunting for the players of CG. Instead found BotArmyEsports, but look at this. Revenant X Spark against CG. Got Xerix stealing the charge, and Neda dropped down, but nothing really fruitful coming out of it. CG, their worst nightmares have awakened. And this is ridiculous, even for K9. That's an obnoxious split, but Shadow gets some success with that Scorpion, but Carnival Gaming quick on their triggers, instant reply. But
Oh,
look
no.
at that, Necro. Revenant X Spark, and now even GT, they've joined the party.
This is going to be an absolute chaos. Everyone wants to be a part of the fight, and at this point, you cannot even skedaddle away. You're stuck in that spot. Revenant X Spark, they're definitely going to try to go for that revenge, considering they've got nothing to lose. They can't afford for risks like these. If Spray God wants, he can also get the revival on the Fallen teammate, and that's what he's exactly doing. The Fallen man's going to be back up on his feet, but we just had the conversation about how K9 Esports, they are spread wide apart. Slug is all by himself right next to the players of GT, and if Slug gets spotted, that's done.
Xerix.
Oh,
He's
no.
almost got his hearts out of his mouth. At this point, Carnival Gaming have no other options but to tuck their tails and run. Look at Shadow. He's been brought back to life, but Reckoning out on the hunt against Red Ross, another team that did impress us yesterday. It seems like even their closing days have come. The lights is looking so bleak. Across the tunnel, there you go. Viper secures that finish. Reckoning get 4 for themselves. Again, quite late to the party. Reckoning, they've messed it up once again.
It just blows. Unfortunately for Red Ross, they were looking so good on day one, consistent. Then on day two, that consistency dipped down bit by bit. They lost that average. And now on day three, they don't even stand a chance to contest the trophy anymore. That speaks volumes. If you're someone who's going to play for the average, you better make sure that you've got yourself that leeway to play with in the first place. K9 Esports, they've got a major shift going on. And unfortunately for K9 Esports, soon enough, they're going to get pounced on by iQOO. But hold on to that thought. The fight between Carnival Gaming and Revenant Spark erupts once again. Zyrex falls down. It's all down to Goblin now. Can this man clutch it off? We've seen Goblin pull off some insane clutches in the past, and he will clutch it. A Vector in the hand's going to do the job, and Goblin, this guy's an absolute monster.
Ice in his veins. Look at those eyes. It means vengeance. He's enraged. Hell hath fury like no goblin scorned. Just when Carnival Gaming needed a hero, he steps up to the occasion for finishes. But right now, he's gonna go away from here. He's gonna collect as many meds as possible. And seems like Hatin is just the sweet spot they need. But now we have to talk about K9 and this ludicrous split they have. What are they thinking, Necro?
Yeah.
This time going after iQOO Soul, or are they getting hunted back? It's iQOO Soul after K9, and they do not have any support.
iQOO Soul wanted to drop on top of Ruins because they knew that there's going to be a drop clash. So iQOO Soul wanted a third party that. But considering that drop clash never came through, iQOO Soul once again went back to their original drop location, which was Camp Alpha. But iQOO Soul does not know that K9 Esports has contested it. And now they definitely do know that. They know that K9 Esports is in the nearby vicinity, and iQOO Soul is someone that's not going to back away from a fight like this. They're searching for smoke, and they finally found some sort of brawl that they can go up against. And K9 Esports is someone that would like to play it as safe as possible, and that's what they exactly do. They just back away from this spot.
It's starting to bother me, really. At this point, K9, how do they get inside the zone? Seems like they're heading towards Hatin. They've somehow managed to survive iQOO Soul's wrath without incurring a single loss. But are they aware they might find Goblin? Or is Goblin going to surprise them? Given the fact that Goblin is running away from here, he means no harm. Just 2 first hits to his name, but a quick replay once again. Goblin going big. Xerix, I felt like he made a tiny little mistake. The moment he had the players knocked down, and then he just steps out and instantly gets traded off. Had he held on a little bit longer, I still feel like Carnival Gaming could have had extra hands to work with.
They could have. But I just feel really bad for CG in general, man.
Yeah, dude.
So close to that trophy, so close to tasting that victory, and then they just fail. But they've still gotten 4 points after this game. And CG's down to just that one man. If Goblin's able to get enough meds, he can definitely go for the med strat. And if he's able to secure even a top 3, that's more than enough in my opinion. CG can still be in a major race. And if they do pull off a good game in Vikendi, then CG can still stand a major chance to go for the trophy.
You know, when you take a look at the circle, Necro, look at Xtrame's position, look at Orangutan's position, and even Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got those central spaces to them. And 3 of them, everybody is contending for that trophy, and there you have it. The circle shift, but still say slightly favoring OG. As Godstrame, they're going to make some quick move around those western compounds of Ban, secure it for themselves with a medal on the chase. At this point, it's so difficult to say what happens next because Sanhok has always been a game changer. Up next, it's going to be Vikendi, but if you somehow survive Sanhok, you get a decent amount of points, maybe your chances of lifting that trophy quadruples.
Maybe, though. Teams are losing that consistency. Everyone's starting to lose the patience as well. A lot of hunters on the prowl, especially for the top 6. This cannot be any worse. It's like the 6 against the world at this point. Ooh. It's looking real tough. And Metal Esports is also one of those teams that is super hurt. And they're definitely looking forward to inflict some pain and hurt on the teams in the front as well. Metal Esports, for some reason, they back away from this. What? Metal Esports does not even stand a chance to go even near that trophy. But still, for some reason, Metal Esports is playing this safe.
They're the ones to blame. especially staying in the top 3 by the end of day 1, to now being currently placed at the 14th spot. The downfall has been real. And now Middle Esports still looking quite defensive. Really not forcing this fight against Hero Xtreme Godlike, as they're also vying for some concrete cover. Have some ridges to play around as Sim. He lightens things up. Tries to take a couple of shots though. Middle Esports showing no interest.
Indeed. Middle Esports, for some reason, playing this one safe. I guess Middle Esports, they've got their target locked. Maybe they don't want to take a fight against Hero Xtreme Godlike. Maybe they want to target someone else. Middle Esports is one of those teams that's definitely going to target. This will happen. But who will they? And when will it happen? Or maybe Middle Esports do not even need to do that because already their target is getting eliminated slowly and steadily.
Surely they've got a smirk on their face. But really, you know, brings this topic. They could have also gone for the throne. Instead, they decided to settle differences. I do not really know if that was the right call to make, but look at K9. Gujarat Tigers real up close and personal as gods.
Oh no.
He gets Ninja Boy down on his knees, and K9, they're begging for mercy.
They indeed are. K9's trying to play aggressive. That's why Ninja Boy was so much in the front. But unfortunately getting caught off guard by the players of GT is now going to put the players of K9 Esports in a big real disadvantage. Hero Xtreme Godlike igniting that fight against Middle Esports. Legit and Cyrex in the back, and Zip is a bit closer to that threat. The man needs to watch out. These two players of Middle Esports, they do possess a lot of power. They can strike you down if they find the right instance. But even Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got all the 4 players on the board, and that's where they get the man advantage. So even if a proper collision comes into play, Hero Xtreme Godlike will have the upper edge.
Godstrain unwantedly helped Hero Xtreme Godlike. And then trying to stay alive, took one out of medal. Whilst Admino, he gets one to his name. And Middle Esports caught between a rock and a hard place. They've got no cover, nothing to really hide, and this point so difficult to contemplate what's going to happen next. As the circle takes a shift, you've got it, comes down, falling on the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, Middle Esports, and even GDR, OG. All of them find themselves under a decent roof, but let's not forget, Versatile squeeze themselves in, inject through the southern side, along with Team Just Jelly on their sides. It's going to be an interesting affair nonetheless.
I mean, just look at the way the game's shaping up too. Godsreen once again playing it safe. The main problem for Godsreen is that they're banking everything on that chicken dinner. They're not even trying to get the average first and then maybe play for that chicken. No, that's not the game strat. Instead, Godsreen is just trying to contest the center, keep themselves anonymous, and go for the big game. But here's the risk with that. If Godsreen gets caught in the mid game, they're done for. They're not going to have any points to back themselves up, and the consistency instantly dips, and that's what's been happening since the last 2 games.
At this point, look at Versatile. The only cause of concern for them is they're surrounded. They've also been spotted out. We saw a couple of moments earlier. Josh Jelly igniting those sparks, firing those shots. And now you've got Orangutan right beside you. I'm pretty sure Versatile is aware of that, considering OG loved that spot just around the outskirts of Quarry. As even Reckoning, they have also decided to come in closer. And then we've got Wyld Fangs. They've been completely wild. I've been loving this version of Wyld Fangs, Necro, the way they're playing today. It's just not Trace God. The others have also been stepping up and do not feel happy about this. This is a good time to be galloping around the rainforest on a horse like this. Are K9 going to resort for a healing battle? Is that going to make the cut?
That would make a lot of sense too. If K9 wants, they can definitely go for the mid strat, but the main problem is they're down to a 3-man squad, right? And the real concern is that even if one of the man goes in the back lines and goes for the mid strat, the rest 2 of the guys, I don't think so they will be able to accumulate a lot of points in the first place. So K9 Esports at least needs a decent amount of elimination points to get something done. And Goblin has been collecting meds for such a long time at this point. He's only been able to collect 5 first aids, by the way.
Yeah, that's quite alarming, given the fact that Revenant X-Spark were quite literally breathing down his neck there. Still alive, still kicking, but stage 4 is where it starts to tickle a little bit. Stage 5 is where it starts to hurt. So he's got a minute or two to ensure at least needs 20 plus first aids. He's gone back to his drop location.
That's tough, though. One man trying to gather 20 plus first aids sounds a lot. I don't think so he will be able to do so, considering the time's limited.
Or maybe just play around the edges
And
try
then in
to
the
snipe
end,
down a couple
yeah.
of players. You know, 3-4 and survive till the very end. Maybe even a top 5 finish could still keep them afloat. But for Carnival Gaming, you know, heart goes out for them, especially they played like brave warriors, but always tend to crumble when situation is quite dire. As Wingod, we saw them winning the previous game, but look at this circle shift, Necro. Seems like the gods have favored the gods themselves. Godlike, right at the smack center around Medal Esports. Also having Gujarat Tigers. This is where the pour comes in. That's injection from the south and the southeast side. It is going to be quite interesting. Reckoning, they've made it first. God's range just around the edges. But how do OG enter inside the zone?
I'm not exactly sure about that. Probably fight their way through. That's the only way I see. Take a fight against Reckoning Esports, because GDR is not going to take a fight, that's for sure. GDR is one of those teams that will try to keep themselves anonymous and safe. Maybe they will try to poke and get those crappy points, but they're not going to go for a head-on-head collision. There's no way. That's not GDR. And once again, Hero Xtreme Godlike finding themselves on a great spot. I guess Punk has been having the time of his life. He's been having some great predictions today.
Ever since they've changed their ways of playing around the center, seems like things are starting to work out for them. A little late to that, but still in the race. Right in front of them, you've got Medal Esports, but this is where Hero Xtreme Godlike could capitalize, because Reckoning come knocking on the doors of the players of Medal Esports. This is going to be quite brutal. This could be a game changer.
Hero Xtreme Godlike can definitely snatch away a few elimination points. If this fight does commence, these can be free, scrappy points that Hero Xtreme Godlike can use as a consistency barrier. Versatile too, down south underneath the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. At this point, the game's building up. And if one single team decides to break the silence, the third parties will collapse. And it will be a deadly mess.
It's going to be a chaotic. Look at Destro. He's just gazing. He's got a line of fire on the players of Wingod, but Wingod, they've got that high ground advantage. Destro has to get a knock. Needs to find one, and he starts cooking. A grenade could change his fate, but LeBron getting caught off guard. Beautiful connection by Delta.
Yeah, that's a great way to open things up. And now for Wingod Esports, here comes the return knock, but even Destro is able to find the second. God's Reign, now it's time to make the push. They cannot stay back anymore. They've already found 2 big picks in this fight. And if God's Reign still decides to stay back, that's going to be a big problem. And there we go. Here comes the prowess. Here comes the push from the Prowlers of God's Reign. But the first man gets struck down. Eventually, though, still the remaining players. They make the comeback in the fight as they take down the last man of Wingod Esports too.
Somehow surviving by the Whiskers. 4 finishes collected for God's Reign as they close in the gap against Versatile, who are yet to open their accounts. Still not inside the circle though, but look at this. Hero Xtreme Godlike, and it is so poetic. Jonathan taking down his power, sending a wave, sending message throughout the lobby as Versatile, they somehow have to conjure magic, pull out a rabbit out of the magic hats, do whatever it needs. They have to get inside the circle. But the question is how?
It will be tough. You've got Just Chili on the left, VXT in the middle, and then OG right to the right side of VXT. VXT's trapped, they're sandwiched. And the fact that now their main key player's not in the game anymore, That's just going to hurt even more. VXT, they've been able to achieve that consistent average, but in this game, maybe they can't lack. And just look at the elimination feed. Even Just Jelly's getting picked off by Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan's popping off. But I do see the map feed on the screen, and it's going to be the players of God's Reed charging up on the players of OG. This is going to be an instrumental fight, but Delta PG, he decides to strike even more. But OG, Haru comes in from the back, and he takes down Delta in return. God's Reed, they're down to just the last man, and eventually the last man makes sure that God's Reed's going to survive another fight. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they deliver the final blow with a third party.
Getting finishes left, right, and center. Hero Extreme Godlike capitalizing on the situation, and look at that. Spitting fire through the lobby as Troy falls down. Everything rests on Somraj and Raiden, and seems like he'll catch another grenade. Somraj just showed his back, and Admino hunts him down. Raiden needs to electrify himself and somehow survive the wrath of the gods, as even Josh Shelley did in a heap of trouble, aren't they?
They're playing everything right, Fixes. They're taking the right fights as well. They know exactly who to prioritize and who to not. But VXT can still be a major table turner over here. The man who was knocked out is now trying to crawl back to safety and make sure that he's going to be revived back on his feet. Toy is still knocked out. He's trying to do something, but eventually Raiden also gets spotted. Shots are taken against Raiden. Can he survive for too long? That's my question. VXT, they've only been able to achieve 1 point so far, and that's a real problem. VXT, they at least need a few more. They at least need 5 more points, 6 points on the board. That can still touch the average. Versatile, they're going to start a sweat. You can see Raiden trying to accumulate as many first aids as he can.
Look at this. Jonathan, he gets one more. Jonathan and Admino both stepping up, delivering, and again an iconic finish there as they rip apart iQOO Soul. Last man down, Hero Extreme Godlike en route, getting that chicken dinner to their names. But K9 still alive, still in the midst of things. This could be really interesting. It is going to boil down to the wire, but 9 finishes so far collected. Does the 10th come? Raiden's still breathing, and you can see crowd going wild. They are starting to manifest it, Necro, and it feels like Hero Extreme Godlike might finally get a chicken dinner to their names.
They know it can be their game. Even the fans know it. They can smell it. They can test it. But can it be the game of Hero Extreme Godlike? Really? The fans are definitely hyping up the entire team. They can definitely feel the moment. But can Hero Extreme Godlike taste the chicken dinner? Can the players feel it coming? Right now, they've got the advantage. They've got the most player alive as well. But Metal Esports can also be the one to throw the spanner in the works. And what a knock that was. Slug falls apart. Unfortunate for K9 Esports. They need to try and get the fallen player back up as soon as possible, or else Beast will be the only man surviving for K9, and that would not be a great feat. K9 Esports, with just 2 players standing, they do not have the manpower to try and go up against Hero Extreme Godlike, and that's what Godlike is doing. Constantly pressing on the charge, as they know the team on the right is currently hurt. But K9 Esports, they will have another chance at life. The wall of death is now starting to close on up. Metal Esports slowly and steadily amping up as well. They're charging up in this fight. 10 first aids in the hands of Beast, and Beast is going to try to achieve that average. K9 Esports is just playing for the consistency, that's it. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they're racking up too many eliminations. They're racking up too many points, as the next zone's going to follow up right in the court of Hero Extreme Godlike.
The harbingers of death and destruction, the Grim Reapers, annihilating every single soul around there. And Metal is next on their hit list. 3 teams alive, Sarvit already down, legit. Barely left standing, and Cyrex almost on the verge of getting picked off as Sim, he goes big. The shotgun's just blowing things off, and now it rests on Beast, and there you have it. Hero Extreme Godlike, 13 finishes collected, and seems like a chicken dinner is on its way. As K9, they have to make peace with just that second spot, but hold on. Beast still cooking, still managed to secure a finish, but nonetheless, you can stop them, you can hurt them, but they will always bounce back.
That is Hero Extreme Godlike for you. What a big game that was from Hero Extreme Godlike. Especially when they desperately needed it. They stepped up huge. Oh man, the crowd's pumped up. The crowd's riled up. They can feel it coursing through the veins that the trophy can go home this time.
Wow. Wow, it just feels like absolute cinema, my boys. I am so jealous that you get to cast that match, but what a way for them to bring themselves back from the brink. It just seems like after every passing match fixes, we're going to see some new team hop on as maybe the potential champions.
From the precipice or falling from the mountain, it was an Herculean task, Necro, and seems like Godlike once again, they can start dreaming. That trophy, never closer than this, never.
But K9 Esports is also still in the race, and you cannot
even
forget
versatile.
that. K9 Esports had a lot of points in that previous game too, and as you mentioned, even Team Versatile, they're going to be still in that race. The overall standings are now going to be way too fragile, man. The top 6, it's way too close, my friends.
I think Carnival Gaming, they're going to lose on to that 4th spot. I'm pretty sure, given that OG did not have a great game, seems like Hero Extreme Godlike might be in the top 2.
It's something that I wanted to say. They are probably at the 3rd place right now. Because again, the top 2 teams are somewhere around 129, 130. And Godlike, after accumulating these probably 24 points maybe, if they got the finish of beat, I think so. They are in such a solid spot. They can take the trophy home now. It's just a single-digit gap fixes.
You know, it took them 16 matches, but finally they've gotten a chicken dinner. Let's head over to Ocean, who's there to interview the players.
They are heroes. They play extreme. They are godlike. And we all know it. एक ऐसी टीम जिसके चिकन डिनर का इंतजार नोएडा से लेकर के खारगर तक, ईस्ट से लेकर के वेस्ट तक पूरे देश को था, वो फाइनली यहाँ पर हुआ है। पंख 3 दिन का इंतजार, फैंस के मिलियंस ऑफ इमोशंस, इंपॉर्टेंट मैच में आकर के चिकन डिनर। आगे के 2 मैचेस क्या स्ट्रेटजी होगी?
आगे के 2 मैच के लिए इतना ही बोलूंगा, गाइस सब्र रखिए।
जॉनथन, गॉड हो क्या? जिस तरीके से खेले हो, जो परफॉर्मेंस रही है, we all know it. It was a high intensity situation. जॉनथन क्या सोचता है ऐसे फाइनल मोमेंट्स में जाकर के? जॉनथन के माइंड पे क्या चलता है?
सिर्फ एक ही जो दिखे उसको फोड़ना है, एंड वही मेरा दिमाग में वही चलता है। सो वही लेकर चलता हूँ कि जो दिखे उसे सिर्फ मारना है, एंड टीम को जितना सपोर्ट दूँ उतना मैं कर सकूँ टीम के लिए। एंड फाइनली वी गॉट अ फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर।
And it might not just be the last time. आने वाले गेम्स अभी भी बताएंगे। आज के दिन एडमिनो नहीं दिखा है, आज के दिन एक गॉडमिनो दिखा है, जो एक फैन के बोलने की, फैन की ललकार से उठ करके आया। एडमिनो, today how different are you feeling after this chicken dinner now?
फील तो मैं सेम ही कर रहा हूँ, मतलब मेरे लिए इतना कुछ खास नहीं है, लेकिन एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगा फैंस को कि अपना मोड ऑन हो चुका है।
और एक आखिरी सवाल, सिंप, आप आए जब से कल आप आए थे, एक ह्यूज पॉप था क्राउड का आपके आने के बाद, और आज तो आप आकर के छा चुके हैं पूरी टीम के साथ। नाउ व्हाट्स द फोकस? ट्रॉफी जो थोड़ी सी दूर दिख रही है, वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए अगला 1-1.5 घंटा क्या रहेगा माइंड में?
कुछ नहीं, बस जो मोमेंटम पकड़ा है वही मोमेंटम पकड़ के चलना है, मतलब थ्रो नहीं करना है मैचेस, बस ऐसी मोमेंटम में चलना है, कुछ नहीं सोच रहे हम, बस वो दिख रही है।
वो ट्रॉफी दिख रही है और उस ट्रॉफी को उठाने से कुछ ही कदम दूर ये टीम शायद, लेकिन अभी के लिए वो अगले 2 मैचेस कितने अलग होंगे ये देखना दिलचस्प है। फॉर नाउ बैक टू कास्टर्स।
Oh my god, I do not know. There are waves of emotions running across my hearts at this point. Hero Extreme Godlike getting a chicken dinner at such a crucial junction, Necro, surely changes everything, right?
And Admino finally steps up. We've had a conversation about Admino not being able to perform multiple times, but there we go. Steps up when they desperately need the points, getting 5 finishes racked up. I mean, just look at the highlights too. Admino was able to rack up eliminations all across the board, especially able to create a lot of those waves in the surrounding lines. There was just Jelly in the back, there was Versatile in the back, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they play it pretty well.
Now, one thing scared we've noticed ever since Hero Extreme Godlike have decided to change their style of play. This time you could notice they were somewhere playing around the centers. Surely has been working out for them really well.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been finding fights all across the fray, and that just brings into the same concern where Godlike, they've got so much firepower that just one person can watch in one area or one quadrant of the entire fray, and then they can move on the back of him. And that's exactly what Godmino has been showing in 5 finishes. I remember he had 38% finish contribution. That means the entire team did a phenomenal job. And let's not forget, Gods as well from GT being the best companion, doing the job for his own team too.
You know, they've gone nuts. They've gone brutal. It was ludicrous what Hero Extreme Godlike were doing. But it's we've seen chicken dinners secured with so high number of finishes. But Necro, where does that leave Versatile as a team? Because they got so close, they tried to survive, but surely are losing out on that momentum.
Yeah, they definitely are losing that momentum, but they're still going to be at the top of the overall standings. I don't think so they will be shaken away from that. Yes, they will be super close to being dethroned, but overall, Versatile, as long as they're on the first spot, that's all that's going to matter, right? Somraj, the defending champion, he's got a lot of that pressure from the start of the day, and he's still been doing pretty good so far. One single game let loose. Versatile, I'm pretty sure in the upcoming game of Vikendi, they can't pull off major comebacks.
At this point, it feels so criminal. So many teams going after CG. You had BotArmyEsports, you'd got Medal, and now it was Revenant X Spark. I mean, at a point where there's so many teams contending for the trophy, and CG, they've always been on the receiving end of things. What have they done wrong, Scared?
Every other team is just finding their footing, their own comfort zone, while Carnival Gaming is just trying to squeak into one of them. They have not yet found their own momentum. That is the big problem. To be very honest, it was just a situation where that entire location was normally controlled by Revenant X Spark either ways, and that's where they decided to drop in. Maybe they had something in mind, but it eventually did not work out, and they are slowly and steadily moving down.
Another team that majorly failed was also OG. We forgot to talk about them, but Orangutan, they were right next to Versatile, and for some reason, they were just vanishing into thin air. We did see the crowd go super wild. Hero Extreme Godlike was popping off, but within that instance as well, even OG was getting ripped apart.
No, barring OG, of course, they've dropped the ball in this game. This should have been their chicken dinner, had such a good position. But GDR, of course, they did not get the chicken, but they got a lot of finishes. Now, seems like Godlike is inching closer. Of course, they might be in the top 3, but GDR might have clinched that first spot to themselves.
I still don't think so. They might just be 1 point away or
They had
something
around
like
8
that.
or 9 finishes when we last saw them.
Maybe, man. That's still a big question mark. I don't exactly know if that's going to be happening or not. You know what? Once we have a look at the overall standings, which is very soon, we'll be able to clear that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Maybe Versatile got a few finishes after that, so maybe they probably are still securing that first one. My main question is, how close is Godlike fixes?
That we will get to know in due time, and I think it's going to be pretty soon. So match rankings in front of us, folks. Hero Extreme Godlike have secured themselves 23 points out of this. And even for K9 Esports, 11 important points. And Beast has done such a magical play there, surviving towards the very end.
Yeah, exactly. Keep this thing in mind. K9 Esports lost 2 of their players early, and just 2 of the players were able to survive till the end. So K9 Esports, they deserve a lot of praises too, considering they were able to achieve that constant points on the board. Now, Godlike getting 8 points as well. That's quite a lot of points, honestly. But Team Versatile too, they managed to get 4 points. Yes, the first spot's in the hands of Team Versatile.
All right, so Versatile, decent points. Godstrain just 8 out of that game. And for OG, they have to settle with just mere 3. And at this point, you know, they've been in this situation even before. And like Aru said, he does not feel any pressure, but I feel like the situation is otherwise.
I mean, look, of course they're going to be feeling that pressure. At this point in time, they're just trying to play that mental confidence game that if you say you do not have any sort of pressure, you won't. Your brain pretty much functions the way you tell it to function, and that's what OG's trying to do. But everyone's going to be feeling the nerves at this point. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they finally appeared in the top 3 with 123 points, not that far back from the first, but VXT still maintaining that first, as I mentioned. Godstrain on the second consistently, but K9 Esports too. They're not that far back fixes. One big game from K9 can actually put spanner in the works for everyone from first till the 4th.
It certainly will come down to the last game, isn't it, Scared?
I kind of want to see how OG will perform in this one, right? They're just trailing behind K9 by 1 point, and Vikendi has been a pretty decent map for them as well. But again, moving all the way down towards the next half, just jelly with 80, and then all the teams continuing down. One team which we never expected to see here was iQOO Seoul. After the resurgence of Day 2, I thought maybe we'll see something else, because both Godlike and iQOO Seoul showed the same resurgence. But again, it just ended up being the Godlike's momentum, while iQOO Seoul was just the embers which were extinguished.
Listen to me, man. At this point, even Wyld Fangs are above iQOO Seoul. And let's not even forget about Revenant X Park. Pretty much absent throughout the entire event. Then they wanted to go all out. This time also did not work out.
What if iQOO Seoul tail Hero Xtreme Godlike in the upcoming game?
Huh.
Considering the age-old
What if
rivalry
Revenant X
is
Park
still
go after
going
Godlike,
on.
Necro?
What if
my
both of them
God.
go after Godlike at the same time on the map of Vikendi?
And what if Godlike eliminates both of them?
Oh, well then
my
that will be a
God.
great sight to witness, man. I mean, we're cooking a lot of good stuff right here, but we know that's not going to be happening. Or if it does happen, man, what a sight it will be to witness.
And you know, this event would have also not happened if we did not have Snapdragon with us. So a huge shout out to them when winning matters the most. And seems like, I think Godlike can take a page or few, because when winning matters the most, Godlike really bought in the hate.
Technically, when winning mattered the most, even K9 Esports played super well.
Yes. They've been
And you
doing
know,
a
it's all
phenomenal
about the
job.
momentum train at this point.
Yeah.
K9, they've got the momentum. Hero Xtreme have got the momentum. But what happens next will unfold after this very short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into Artemis. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
We expected the competition to be tight, but man, oh man, this is the most intense BGMI action anyone has ever witnessed. If anything, the best in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Season 6 Challenge Finals. This is me, Skadiat, alongside with Necro and Shadow. Necro, we've got the schedule in front of us. We've seen teams picking up chicken dinner after chicken dinner, but now are going to be the icy lands of Vikendi. What are your expectations?
Listen, man, Vikendi has been a testament that K9 Esports has been doing really good on this map. And I guess K9 Esports, if they do secure chicken dinner, then we already know who's taking the first spot. But then still, it all comes down to the classic game of Erangel, which can't be the decider. But right now, the overall standings are way too close.
Yeah, I totally agree. The overall standings are way too close. But you said K9 Esports tend to do really good on the map of Vikendi. But even the players of Team VXT also shine on the map of Vikendi. This is not a weak map for them. And so many teams are trying to target the top teams. Unpredictability factor also comes into the picture.
What if Carnival Gaming out of nowhere swing back to life and get a big chicken dinner for themselves? Even they can be in the race. Man, anything can happen. So many possibilities can be drawn out of over here.
One thing is for sure, that there are all the top 3 teams now being chased by a few of the other teams out there down on the leaderboard. So yes, it's going to be super fun. But I love the fact how you touched upon the Carnival Gaming side as well. To be honest, this team is struggling for momentum, but there's one team who's been doing a phenomenal job in the entire series, and that is none other than Godlike. That's none other than God's Reign. It is also Team Versatile. As ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the icy tundra lands of Vikendi. We will be heading into the plane second last time in this evening, and this might very well be the momentum shifter. Let's see which one of them will get the win as we move all the way from Dobromesto down to Winery. And if you want to drop towards Trebno or Cosmodrome, good luck having a long flight path.
K9 loves dropping in towards the side of Cosmodrome. And like you said, Vikendi is one of those very slow maps. But it is going to be super slow for few of the teams, especially for the top 5 teams. I don't see any reason for them to engage in any sort of early action until they are forced to do so, until they are getting targeted, because so many teams are going for a head-on fight, especially Vanguard Esports. They're proving to be absolute menace in the lobby.
Yeah, it's basically the last day and they've decided just to step up at the right time. If only the winds were blowing just in the same way a day ago, maybe we would have seen the gods of winds rise up like a tornado. But it's absolutely fine. I always say, all's well that ends well. So maybe they just want to end things on a very good note for themselves, or maybe heartbreaks for all the others, which we kind of witnessed. But we'll hold on to that thought right now. Look at where iQOO Soul is. They have probably now decided to take fight against the members of VXT. But that's not the only fight happening. It is also K9 Esports right now fighting with another team in fray, BotArmy. They've constantly decided to change their targets, and this time it seems like the boys of K9 are on their crosshair.
Not to forget, Scared, BotArmyEsports, even they also like going towards the side of Cosmodrome. It's not something new, but the thing which is new is they engaging in early action against the players of K9 Esports. And K9, Omega, Ninja Boy, everyone has just woken up suddenly and are performing really good. iQOO Soul all the way towards the side of Volnovo. For now, they're not picking any sort of fight. Even the players of EXT are all the way towards the side of Hot Springs. But we do have a northern circle where Orangutan, they're going to find themselves right in the epicenter. A good position. Even the players of God's Reign, they are getting benefited from the circle heavily. But few teams, I think, are going to go for a late rotation. And one of the name could be the name just you mentioned, Hero Xtreme Godlike.
They're the extreme faraway team from that circle. And we've known them to always go in for those northern rotations as well. But over towards the north are the cool winds blowing in. The northern Vale is that area you do not have any chance of taking the entry from there. You'd either have to go through the crossfires of Revenant X Park, middle. You've also got Reckoning in the fray if you take in all the way western rotation. If going from east, well, guess what? The hungry wolves, the table toppers are there to maybe put their fangs inside you. It's iQOO Soul, it's Carnival Gaming, Versatile, and who will come back to that in a while, as again BotArmyEsports are right now under the heavy fire. I wanted to mention that it could very well be a shot that lands into Ninja Boy's chest and gets him down onto his knees. Monty still surviving. It's an important one for BotArmyEsports. K9 even more so. Ninja, he'd eventually be brought back up on his feet, but Slug needs to be careful. Yes, he's the birthday boy, but the gifts being out here are not exactly the ones that he wants. Maybe he could be the presenter of those return gifts, constantly putting out those utilities. He's going to be bringing Ninja back on his feet, and maybe this time we might see a few shurikens landing in from the no-sight zone. BotArmyEsports playing. They've got the patience, Shadow.
Yes, they certainly have. Even Monty, he has been rescued, back on his feet. Devotee having that off angle, having that cheeky angle onto the players of K9 Esports. But Beast and Slug, they're not down to full HP. They need to boost themselves, but the initial loot, initial resources are quite lacking onto the side of K9 Esports. They have not got no utility, no throwable, no grenade, nothing at all. Slug having that rooftop angle, still waiting for an opportunity and waiting for any sort of mistake or overcommitment from the side of BotArmyEsports. But even the players of Revenant X-Park are also moving in their direction, also going all the way towards the side of Zavaba, because we have seen Revenant X-Park dropping in towards that area, but Omega has been knocked out. A great opening from the side of Devotee.
A good off angle coming in from the man, but now he's under the crossfire as well. They're trying to answer back onto the man, but guess what? On a very different end is where Gujarat Tigers and Versatile are also throwing hands. It's back and forth, but in front of us is Beast. And with his claws, he's trying to slowly pull his team all the way back up. The other action will be caught back into the replay, but for now, Ninja Boy trying to pull in some ninja moves out up on top, again being down to half HP. He's only got one first aid. He needs to be careful. He wants to get the confirmation as well. He will be able to. Slug catches Henry. That is a couple of important points for K9. Can they move up forward? BotArmyEsports wanted to spoil the game of K9, but instead are now giving them a huge buffer.
Well, certainly 4 finishes are definitely going to help the case of K9 Esports, but they have to make sure not to face any sort of casualty. BotArmyEsports left with only 2 players remaining. Monty and Scary so far away from each other. Let's see if they can find any sort of opening, because like you said, Monty on a sliver of HP. This is not going in the favor of BotArmy, but K9, the numbers do matter for them. They have to make sure to keep all the 4 players alive if they're eyeing for that big winner chicken dinner. But wait a second, Punk has been knocked out from the side of Hero Xtreme. Godlike, a 2v2 split, and 2 players right in the vicinity in the compounds of Wingod Esports of Hero Xtreme Godlike.
That's the worst possible thing that could happen to you. Or maybe now, since the IGL is out, Simp will have to take the duty of someone who scouts out the entire fray. And Wingod, now you know where that team is. You've got to be wary of it. On the other side, it's Orangutan, Revenant X-Park constantly fighting, but here we go. Beast finally jumps up and probably takes down another man. And it's Monty. BotArmyEsports dismantled one after the other. They've got nothing to lose, but K9 have got everything to gain. 3 points for them already. Scary in an off angle, but K9 are not looking scared at all. If anything, they are hungry. They want this one more point. Scary Jord, he needs to make a Jord play. Otherwise, his team is out, but we'll be having a look at us as well. Phenomenal performance out here, my man. Make sure to turn around and say hi to the camera. And I do not mean that by a joke. But here we go. Hopping back into the game itself. Scary. He's ready to answer back. K9 slowly and steadily clearing out every single floor. They now hear the footsteps. They've heard the fall. They know where Scary Jord is. Everything in their ears being fed up close and personal fight is where Ninja Boy shines. And with that, K9 with that slingshot are now up by 4 points.
Well, certainly 4 finishes already in the hands of K9 Esports. A very good head start, and the entire northern control of the circle is with the players of K9, where everyone else is eyeing for the center control, including the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. They lost on to 2 of the players, and now Edmino and Jonathan. The entire pressure is on their shoulders. They have to go for a super passive approach, but for now they are clashing with the players of Metal Esports. This is not looking good at all as Jonathan is coming under heavy fire.
Yeah, the revenge now coming in from middle. How dare you steal that chicken dinner away from us in the previous one. Did not even allow us to have that second possession, if anything. Godlike, they're now crawling. The limbs broken, struggling with only 2 members, but these 2 members are Jonathan and Admino.
Jonathan, Admino, these 2 guys have to survive, have to go for those average points because it's only 2 games remaining, and Vikendi, already a bad start for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, where K9 already taking the lead. 4 finishes already in the hands of K9 Esports. Even Xtreme, they have got 1 finish point. VXT, they have also faced in casualty, left with only 3 players remaining. Just look at the pace of VXT. Look at the pace of Carnival Gaming, taking it super slow. VXT is still in the blue, bearing the brunt of it. Even the players of Carnival Gaming taking the sweet time to move inside the circle. But one more fight also happened between the players of Orangutan and Revenant X Park, where Revenant X Park, as usual, were on the receiving side.
Yeah, but again, it's Apes who eventually were the ones to bring them down onto their knees. And it's not the first time that we've seen Apes dismantling Revenant X Park.
Yeah.
This is the second time, and that's just in this final day, where they've taken down RNTX. And basically been gifted 4 points. This one was even better than the previous one. Last time they had 3 players alive. This time all 4. And on the other end, even iQOO Soul ended up falling down, probably into the fangs of Wyld Fangs. Even they are out of this entire mix. But guess what? Jonathan ready out here in the open, hungry. Quickly catches Keoya, who will be burnt alive. Had to use that Molotov. Did not know how much HP was remaining for Keoya, but this every single point is just going to be a blessing for Godlike, because that means, Shadow, that in the next game they will have those many less points to chase.
Of course, the target is already in the front of the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. They have to surpass the points of Xtreme and VXT. Then only they can eye for the trophy. But for now, we have got the players of Wincott Esports and Just Jelly in sort of a kerfuffle, where Jelly is trying to find some sort of connection with those grenades. But look at the spread which the players of Wincott are having at this point. The only concern is Xtreme. They need to be the cautious one, because they are the only one in top 3 who have got all the 4 players alive, and in fact a good spot inside the circle as well. But VXT, just look at them. For the first time I'm seeing VXT playing so passive, still all the way toward the side of Hot Springs and taking the brunt of the blue. I don't see any reason for VXT to prioritize the circle at this point.
They're just playing it slow. They know that all they need to do is just get those normal points, the average points. 7 and 8. Anything around that works for them. And that's probably the reason why they're taking it slow. And also, Shadow, because they've lost Somraj. The IGL himself is out of the game. He's been doing a pretty phenomenal job. But again, someone needs to help S-Power. He has been the man. He has been the spearhead. But someone needs to be his shield. The Spartans always work together as a well-knit unit, and that's what Versatile need to do. But there's no Thermopylae in this map of Vikendi. No single passage, but the army of Xerxes still prevail. The only good thing is that they're fighting amongst themselves.
Scared the next circle shift is going to be important. I'm still waiting for that one hard shift, because that is going to decide that which team has a chance to reign supreme in this map of Vikendi. If it goes north, the players of Kian are going to be super happy. But if it goes south, I think Xtreme also plays perfectly. But for now, VXT, even they're also eyeing for that northern rotation, northern control. A good read coming in from the side of Somraj. Because in these kind of circles, usually we see that northern side of the terrain is pretty much unoccupied and empty. It's only the players of K9 they need to be cautious from. Still a concentric shift.
Yeah.
All the teams are pretty much going to find themselves in the safety net of the circle. So I don't see any sort of action happening in this one, except for Red Ross and Medal Esports.
Why do I feel like that the circle is probably going to take a shift towards Cosmodrome? I just feel.
I feel it will go all the way towards the side of Mount Kresnik.
It could. It very well could. But there are a lot of teams right there. And, you know, a few of them are actually firing a few shots against each other. I probably saw Windgod as well taking Wyld Fangs by their horns, or maybe by their fangs, who are absolutely not interested in this fight right now. Windgod themselves losing down onto one member who's on to his knees. Wow, nice driving out there. The Scout managed to get out of that vehicle on time. Had it been stuck on the rooftop and it did not move out, Infinity would have definitely found that knock. So quick decision making, smart play at least for now. But the question is, for how long can Wyld Fang manage this? The longer they stay here, the more attention is grabbed by Windgod. And Just Jelly is also close by, along with God's Reign, who can any day jump for the third party. As Just Jelly, they were looking like a team who can probably contest for the first place, but just the way how previous games have gone, they have fumbled, and they've fumbled big.
Windgod on our screen scared, and I wonder where this Windgod was on day number 1 and day number 2, because they were completely missing, except for the second half of day number 2. That is when they started showcasing the signs of redemption or comeback, and they have been on a hunt. They're not scared of those fights anymore. If Windgod had played similar way from day number 1, maybe they would have also been in the contention. But I do understand that the pressure of the audience land itself is too overwhelming. But I'm sure the next time we are going to see Windgod Esports, maybe in the upcoming official tournaments, they will be the one to be the contender for the trophy. Because the way Windgod has been playing on day number 3, they are impressing everyone, be it Sahil, Lebron, or anyone. But a team which is still eyeing for the trophy for the second time in ESL is Team Versatile, Somraj. Can he be the defending champion? Can he lift the trophy once again? Super slow approach is already answering so many things that Somraj do realize the gravity of the situation. But for now, we have a situation between the players of Team Reckoning and Medal Esports right in the center.
Just a few knocks being shared here and there. I don't think so it's going to develop into anything major. The only thing that could happen is maybe Godlike decide to go for the third party. Jonathan and Admino, pretty solid duo out there. Still remember how they've been doing those 2v3s, 2v4s, bringing the result into their own team's favor. And the good thing is that both of them are pumped up. Admino has been performing for the past 2 games. Jonathan has been performing for the entire SPS Challenge Season Challenge Finals. But let's see where the circle now performs itself. And it moves in a bit towards Coal Mine, Cosmodrome. A little bit of that eastern shift. So most of the teams are going to be happy. But the ones who are on left, like Red Ross, Carnival Gaming, they will need to find a way to breach in. The question is, how can they? If they decide to go south, then there are just too many teams. If they decide to go north, then there is K9. So you have to pick your poison.
Oh my god, God's Reign, they are stuck in the cluster. But look at the position of VXT and K9. VXT, they have got the entire eastern control. K9, they have got the entire northern control scared. This is such a good opportunity for the players of K9. VXT, OG being right in the epicenter is also something to look out for. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they need to be a bit cautious. Not just from the side of Reckoning, but also from the side of Medal Esports. Because even Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they need those points. With only 2 men standing, they can't afford a 2v4 outnumbered fight at this point. They need to survive till the final few moments, final few circles.
Yep.
Even Gujarat Tigers, they were looking so strong on day number 1. Even in the challenge season, also league stages. Clutch God and the entire team was looking so super strong. But seems like day number 2 didn't entirely go in their favor. But for now, Gujarat Tigers can definitely fight for that moolah, for a better position in the overall ranking.
if Gujarat Tigers come out on top from that entire cluster down south and they capitalize on the opportunities they will be presented with, I think so they might convert this one. Because OG are going to attract a lot of attention with where they are. Fires from every other direction. Gujarat Tigers are a team, yes, they've got a lot of teams just below them, but it will also repel any other team who would think of maybe going in for a third party just by the sheer number of players present in that area. So that's still going to remain probably so-and-so clustered, but again, this is a big opportunity for Gujarat Tigers. Yes, they might not move up in the top 3, maybe in the top 5 either, but they would still want to stay in top 8. Probably trying to grab in a bit more cash, but my focus is now being diverted, not just over towards the circle, but also towards Versatile with the 3 people playing all the way far apart from each other. If one of them gets picked off, that's a big problem, but they've got a good amount of real estate. But guess what? K9 and OG are in the prime spot for this circle right now. The entire southern fray is going to be moving up north, and over towards the north is where Red Ross and Carnival Gaming are. Middle will move in. Carnival will have a big carnival of blood.
That also brings opportunity for the plus of Carnival Gaming to collect
God.
those finishes, but Goblin slammed into the compounds of K9 Esports. A big blunder from the side of Carnival Gaming. Such an experienced player. Even Hector has been knocked out by Ninja Boy, and Carnival Gaming are getting dismantled from the lobby. Even Metal is also chiming in. Such a big blunder happening from such an experienced IGL and the lineup. Carnival Gaming, what a mess.
They brought in Zyrax, but not for this kind of result. And now everything is on the shoulders of this young lad. He's got to pull his team back up from the brink of this defeat. Goblin. The spearhead has been taken down. I mentioned about Gujarat Tigers wanted to barge in onto the compounds of OG as they answer back. The Apes are strong as Zeref falls down as well onto the feet. It's all the Apes out in front. AK with the half-cooked nade tries to catch one, but that's a big mistake as he will get the first aid back in. It's been slowed down a bit, but Vizgod wants to fire it all up as Atanki is there yet again. 7 eliminations for this team already. This is just phenomenal as they wipe out Gujarat Tigers, who wanted to slam in those compounds. The Apes are back with that fire.
In top 5, OG has got the highest finishes, 7 finishes, and all the 4 players alive. K9, even they have got the numbers, they have got the finish points. God's Reign, they are playing super passive, super slow with just 1 finish point and the southern control, but they need to inject themselves inside the circle. But S-Power up against the entirety of Wyld Fangs, and S-Power has been eliminated, and so are the players of Wyld Fangs. Vingod Esports also picking a battle against the plus of VXT, where Raiden has been eliminated. It's only the last hope, last man standing from the side of VXT. Toy has to play for the placement points.
Big blunder coming in from Versatile, and even Just Jelly have been eliminated. Godlike Jonathan specifically is the man who demolished Just Jelly along with that Mino. The crowd is going wild because they need every single point, and guess what? Even those placement points have been taken away from Versatile as they get chased down by the different beasts, the different reigning gods who want to steal away that first spot. 131 points in their back pocket, 127 for Godlike. How long can they survive is the big question, as right now the survival is in the hands of Carnival Gaming. They're getting pounced upon by Middle Esports as Prince falls down by his own grenade. A big problem coming in. Legit wants to move up close and personal as Hector is there for the last stand. Every single point counts for this team. Still trying to stay alive, still trying to breathe. But how much oxygen is there in this air filled with sulfuric acid?
The circle is still favoring the players of K9 Esports. They have got the entire center control. But God's Reign, they have to inject themselves inside the circle. Hero Xtreme Godlike up against the players of Metal. Sarex has been knocked out. Hector also getting a lot of shots from multiple directions. Carnival Gaming, Hector stepping up big time. Takes on Prince, and Metal seems like they are going to kick the bucket. And Metal, they have been eliminated. Carnival Gaming, they survived the onslaught.
Carnival Gaming did survive, but it's all thanks to Godlike as they're stealing the points away from every other team. Middle struggling out there, and Admino will be brought back up on his feet as he was knocked down by AKOP, who had an off angle onto that team, but Hector is still breathing. But for how long? Still need to survive. One team needs to be eliminated. Jonathan bringing Admino back up on his feet, and now is getting the vehicle ready for them to quickly leave out of there, as the blue is now slowly making its approach and they need to run away. The Apes are on their 6 and Carnival in their front as Sarvit takes him down. Hector falls. Carnival crumbles. No amusement park this time, but AKOP catches Admino one more time. It's Sarvit versus Jonathan. 1v1. Godlike need to survive. Admino is still out there, but what a support from AK. My man is taking them out, and the nade lands in perfectly. The gods have been sent back home. 5 eliminations for them, but OG have got 10. 21 remaining team, but hold on a second. There's also Wind God and God's Rain now locking horns.
But Destro in the blue, maybe he's going for the heel battle, not taking any sort of chances, but Reckoning Orangutan. Vizgot Snake takes down Viper, leaving Rhinus all by himself. Orangutan, 12 finishes already accumulated, raining death and destruction in the lobby. This team ain't stopping for anyone, but Godstrain having the height advantage against the players of Wingod Esports. They have to go for the rescue mission, they have to go for the revival. Even the wall of death is also closing in Godstrain. This is a super important game for them. But
oh my God.
Player, Justin has been knocked out, big blunder. But look at Destro, 22 first aids, going for the heal battle.
That's, yes, of course, the only heal battle, an opportunity for them. But how many points can they accumulate? 3, 4, 5? Nothing apart from that. And it's the last stand, the last measure. Wind God, they've been rising like none other. This has been the biggest spoiler of this entire challenge finals. Wind God Esports, they are having the time of their life. But now the question is, who's getting this chicken dinner? Because the position of Red Ross and K9 is the prime. And only Wiz remains from OG. He does not have a lot of first aids. All he can do is pray for Wind God to fall. But Sahil out there, hold on a second. K9 now taking the fight against Red Ross as Phoenix is the first one down on his knees.
Well, it should be an easy revival for Beast. And seems like Necro's prediction is coming
oh
true.
My God.
11 finishes already onto the players of K9. Necro called for it, and now K9, they are going for the big victory. They have the circle, they have the numbers, but they need to be a bit cautious from the side of approaching Wingod Esports. K9, the entire focus is on the players of Red Ross. They're completely unaware about Wingod Esports, and Wingod is one of those teams which you can't ignore at all. K9 Beast especially needs to be a bit cautious.
The thing is, Wingod can't really pose any kind of threat to K9 just because they are in that dip. And K9 have got the height advantage, but look at Beast. He's still watching out. He knows that there's someone down there. He's seen the finish feed as well. 8 more first aids remaining for Destro. Can he survive? Can he sustain for long? Can he at least stay up and ahead of OG? Wizgod is the only one from their side left. Only 2 players for both of these teams, 1 each. The stalemate between K9 and Red Ross is still sustaining. Wingod all the way down in the dip. They are still in the circle. Destro 4. It's just gonna come down to the last few seconds, but it's OG to probably fall down first. Wiz has been eliminated on the 5th spot. 3 points. Every single point for Destro is gonna be important. But Wingod, they're going to be taking down probably a very good Molotov from Beast, making sure that no one's going to be moving in, and the blue is going to do its own damage. And the next circle shift, it is to the members of Red Ross. This could be the perfect game for them. K9 have got to go against the hill now to try and take that fight.
K9, they have the numbers.
Yeah,
they have the numbers. And Red Ross left with only 2 players remaining, and Beast has been knocked out by Ninja Boy. A perfect knock, a perfect connection, leaving only 2 players from the side of Red Ross, Phoenix and Ortho, who are a little bit far away from each other. Ninja Boy, he just survived on a sliver of HP. Such a good grenade coming from the side of Red Ross.
My question is, did Beast manage to finish off the members of Wingod? Right now it seems that they're still alive, as they're now trying to go in for the fight. Destro also fighting a few random shots up in straight. That's going to be him being taken down. It's Wingod still surviving. The slowly moving Beast is the man who's trying to stop them. But this means K9 versus Red Ross is now a 3v2. Red Ross can have a good opportunity, but Wingod are moving in the direction where they could be sandwiched between these two teams. Not the perfect one, but they still move up. Slug has been taken down. A birthday gift, not what he had dreamt of. And this is an important chicken dinner for them as Red Ross are now trying to ruin things. Even Wingod out low with the HPS. Ninja's nade will take down Phoenix again in this fight. And it's all down to Otto. Can he find something? You see a big three-pointer. Ninja Boy tried to land that, but it's still a bit off the mark as well. He fires in an amazing M4. And that's why he's called the GOAT. K9 Esports bow down to the king, Omega, as they secure the chicken dinner in an even more crucial game than ever, probably in their entire esports career.
Oh man, I just called it too before the game even started. I mentioned this, what if K9 Esports takes the game and they put themselves on the first spot in the overall rankings? And that has definitely happened. K9 Esports had so many eliminations as well to back this chicken dinner up. And I think so. They've done it. They're going to be on the first spot in the overall standings, but still, they are going to be a few steps away from that trophy.
Well, of course, one more Erangel, and K9, they can lift the trophy. One more time, they need to replicate a similar performance. Such a huge comeback from the set of K9, especially when it mattered the most.
It indeed did. But again, look at the faces of the members of Red Ross too. Some disappointments out there, but let's be honest. All they're trying to do is just maybe move in the top 8, if not in the top 5. But K9 Esports are looking for something big. They're looking for that trophy, but it's not just K9, it is also the Apes.
They indeed are looking for that too, and not just the Apes, even the Hero Xtreme, Godlike are also searching for that. But what a game that was from K9 Esports. From the start, K9 Esports had an incredible position inside of the circle too, and they were looking immaculate. Now, K9 Esports is currently at the top, but they're still being tailed pretty closely in the overall standings.
Yeah, but you know what? I really want to hear what Omega has to say, so let's send it down to the stage. Anki, who's there to take the interview.
इस परफॉर्मेंस के साथ K9 ने जो पूरी काया पलट है वो कर दी है. क्या ही वो खेले, पहले एक 30 बॉम्बर और उसके बाद जब जरूरत सबसे ज्यादा थी वहां पर जाकर वो इतना बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिखा के गए. ओमेगा अभी इस परफॉर्मेंस के बाद आई मीन यू कैन हियर जो यहाँ पे शोर मच रहा है. फर्स्ट पोजीशन बहुत क्लोज आप नजर आ रहे. इट माइट बी पॉसिबल कि आप फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे आ भी गए. लास्ट मैच का गेम प्लान क्या है, क्योंकि इट माइट बी पॉसिबल हाई हेलो करने के लिए बाकी टीम्स आए ड्रॉप पे.
आ सकती हैं, आने तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. हमारा इस बार भी यही प्लान था. नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए भी सेम है, #1 और नथिंग.
#1 और नथिंग. बट अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें इस लास्ट मैच की, एरांगल का ये वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड रहने वाला है. बहुत टाइम बाद ये कमबैक है. हाउ मच दिस ट्रॉफी मीन्स टू यू, ये मैं जानना चाहूंगा.
ट्रॉफी तो देखो हर किसी के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, बट मेरे लिए ट्रॉफी ज़्यादा मेरी टीम के साथ सिंक बैठना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी मानता हूँ मैं, और वो यहाँ पे हो रहा है. वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. ट्रॉफी बहुत आएंगे आगे.
क्या बात है, ट्रॉफी आते रहेंगे. बट निंजा बॉय बहुत टाइम से हम देख रहे थे, डे 1 डे 2 आपके लिए उतना ज़्यादा बेहतर नहीं गया, लेकिन जब टीम को आवश्यकता सबसे ज़्यादा थी तब आप स्टेप अप करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं इस पूरी विक्ट्री के साथ. हाउ आर यू फीलिंग एंड क्या है अगले गेम का प्लान?
आज तो कुछ था नहीं, नथिंग तो लूज था, कुछ भी नहीं था. जीतना जीत ही था. और एक वो था कि हमारे क्लोज ने एक मेरे को चैलेंज दिया था कि आज के अगर 6 मैच में 20 किल कर दूंगा तो 35,000 रुपये देंगे. तो बस उससे पंप हो गया मैं.
6 मैचेस में 20 फिनिशेस और 35,000, ये काफी बड़े. बट आई थिंक कि आप उससे और ज्यादा यहाँ से लेके जा सकते हो. बट स्लग बर्थडे बॉय हैं आप. आज के दिन, बर्थडे के दिन, हम अपनी जो फेवरेट चीज़ है वो करना पसंद करते हैं. आप वही काम कर रहे हैं. ट्रॉफी के बहुत ज़्यादा नज़दीक, सिर्फ एक मैच बचा है. हाउ आर यू फीलिंग? और स्लग जो है वो अब अगले मैच में क्या अपना बेस्ट BGMI खेलेगा?
फॉर श्योर. इतना पंप कभी फील ही नहीं हुआ. लास्ट टाइम ये BGS में फील हुआ था और वापस सेम एकदम ग्लिम्स फील हो रहे. तो नेक्स्ट मैच देखते, ट्रॉफी आए ना आए, बट बहुत ही क्रेजी फील हो रहा है. हम पूरा ट्राई करेंगे, जो भी रहेगा अच्छा होगा.
तो K9 Esports पूरी तरीके से पंप्ड है. एक आखिरी मुकाबला, एक आखिरी चुनौती. ट्रॉफी किसकी होगी अभी भी ये कह पाना मुश्किल है. चलते सीधे हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ.
Who's gonna take the trophy is the biggest question of 2025 till now at least. And I know Noida is hyped up. I know everyone is hyped up at their homes. But for now, Let's have a look at the man who's been hyped up on stage. Slug from K9, 6 finishes. My man is just blazing.
40% finish contribution and the map impact of 10%. Slug, Beast, Ninja Boy, all these guys, absolute mechanical gods. I've been mentioning this since the start. If you try and take a 4-on-4 fight with a squad of K9, you will definitely be decimated. And then the best companion is also going to be Beast, and Ninja Boy also getting 4 finishes racked up. K9 Esports drops another banger, and yes, with this game, they're going to be at the top.
Well, of course, they are going to be on the top, but the main thing is there is a big Erangel right in front of them. Between them and the trophy, they need to perform on the map of Erangel as well. But OG, I want to see how much jump they have also taken in the overall ranking, because they also have more than 10 finishes, Neeraj.
Yeah, and what a gift it is, too, for Slug as well, right? On his birthday, they drop a 30-pointer, and then after that, the entire face of the overall standing changes.
Absolutely, but again, the entire change in the standings came down from this one game and this one early fight. K9 up against BotArmyEsports. We thought maybe BotArmy wanted to target K9, but it ended up K9 being presented with 4 beautiful points.
Exactly. Off the rip, you got 4 points to kick things off with, and you know what happens when K9 Esports gets that win in the sales in the game, right? Miramar was a testament, and now once again it happened. Off the rip, they got the elimination points. Looking pretty solid.
Oh, they are looking pretty solid, but Hero Xtreme Godlike is also one of those teams which you can't neglect. Godstream is also one of them. VXT is also one of them. So many challenges are still there for the players of K9 Esports. If Godstream, they get the chicken, they get the trophy. If VXT gets the chicken, they get the trophy. If not even chicken, I think VXT, even if they get high amount of finishes, they will get the trophy.
It's all about who gets the most amount of points in the last game, especially in the top 6, or maybe in the top 5 if you'd like to say. Whichever team gets the most amount of points in the last game, they will be the one to be the champion. I just can't believe the overall standings are shaping up so weirdly.
I have to point it out, right? Before the finals began, I still remember all of us were sitting in a room and we were discussing that this could be the most brutal, the most gruesome finals of any BGMI event. And the reason for that is that every single team is just so well mechanically gifted, so well oiled like a perfect machine, and they all are working. The only difference is who has oiled up their machine a bit more than the others, and it seems like all the top 5, they are doing that. But there is one team that I think is slowly moving out, and that is Carnival Gaming.
Oh yeah, of course. I think so. They've already moved out. I don't think so they're going to be the one to take the trophy anymore. Carnival Gaming, they've lost that shot. The real conversation is going to be somewhere around top 4 or even top 5. I'm not even sure if the 5th team is going to be in contention, but it's all about top 4 now. And anyone who gets the most amount of points in the last game will be the one to sort of secure the entire chicken dinner too, and also will be the one to get the championship in their hands. You can clearly hear how pumped up the entire room was over here.
And now it's time to pump up the rankings of the previous game itself. K9 Esports with a 25-point banger.
Big
and
games.
OG following them with 15. Shadow, the dip is just immaculate.
12 eliminations from the set of ORANGUTAN, and they were on the 6th spot if I'm not wrong. Even they have also taken a big jump in the overall ranking, Wyld Esports. See, the problem for the last Erangel are the players of Wyld Esports. I don't know, they are going to rain on someone's parade. Which team it is going to be? Everyone is just going to try and stay away from the players of Wyld Esports in the next map of Erangel. I'm very sure of that.
I wanted to mention one thing though. Godlike, they lost 2 early players, but still managed to get 5 eliminations, and those were the crucial points.
That's a great point that you brought up, right? Jonathan and Mina were able to do so much for the team. Especially Jonathan was able to rack up a lot of elimination points. When Hero Xtreme Godlike lost 2 of the players off the rip, I thought, okay, maybe Hero Xtreme Godlike are getting gassed out. But then Jonathan once again pumps up his entire team and pumps them with a lot of elimination points too, to sort of keep them alive in the overall standings.
Of course, they are still alive in the overall ranking. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they also need one big chicken dinner. They have been staging a comeback. Edmino has started stepping up since yesterday. And this duo, Edmino and Jonathan, if they go on a rampage, I'm very sure even they can accumulate more than 10 finishes.
Feel the heartbeats of the players, man. Feel the heartbeats of the top 4 teams currently in the overall standings. Imagine the amount of emotions that are going to be going through the IGL's head. Imagine the amount of strategies they're going to be calculating. It's the classic grounds of Erangel. There are so many possibilities. There are so many permutations, combinations that you can try and apply. The IGL right now is going to be brainstorming.
I will have to say all of these are now combining in. But for now, we're going to be thanking one of our sponsors. That's going to be DHL. And if you want to level up your career, you need to make sure you contact them. All the links are in the description. Again, a huge shout out to them. But you mentioned about the emotions that the IGLs might be going through. I'll have to say, it's not just their own. It's all the emotions combined for this entire audience that we have. They have been a massive part, and it's a huge shout out to the audience of Noida as well. This has been one of the biggest crowds out there for the SPS.
Hands down, man. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, the fan favorite. As soon as even Jonathan is on the screen, everyone just goes wild. Anyone from Hero Xtreme Godlike is on the screen, or even if they get a single elimination, even the crowd goes wild. Hell, even the crowd goes wild when the circle pans right on top of the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. Anything about Godlike and the crowd is just going wild.
Oh, they are. They just love Johnny and the entire team. But let's have a look at the MVP ranking, where we have got S-Power on the top with 2.73 MVP rating.
Oh
then
my
after
God.
that, Jonathan is there with 2.57, 33 finishes.
Yeah, I wanted to say Beast, 33 for him as well.
He just came in out of nowhere. And now Beast is on the third spot, tied up with Jonathan. But you cannot really forget, Jonathan has been super consistent too. He's getting a lot of points for his team. But S-Power is dipping down in that form.
Yeah, he's been struggling a lot right now. But here we go, audience. There's a big task for all of you. Make sure to turn on all of your flashlights right now. We're going to be doing an important event. Turn on your flashlight, show the support. And you've been a lovely audience out there. See, they listen to me.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the players on the stage, they need to see something beautiful like this. That's going to calm their nerves down a bit. And we also do hear the music cueing in soon. The game will be beginning on the screen. I can feel the emotions just rushing through my heart and my brain.
True. Shadow, I'm going to ask you a quick one. What are your expectations from this game?
God's Rain Chicken Dinner.
What about you, Necro?
Oh my God. I'm saying K9 Esports is taking this, man. They deserve it.
I kind of want to ask that from Fixes as well, but it's a bit too far away. But yes, I know everyone is pumped up for this last game. So ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it down on the stage for this one last game of Erangel.
Are you ready for the chaos? I cannot hear you. Make some noise, Noida. Let's kick off 2025 with a delicious chicken dinner.
experiencing a LAN. It was really nice.
It was really great. The hype is for real and people watching should definitely join in it.
जो एक्सपेक्ट किया था जैसे एटमॉस्फेयर रहेगा पूरा वाइब था एकदम इलेक्ट्रिक
बहुत बढ़िया वाइब था, बहुत मजा आया.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Final!
3 दिन 16 टीम्स 18 मैचेस और इनाम है 1 करोड़.
Honestly speaking, I want to prove myself once again and I want to justify the title trophy magnet जो मेरे को लोगों ने दिया है.
वैसे मैं सबको एक ही चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा जो कि मैं हमेशा से कहता आ रहा हूँ और वो है सब्र रखिए.
I guess there's nothing to prove but खुद के लिए जीतना.
डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन बहुत पैसिव हो गया. इस बार हम एक ब्रूटल सैवेज अंडरडॉग माइंडसेट के साथ खेलेंगे और हमारा विजन वही रहेगा.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 is about to commence as the Big Bird is going to hit the skies for one last time in this Season 6. And as the play and fly path will be revealed on the screen, maybe the intentions of the game will be cleared up. As the play and fly path is going to be starting all the way from Primarchs towards Stalber. Fixes, what do you think is going to be the outcome?
It is going to be utter chaos throughout this greener pastures. We started this event of the grand finals with 16 teams. And Necro, it has boiled down to the final 5. I'm talking about K9, we're talking about God's Raid, Versatile, OG, and Hero Xtreme Godlike. One amongst them is going to be crowned as the champions as the mystery unfolds. This is going to be such a tough one. This flight path trajectory thwarting God's Rain off. Have to drop down at the junction point. It seems like the nerves might take over.
Everyone's going to be caught off guard with this, especially God's Rain. They like to move down south towards military base because the plane fly path, they can't go down south. It's a big challenge, a tough one. And God's Rain right now, they've dropped right next to Georgia Pool. We do see a few teams in that nearby vicinity, and one of them is going to be their rival, BotArmyEsports. And BotArmyEsports, as they sniff the players of God's Rain, one thing is for sure, they will try to chase him down as much as possible.
Especially for God's Rain, given the fact that Gujarat Tigers out of the pictures, BotArmyEsports also. How do they get themselves out of this situation? Couple of drop collisions already, and there you have it. Clutch caught. Weapon less used, but still could do wonders. All it requires is just that one bullet from SKS and GDR. Everything might go falling down, but OG, again, a battle against K9 to decide their fate and fortune. And seems like OG, their worst nightmares have reawakened. And seems like it is all going down the drain.
It indeed is, but K9 Esports every single time in these type of clashes, they're not scared of anyone. No matter who their rival is, no matter who their foe is, K9 Esports, all they do is showcase the gateways to hell to the opponents. And this time it was OG, a team that contested, a team that had a big chance to go for that trophy. But maybe now they don't anymore because they've only got last 2 players standing.
Look at this, Reckoning. A little bit of a situation over here. Already both these teams exchanging blows, both these teams having been dealt with their respective losses as Arthur marches through. Beast is trying to line Gravity up. He's fighting with fire, exposes himself, and a 2-pronged approach. And Red Ross get those 2 finishes. But, you know, this is one of those fights that's not of that importance. What is of absolute essence? Did you see K9 just pulled off a masterstroke? They could have easily dropped down on Siverni. Instead, decided to drop down on OG and instantly exterminate that threat.
Because they had the second thoughts, right? That they're going to be targeted too, and at the same time...
They were the closest.
Yeah, they were the closest. And at the same time, they wanted to create a few more problems or a few more teams in the game. And K9 Esports, they're as usually just playing super aggressive. At this point, they're just inching closer and closer to that trophy.
At this point, even if they get around 6 to 7 finishes, this could be it. But look at this. Red Ross inching in closer to the players of Reckoning. And there you have it. One after the other, bodies keep falling down. Viper somehow keeping their hopes alive as he gets traded as well. Now it is Phoenix against Dionysus as Red Ross. They survived this scare. 4 finishes, which is probably their last dance.
It indeed is. And every single team would want to go out with a bang, right? I wanted to see an aggressive start, but so far we're not getting to see that. Yeah, K9 Esports taking down 2 players of OG, Red Ross eliminating Reckoning Esports, which is completely pointless. But I want to see the big dogs enter inside of the fight. God's Reign, they've rotated all the way down south, by the way, towards the military base. They took their sweet little time and realized the fact that, okay, the circle is sort of favoring them, so they can waste a lot of time down south if they want.
Indeed. And, of course, they're going to be there around for quite some while. But that moment still resonating in my hearts for Orangutan, especially considering they had such a great outing in the game of Vikendi. Had closed in that gap, and now with just 2 players alive, Necro, it is nigh impossible for them. Because in order to win, they needed at least 12 to 15 points. And with just 2 players, it's going to take some sort of a magic to pull that one off. But when you've got K9 in the nearby vicinity, it just doesn't get harder than this.
I mean, K9 Esports at this point, they're the one who's supposed to be scared because they're so close to that trophy, but still they're playing as if they're not scared at all. Had a drop clash against OG and still somehow came out on top, came through swinging. And I guess K9 Esports, they finally realized the fact that their stronger suit is taking the fights. And Omega is the man who's made him realize that. And Omega said this too. He does not really care about the trophy. What he cares about is building up that trust between the teammates and building up that synergy, and that's happening perfectly.
Not I, but we. We as a team lifting that trophy. Of course, you might have got all that masala yesterday. Masala or masala, beautiful video nonetheless. And it would mean so much individually for Omega. If you talk about his journey, betrayed by his teammates, betrayed by his brothers, now under different organization with different players, a redemption arc, and what a way it would be if he gets it all. A tight answer whilst you look at Carnival Gaming. I mean, at this point, they're pretty much out of contention.
Talk about out of contention, and Hero Xtreme Godlike pops up. They're not out of contention just yet. Hero Xtreme Godlike is one of those teams that needs the points desperately, especially the previous game. Could have been completely down the drain, but still Jonathan securing enough points to keep that team alive. The duo definitely did quite a lot. Hero Xtreme Godlike just surviving by the viscous every single time. And it all comes down to the last game fixes. Me and Chai Shanu had a conversation saying that whichever team in the last game gets the most amount of points is going to be the one to come through as the victor.
Indeed. And for Hero Xtreme Godlike, seems like Josh Jelly is just around them. And we saw even in the previous game, Josh Jelly fell down to the players. Ideally, really do not see them making such a rotation, Necro. And there's this one of those points where Josh Jelly heads in onto which the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, or are Hero Xtreme Godlike going to run away from this fight? Because previously in Vikendi, we also saw that happening. Hero Xtreme Godlike took down Josh Jelly, secured those points for themselves. And at this point, around Primorsk, the big question also goes on to ask, is Josh Jelly aware that Hero Xtreme Godlike have dropped down on Primorsk this time? Because this is their secondary drop spot.
Hold on to that thought, though. K9 Esports, Slug, isolated. Big problem for the players of K9 Esports, but still Slug is striking down players left, right, center. One single man is more than enough to take down the entirety of Revenex Park, and this is what
he's doing it!
K9 Esports, they are undefeatable. Slug, one man is more than enough to take down the entirety of the champions.
Wow!
And K9 Esports, they do not even break a sweat. Slug just takes them all down single-handedly. and does not even break a sweat. Oh my God, what a play that was!
This is murder in broad daylight. And Slug is death incarnate. Bow down to this man. This is his kingdom. And he's arrived. What a day. His birthday. And look at him manifest like that. Taking down Revenant X-Park. Just splattering all that blood. Oh my goodness. Surely K9. Nobody is stopping them from this trophy.
Nobody. At this point, K9 Esports, they've already got 6 points. Oh my God, I can only imagine what's going to happen in the future. And the crazy part is every single person from K9 Esports is still alive. Everyone is alive. They can just keep on hunting down even more teams, and that's still going to do the deed and get them that trophy. But hold on to that thought, though. Carnival Gaming on the aggression. They spot the players of BotArmyEsports, and BotArmyEsports are one of those desperate, wounded lions. Devotee falls down, unfortunately. BotArmyEsports, a bad start to the fight, but exact start that Carnival Gaming wanted.
Teams will have to deal with K9. If Versatile, if Godstrain, if OG, if Godlike, they need to win the championship. They have to take them down ASAP. Because K9 were the ones having the momentum, and with having secured 6 finishes already, just inching close. If they somehow get around 10, maybe things might get sealed. But look at Carnival Gaming circling around the players of BotArmyEsports. Hector leading the fray as Monte, he gets a knock on towards Neo. Hector still wanting an answer, still wanting to prove something over there. But Zyrix, he gets picked off as somehow Goblin saves them. But it feels Necro, it's a little too late.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. And even Zyrex was a casualty in that fight. Carnival Gaming knows now it's go big or go home. A 30-pointer or nothing. They need to pull off a K9 Esports here. That's the only way. Maybe they can still go for that trophy. But Carnival Gaming, they could have done much better, man. But they were just getting hunted down
plus
constantly.
Points if they want to go for the trophy.
Sounds impossible.
And K9 have constantly getting those influx of those points. So I think
yeah,
even a 40-pointer is what CG have to aim with. Zyrix already out. I don't think that's happening. I mean, yeah, mathematically yes, but realistically I don't think.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
but they can.
not. They definitely can, though. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they need a wave of elimination points. That's it. But iQOO Soul is moving really close to the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. The age-old rivalry, it might just look like a fine wine. And I would love to see who will be the one to come out on top, especially when these two teams collide. iQOO Soul up against Hero Xtreme Godlike. Is this going to come through? Is this going to happen?
It might. It might. Because at this point, what do iQOO Soul have to lose? But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, it means the world. For their fans, it's everything. They won that trophy. Last time, they barely missed out on making it to the grand finals. But this time, they could not be even closer. And now iQOO Soul, they do not seem to stop at anything at all.
This is not looking good. This is not looking good. Hero Xtreme Godlike decided to stop, and they're falling apart. Sim falls down. This is such a bad start for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike in this game. And maybe with this fight, their chances of taking the trophy as well, they might just vanish. Hero Xtreme Godlike, it's better to back away from this spot, and that's what they're exactly doing. Punk gets back into his buggy. He wants to back away from this, but Punk, does he have enough speed to get away? That's my question. iQOO Soul is constantly on that tail. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they want to back away. They want to play for the survival, but iQOO Soul is not letting that happen. They know they've got the man advantage, and why would you back away when you've got the advantage that you're looking for in a fight? And iQOO Soul is striking the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike slowly and steadily. The rivalry, it brews up once again. The age-old rivalry.
It doesn't get more poetic than this. And iQOO Soul just might have broken a million hearts there. Admino, the last man left, lamenting as Wingod. They've been such a menace this time, going after Team Josh Jelly. And even Josh Jelly, they had their chances before this day began. But the chances were absolutely squandered. But Wingod, when they realized what can they do if they go hands-free, they have been such a brutal team.
Man, God's Reign, VXT, K9 Esports still in contention. Could have said here Xtreme, Godlike too, but they're down to just that one man. If Admino survives till the end, that will be a miracle and a half. I would love to see that happen, man, but iQOO Soul, especially when we thought that finally some sort of a respect is developing up between these two teams, they decide to instantly target iQOO Soul. Oh, man. This rivalry is going to shape up so much more, especially on social media. You already know it, Fixes.
Just before the officials bring it on. Of course, Necro, you and I, we both need to get to the hospital. I think my heart's almost on my mouth at this point. But getting back into action, Josh Jelly still trying to keep things afloat. Still trying to play for their dreams against Vingard. It's going to get interesting. Ninja's managed to find one though. But I think Josh Jelly, the pressure must have eased out. They know they're not winning, but Jelly, he starts delivering another beautiful knock, and this is where I think they might initiate that push.
They might. The next zone's going to pop up soon too, Fixes. But hold on to that thought. Just Jelly's now getting picked apart. It's not looking too great, especially Wyld Esports. They've been quite hungry throughout the entire day because Wyld Esports knows they do not stand a chance anyways, but you might as well try and stir some drama up, and that's what they've been trying to do since the start. Silo P, a man who possesses a lot of power, is now looking forward to inflict some pain and hurt, especially on Ninja. But Ninja is in the back lines, and he's trying his best to get something done. Flames on the feet of Infinity, and the man is getting tagged up quite low. But still, Just Jelly's keeping themselves alive somehow. This fight is getting way too close, and Just Jelly, they might just flip the odds once again. They might just flip the fight in their favor. It's a 3-on-2. They've got the advantage now.
Infinity, this young lad, against an entire horde. It's going to be so difficult. Silo P, he's been such a breath of fresh air, but not anymore. As Josh Jelly, not even breaking a sweat there. Just losing Kyolamau out in the process, but still, this fight really does not change a lot of things in the grand scheme of things over here. It has been nothing less than a cinema. But still the question looms as a circle shift has occurred. Centered around Milton. Look at who's at the center. Admino, just this mere single-digit finishes is not going to make the cut. Hero Xtreme need at least 15 finishes and a chicken dinner. They have to win the trophy. It's not
Let's
impossible.
have a look at the replay, man. This play from Slug, it just changed the entire game, Fixes.
Play of the tournament.
Indeed it is. All four taken down by one man, especially when Revenant Spark thought that they stand a major chance considering he was isolated. And Slug also had some choice words to say to his people when he was targeted.
Yeah. Of course, he's manifesting all of that, and this one surely rubbed some salt over there. And in fact, an entire ocean on the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, as seems like they have to settle with just sinking. Cannot float anymore. Admino really out of options, but versatile. If they get a chicken dinner, if they go big, maybe still some drama remains. And let's also not forget God's Reign. They have also made it inside the circle, but for OG, things are looking quite murky, Necro.
Yeah, they indeed are, Fixes. For OG, just the last two men surviving and wanting so many points too. I guess OG can't make it, Fixes. At this point, we got to drop the reality here. The only teams that stand a major chance is God's Reign, Versatile, that too. They need to start racking up finishes right now.
Exactly.
K9 Esports is still alive with all the four players. And imagine if K9 Esports decide to go against Red Ross, there's a major chance they can win that fight too. And if that happens, that's going to be 3 more elimination points in the pocket.
You know, we got to make our calculations over here. What about the fact that if K9 get a couple of more finishes, let's say 4 or 5, and they resort to a healing battle, I think it can seal the deal.
It can, easily
they had a decent amount of lead before this game started.
But that's the crazy part. K9 Esports is never going to go for that meta. They're never going to go for that. K9
Man,
Esports
push
is
is
one of
come to
those
shove.
teams.
Why not?
I mean, Omega clearly mentioned he does not really care about the trophy. And honestly, that is one of the mentalities. That's why K9 Esports is able to win this tournament too. Because they just do not really care about the trophy. They're playing their natural game.
And I think it's a beautiful pointer that you just brought up, right? They have defied the meta. So far, what we've witnessed is the teams that have been playing around the circle, that have been defending, have been the ones that have come out victorious. But Omega and the pack of boys, they do not care.
Yeah.
They've constantly been on the hunt. They've constantly been on the prowl. And this time, you know, they've got blood coursing through their veins, especially after Slug pulling off that beautiful clutch against
Oh my
Remedy
God.
Expert. And now things have just been so difficult. This is trial by fire for K9 as Medal now have been graced with the central positions of the circle. Let's not also forget God's Reign. If they get a chicken dinner with 10 amount of finishes, they also might win it.
Exactly, man. God's Reign. They currently are inside of the circle, but the question really remains is the upcoming circle going to pop right on top of the players of God's Reign? And the answer of that is going to be maybe no. There's a big chance that the circle is going to shift right on top of the players of Just Jelly, but K9 Esports, in my opinion, try and delay the rotation for as long as possible and pray from the edges. That's going to be the only recommendation from me to K9 Esports, and that's what they're exactly doing, right? Delaying the rotation for as long as possible, and they're going to try to go for that wide rotate now.
Ooh, Carnival Gaming. Just trickling down a couple of bodies there. And free frags, but look at this. Legit, he's gone big, Necro. Two players of Versatile already down on their knees. What is this? We do not want to see this fight. This fight is of no concern. Take us to Versatile. Medal Esports might throw a spanner into their works.
There's a big chance they definitely can't. And Medal Esports is one of those teams that's been doing that from the start. They're not someone that's just going to back away because this team stands a chance to win the trophy. And yeah, we should not target. No, that's not Medal Esports. Medal Esports will target them no matter what. They've already found the knocks, but maybe VXT have already recovered. And yes, they have done that. Medal Esports, they back away eventually because pushing that was an absolute wipe.
Look at this. Versatile are running out of frag grenades. Raiden does not have anything. It is again coming down to the glimpses of game number 1 today. We saw they ran out of those resources, and it's going to be such a task to stay alive without those resources. Almost out of those first hits, just 2. And even his vest has been damaged.
Indeed, man. VXT at this point is trying to play on the bare minimum. They know they're so close to that trophy.
Admino.
And unfortunate for Hero Xtreme Godlike. They've been eliminated from this tournament. They do not stand a chance to lift that trophy anymore. Millions of hearts breaking with that, but a lot of claps as well in the arena. Fans cheering up Hero Xtreme Godlike after such a wonderful performance. The players are definitely disappointed in themselves, but they tried their best.
They played like warriors, fought like warriors, but K9 Esports, they do not care. They are the warlords, the generals, and they're marching to victory, marching to the trophy, but this can come close. Ninja Boy cannot get down over now. As Slug sporting out AKOP.
Oh my God, beautiful.
Slug, oh my God, you beauty.
Saver, absolute saver. That knockout just saved the day for Ninja Boy, and now the entirety of K9 Esports might just be back on their feet, but no, instead, Ninja Boy gets confirmed, and that's quite unfortunate, but the next zone's going to shift right on top of the players of God's Reign fixes. This can change everything.
This is absolute drama spewing up in front of us. As God's Reign, they haven't really stacked up with those finishes to their names. And now even K9, they're starting to lose out on numbers. Clearly Ninja Boy already done and dusted, but now it comes down to the 3. Now even if K9 can get another squad wipe, they could seal the deal, but it is Carnival Gaming in front of them, and they are in a commanding position as the Danger Man Slug. He's been down, and look at how poetic it is once again. It is their arch nemesis, Carnival Gaming, doing the deed.
Oh my God.
I might faint, Necro.
Especially when we thought that K9 Esports can be the one to win this. They're getting picked off. It's so unfortunate. K9 Esports just trying to reposition because you're also getting wrapped up from the back by Wyld Fangs. It's time to disengage and move away somewhere. K9 Esports, the longer you stay on this spot, the more hurt will be upon you. And yeah, Wyld Fangs is also there in the back lines. K9 2 men standing, CG in the front, a 2-on-3. K9 Esports can definitely make it happen. One man is capable of taking down 4 players individually. K9 Esports definitely do possess a lot of power, but unfortunately the position is something that matters.
Caught between a rock and a hard place, but seems like Wyld Fangs do not want to intervene. They know that K9 Esports have played like champions, and they're letting it go, pass by, minding their own business. But the names in front of K9 right now, their biggest rivals, Carnival Gaming, they've got nothing to lose right now, and they are going to come in for the paw. At this point, Omega, hearts beating, Beast still alive. We know Beast is one of in the races for being the MVP, but surely has to step up, and now Wyld Fangs have instant closer against Godstrain.
They indeed are. Even iQOO is making that push against Red Cross as they get eliminated completely. iQOO losing out of Manya in that process. Carnival Gaming's on the way as well. K9 Esports, they hit the compound of Metal Esports. Wyld Fangs are getting picked off by the players of God's Raid. And even God's Raid, they've got a lot of troubles to try and face. But K9 Esports, they've made that last Mayday push. Omega also needs to pop off at this point. You cannot just rely on the rest three boys. Omega, it's time to amp up that firepower too.
He certainly has to. Versatile, they're also still alive. But God's Raid, this is their dance with destiny. Trace God inching in ever so close. But that grenade will seal the deal. And God's Raid now I've got 4 finishes to play with, and also a little bit of that circle. Versatile just inching in, just around the edges of the zone.
Oh no.
Do not have a lot of cover to play with, but Omega, he survives his jump scare as Prince from the backlines along with Cyrex has come up. But Omega was doing it, but down he goes. Metal might have broken 1,000 hearts.
Oh my god. 9 finishes racked up from K9 Esports. But unfortunately, they only have a few placement points. Have they done it? That's my question. God's Rain, VXT, they need to be stopped from stealing this chicken dinner. This is going way too crazy. Metal Esports, GT, iQOO, who can put the spanner in the works? Who will be the one to stop them? That's my question. Someone needs to stop VXT. Someone needs to stop God's Rain for K9 Esports to win this entire tournament.
This is a masterstroke. Versatile have taken over the compounds. And now, Knuckle, he's doing this. Raiden has already been picked off, and there's no chance on earth he's going to live and survive. As of Metal, down to the last man, Zverev, also out in the open. His power has spotted them. The only thing that's stopping Versatile from getting the trophy is the amount of finishes. Not a lot of bodies surviving. Versatile need to start racking up on those finishes, or else it might boil down to nothing as Zverev out in the open. And Rioni, he takes that finish away, Necro.
Oh my god, stolen! Everyone needs elimination points at this time. K9 Esports, they build a decent lead, considering they also got 10 points away from this game. Everyone needs some sort of points, and the zone's going to favor the players of God's Raid. God's Raid, they need to rack up every single finish that's left over in the final few moments. Then only they can stand a big chance.
Look at this. Imagine they have dropped the ball in every single game of Erangel. You talk about God's plan. Seems like God's want God's Rain to get the chicken dinner. But with how many finishes? Is that going to be enough to surpass K9 and Versatile? That's the big ask. God's Rain. This is it. This is the moment. Right, Necro?
It indeed is. God's Rain, 4 players on the board, playing from the edge. They have been playing this super defensively. They haven't really been a part of a lot of fights. They do not have a lot of elimination points. But VXT, even they know what's on the line. Somraj, the defending champion of Snapdragon Pro Series. He wants to name the trophy once again on himself, but God's Rain right now, a big thorn in the way. iQOO too can definitely play a major spoiler. And iQOO at this point don't even stand a chance to win the entire game, but they're still somehow trying to create a big problem for the teams that are currently surviving, and that stand a chance to take the trophy. And VXT, they decide to take a head-on-head collision against iQOO.
They know they do not have enough finishes. Somraj knows that it's going to be almost impossible to get inside the circle. Look at those grenades coming in. One side you've got Destro, the other you've got the entirety of iQOO. As Versatile, they decide to take this fight on. As iQOO, now they have to make a move. And now Troy's got the perfect angle with God's Rain providing cover fire from the sidelines. iQOO look to depart. They look to go after the players of GDR.
Oh, this is brilliant from iQOO. They want to spoil the game from both of them. And God's Rain, they eventually wipe out the entirety of iQOO. Oh, this is big. God's Reign get the elimination points that they desperately wanted. iQOO sold out from the game with 13 finishes, but unfortunately VXT's fallen apart. It's down to just last man, and even he will be wrapped up. God's Reign, they get the chicken dinner, but do they have the trophy?
It all boils down to how many finishes they have. Versatile, of course, a valiant effort. Seems like they've fallen short. Seems like they cannot replicate what they did last year, but has come down to the final two. Is it God's Reign or is it K9?
Oh man, K9 Esports pulled off such a big comeback at the last moment. But God's Reign still, they were at the top from the start till the end. Consistency is what matters, and that's what God's Reign showcased. Yeah, in between they dipped, in between they dwindled, but K9 Esports, have they won it? Who is the winner of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6?
And at this point, it feels like we know.
Yeah.
I think they've done their calculations. It is those odd years and seems like it's God's Reign. But now let's find out. Heading over to you, Kunal.
What an intense match! क्या मुकाबला रहा ये आखिरी. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask, क्या लगता है कौन बनेगा चैंपियन? K9, God's Reign. K9, God's Reign. बहुत ही जल्द रिजल्ट आपके सामने होगा. बहुत ही क्लोज मैच था जहां एक तरफ एंड में गॉड्स रेन ने स्पीड पकड़ी और इसी के साथ हमें हमारे विजेता मिल चुके हैं. आफ्टर ऑल द कैलकुलेशंस, द इवन ईयर, now it's the odd year. It's 2025. Make some noise for God's Reign. क्या कमाल का मुकाबला रहा. एक पल के लिए लगा था जिस तरीके से K9 ने स्टार्टिंग में एलिमिनेशंस निकाले कि ये मैच फंस गया है, लेकिन एंड में जिस तरीके से गॉड्स रेन खेली, क्या कमाल का खेली. इसी के साथ स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज सीजन 6 BGMI चैलेंज फाइनल के विजेता है गॉड्स रेन. एंड प्लीज congratulations brother, congratulations guys. The trophy is waiting for you. Left hand. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं for the champions, God's Reign. A big congratulations, guys. Destro, ये ट्रॉफी अपने पास रखो यार, बिकॉज आपके बहुत इंटरव्यूज देखे और आपने कहा था 2023 के बाद 2025 will be a year. तो क्या कहना सही होगा? The Death Trophy magnet is back.
ऑनेस्टली लास्ट ईयर इसी स्टेज पे मेरा डाउनफॉल स्टार्ट हुआ था, तो वो मन से सोच के रखा था कि कमबैक भी इसी स्टेज पे करूंगा, तो वो हो गया.
और क्या कमाल का कमबैक किया. एक पल के लिए लगा था ये इस आखिरी मैच में मैच फंस गया है.
नहीं, हम मैच 1 से ही चिल थे. जो लिखा होता है वो होके रहता है, भले ही कुछ भी हो जाए, एंड वही हुआ.
गॉड्स रेन पे गॉड की कृपा थी. एंड कोच रॉबिन सा इधर आओ भाई. 2023 में टीम के साथ नहीं थे आप. इस बार आपने कहा मैं टीम के पास भी नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं स्क्रीन पे ही नहीं आऊंगा उनके साथ, और 2025 हमारा होगा. वो हो गया. बिग कांग्रेचुलेशंस ब्रदर.
थैंक यू. और जितने भी लोगों ने हम पे सपोर्ट किया, और हम हमारे फैंस के ऊपर जो भी जितना भी हम पे प्रेशर था लास्ट ईयर का, उसको वापस हम कमबैक किया और ये सब कुछ परफॉर्मेंस हुआ. तो सपोर्ट बनाए रखना. हम ऐसे ही आगे वाले जो भी सारे इवेंट आएंगे उसको अच्छा खेलेंगे.
Destro, I want to ask one more thing, brother. आप अभी कह रहे थे ना 2024 में डाउनफॉल आया था. 2024 से वो क्या सीखा? वो कहते हैं ना, या तो हम जीतते हैं या फिर हम कुछ सीखते हैं. 2024 से क्या सीखा
जिससे 2025 में कमबैक किया और ऐसा कमबैक किया कि आते सार चैंपियन बन गए?
आई थिंक मैं इधर आऊँ, एक तो इसके आने से बहुत हेल्प हो गई. आई थिंक ही वॉज द मिसिंग पीस जो हम ढूंढ रहे थे, एंड लकी भी है, मैं मानता हूँ. 2024 वॉज ऑल अबाउट लर्निंग. हमने जो मिस्टेक्स की हमारे प्ले स्टाइल वगैरह में, हमने काफ़ी कुछ चेंज किया, एंड इट्स वर्किंग आउट फॉर अस नाउ.
एंड जस्टिन, आई वांट टू आस्क ब्रदर, प्लीज आप इधर आओ. क्या ये कहना सही होगा, आर यू एंड निंजा द न्यू डेडली डुओ?
नहीं, डेडली ट्रायो एक्चुअली, हम तीन हैं एक साथ.
Make some noise for Team Godlike, ladies and gentlemen. और अब मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगा the COO of Nordwind Gaming, मिस्टर एकांश अरोड़ा. वो स्टेज पे आए और हमारी विनिंग टीम, द चैंपियन टीम को दे पूरे 50 लाख का प्राइज. Make some noise for Godlike. कमाल, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. क्या कमाल का खेली गॉड्स रेन. इस 3 दिन के इवेंट में गॉड्स रेन ने 4 चिकन डिनर निकाले और जैसा कि उन्होंने कहा था 2023 के बाद 2025 उनका साल होगा और वो हुआ. थैंक यू सो मच गॉड्स रेन. आप प्लीज अपनी जगह पे रहें. एंड एकांश भाई, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आप प्लीज स्टेज पे रहें और इस ट्रॉफी को भी जरूर लेकर जाएं अपने साथ, क्योंकि इसी के लिए बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत की है. कांग्रेचुलेशंस ब्रदर, कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन. और अब एक और कैटेगरी है, MVP मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर, जिसके लिए बहुत नाम आए थे सामने. जॉनथन, यस पावर. Come on people, make some noise from Team Versatile. It's S Power. क्या कमाल का खेले, बहुत बढ़िया खेले भाई. Congratulations on becoming the MVP. और मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, How have you evolved over the years as a player? And हम कल बात कर रहे थे ना, आप MVP बनने के लिए नहीं खेलते, आपने कहा भी था.
इवॉल्व तो कुछ किया है नहीं, एक्सपीरियंस धीरे धीरे बढ़ता है जैसे जैसे खेलते हैं, तो ठीक है, यही है
भाई. ये मैं नहीं कह रहा, हाँ, ये ओशन शर्मा कहता है मुझे. ये मुझे ओशन ने स्पेशली कहा था आपसे पूछने के लिए. तो अगर जिसको भी किसी को पीटना हो, प्लीज आप ओशन शर्मा को बोलें. उसने कहा है कि एस पावर को बोलना नीतीश कुमार कहीं और तो नहीं जाएगा.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ऐसा प्लान नहीं है. अपने लौंडे सब सेट है और यहाँ पे रहेंगे.
चलिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर एस पावर. एंड एकांश भाई, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज इन्हें उनका विनिंग चेक दे. मेक सम नॉइज फॉर एस पावर लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. एकांश भाई, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा हम लोग विनर हैं? सारी कॉन्फिडेंटी हम पे गिर रही है. नहीं, पैसे तो आप दोगे सर, पैसे तो आप दोगे. अभी और भी बहुत सारे चेक्स देने हैं. चलिए, हमने हमारी विनिंग टीम को बुला लिया, हमने मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर को बुला लिया. अब बुलाते हैं हमारे फर्स्ट रनर अप को, जो कि इस आखिरी मैच से पहले क्लियर विनर लग रहे थे. मेक सम नॉइज फॉर टीम लेड बाय ओमेगा K9 Esports. और टीम K9 को मिलेंगे पूरे 20 लाख रुपए का चेक. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर टीम K9. व्हाट एन अमेजिंग परफॉर्मेंस, एंड स्पेशली द बर्थडे बॉय स्लग. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. क्या कमाल का खेली K9. डे 1 पे इस सीजन का पहला चिकन डिनर अगर किसी ने निकाला तो K9 ने निकाला. कल थोड़ा सा डिप आया था, लेकिन आज फिर से K9 ने वो जो स्पीड पकड़ी, जो रफ्तार पकड़ी, दे वर अमेजिंग. K9 बनती है हमारी फर्स्ट रनर अप ऑफ दिस सीजन और उन्हें मिलते हैं 20 लाख रुपए का चेक. Congratulations team K9. Thank you so much for coming. मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज आप अपनी सीट्स पे जाएं. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर K9. नाउ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आप स्टेज पे बुलाएंगे हमारी सेकंड रनर अप टीम, जो कि डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस भी थे. आप सबको पता है, टीम लेड बाय सोमराज. इट्स टीम वर्सेटाइल. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर टीम वर्सेटाइल. टीम वर्सेटाइल, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज आप स्टेज पे आए. वो है यहाँ पर सेकंड रनर अप और उन्हें मिलते हैं पूरे 8 लाख रुपए. आखिरी जोन में 3v4 हुआ था जहां पर गॉड्स रेन ने बाजी मारी. अदरवाइज यहां पर बहुत कड़ा फाइट दे रही थी वर्सेटाइल. डे 1 चिकन 1 निकाला, डे 2 पे 2 चिकन निकाले और क्या कमाल का खेली टीम वर्सेटाइल. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए प्लीज इनके लिए. इकलौती ऐसी टीम है जो बिना और के खेल रही है. विकास भाई, रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज आप उन्हें चेक दें ऑफ 8 लाख रुपीस बिकॉज दे कम एट द 3rd प्लेस दिस सीजन. कांग्रेचुलेशंस टीम वर्सेटाइल. आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज आप अपनी जगह पर जाएं. विकास भाई, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर द सीईओ ऑफ नॉटविन गेमिंग, जिन्होंने इतना बड़ा इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया. जोरदार तालियां फॉर एकांश अरोड़ा. चलिए, अब और भी बहुत सारे अवार्ड्स हैं. अब मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगा, अब मैं आप सबको बताना चाहूंगा कि किस खिलाड़ी ने सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशेस निकाले. मोस्ट फिनिशेस बाय अ प्लेयर. एनी गेसेस? पीछे देखिए, पहले स्थान पर एस पावर. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर एस पावर लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. मोस्ट टीम फिनिशेस का जिस टीम को अवार्ड मिलता है वो है, Can we have the team with the most team finishes on the screen? If I'm not wrong, वो K9 होगी. क्या बोलते हो? कौन सी टीम होगी? थोड़ा तो जोर लगाओ. कौन सी टीम होगी? It's team K9 with 106 finishes. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for team K9. And now the team with the most winner chicken dinner. Most chicken dinners, and it's team God's Reign with 4 chicken dinners, and they are the current champions. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं for God's Reign. इसी के साथ साथ हमारे सारे अवार्ड्स यहाँ समाप्त होते हैं. हमारी जितनी भी जनता ऑनलाइन घर से हमें देख रही है, आप लोग जो यहाँ पर आके जुड़े, एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप सबके लिए लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. हम बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे ESL इंडिया नॉटविन गेमिंग का, जो हर साल इतना बड़ा इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं. इसी के साथ साथ ऑल द टेक्नीशियंस, ऑल द बैक एंड स्टाफ. मैं एक बार जरूर नाम लेना चाहूंगा हमारे सारे कास्टर्स का. बिग शाउट आउट टू क्रैट, पिक्सिस, नेक्रो, शैडो, ओशन, जॉनी, रावण, स्केड. और अगर मैं किसी का नाम भूल गया हूं तो मैं माफी चाहूंगा. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन. आई एम कुणाल सलूजा साइनिंग ऑफ. टेक केयर. विल सी यू सून. बाय बाय.
travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. No, it's scary, but